Chapter 281, Business. Oren nodded at Dream. Very well. Your services are welcome. We fight a great many battles with Hell, and these disposable soldiers will help us mitigate losses. Of course, you will be properly compensated. What do you wish for? Well, first and foremost, I have a sister who needs training. You see, she's an Azura who happened to inherit the so-called blood drop stance. I'd like her to receive tutelage. I understand. How about I take her as a disciple? I like that idea. Dream readily agreed. Of course, Melody's life would be out of his hands if she were being taught by the sword god. But on the other hand, there was no better way for her power to explosively grow. Dream was sure she'd like this idea, and to some extent, he trusted this sword god. Other than that, I need materials. These bots require great sources of power, and strong materials help greatly. Of course, you'll be paid for their use, and upon destruction, we'll give you the materials to create another. You'll come out with profits. Thank you. Finally, I have a personal want. Another mode of payment, if you will. I need souls, preferably class 6, and nothing weaker than class 4. They have to be preserved, though damaged ones still work. Souls. Oren was curious, but didn't think too much. That can be arranged. Now, what about that Souls Harvest clan? Do they have an abundance of souls? They do. Do you intend to provide soldiers to every clan? That was the plan. In fact, my services are open to everyone. Anybody with the money can buy bots, and they can be used for just about anything. Butlers, soldiers, guards, you name it. 4 bots at and below the class 4 level, I can output trillions. It would be no issue to sell to even the common people. I see. Oren was quite surprised. He didn't expect Dream to sell so openly, or be capable of doing so. In truth, Oren was shocked that he could create the army he was presenting right now. After thinking for a moment, Oren let out a shallow breath. I will make your proposition known then. You will be allowed to sell to anyone willing to buy under the Azura faction. As for all business-related matters, that will be yours to handle. Thank you. Dream smiled a bit, Oren not knowing of the ambitions cooking in Dream's mind. Perhaps it was good he didn't know. Otherwise, he might lay down a great many restrictions. With a nod, the sword god bid the 3 goodbye. Kavra and the woman were a bit dazed, wondering how Dream could so easily broker a deal with the highest power of the Azura faction. He even got his sister an automatic position as the sword god's disciple. It had to be known that he only had 10 disciples in all the universe, and Melody was now the 11th. Well, Kavra, I thank you for taking me here. As for you, miss, my bots are open to being bought. Of course, there's a limited supply, so do act quickly. In the meantime, I'll be focusing on marketing and expansion. You can find me on my planet, Tursa Prime. I might just move it though, so keep an eye out for the portal I'll be placing down. Anyway, I bid you 2 goodbye. With that, Dream directly tore open space, disappearing from the spire. Kavra and the woman glanced at each other, unsure of what to say. There were no immediate changes after Dream left. Not even the woman sought him to buy anything. The only thing that happened was Dream handing his sister off to the sword god. In fact, upon hearing the arrangement he made, Melody was so excited that she abandoned him of her own accord, rushing straight into the primary world and finding the sword god for training. She almost got attacked with how disrespectful she was being. But of course, nobody could touch the personal student of that man. After a short interlude, she disappeared as well, off to who knows where. Dream didn't worry. There were too many reasons for people like the sword god to not touch Dream or his family. For one, his very existence would spark universal war, and if Versoid was really sincere about protecting the Seeker, then the Azura faction could very well find their ruin should they not play their cards right. Second, what was stopping Dream from obliterating the faction himself? He could manufacture trillions of soldiers at effectively 0 cost, and he had received the locations of every secondary world from Oren. He was an incredibly dangerous man, even if only a demigod. Plus, what reason did Oren have to threaten his sister? He wasn't a stupid man. For these reasons and more, Dream put everything else to the back of his mind, focusing solely on himself. Of course, he didn't totally disregard the outside world. Although it was unspoken, Dream now had a massive job to fulfill. If universal war was coming, then Dream had to make the Azura faction powerful enough to face the entire universe. For this, They needed soldiers on an incomprehensible scale. There was nobody better than Dream for this job. He needed to arm every world, every clan floating among the stars. Even further, he would arm the common people. And there was no better way to do this than through marketing. It was a week after Dream disappeared that he reappeared. It wasn't personally, however. Out of nowhere, within the capital city of the Blood Drop clan, a large building had suddenly appeared. The building was abnormally cubic, formed of segmented structures that glowed with flowing energy. There was a large sign across the building, capturing the attention of the hundreds of thousands that frequented the streets in front of it. Dream's Armory. In front of this armory, in place of the doors, was a large black void stretching across the length of the building. It was a portal leading to the inside, guarded by several bots radiating Class 5 power. In front of them were a few slimmer bots, dancing around the streets with signs and pamphlets that advertised the services of the armory. Personal bots here. Come get your very own bot capable of cleaning your house or fighting your foes. These state-of-the-art bots come in all strengths, up to Class 6. The convenience of power couldn't be more affordable. Hurry before supplies run out. These feminine bots captured the eyes of thousands. To this, many had some odd thoughts. The appearance of this building was so sudden, and it was so out of this world. Compared to the rest of the Azura aesthetic, it was almost alien. Many didn't know how to feel about it. As for the boasts of the female bots pouncing around like kittens, some felt like the owner of the armory was being a bit dramatic. But it only took a few, and sure enough, there were a few hundred that decided to satisfy their curiosity. Some people with nothing better to do slipped into the building, shuttling through the portal, and when they reappeared, they were stunned. They appeared in what seemed like a behemoth of a facility. The ceiling rose miles tall, and along the walls were rows upon rows of bots, sitting still and showing off their strengths. Shield bots, assault bots, stealth bots, guerrilla bots, bomber bots, flying bots, transport bots, butler bots, worker bots. There were so many variations that it was almost overwhelming. The few hundred people were quickly greeted by hosts, though, snapping them out of their stupor and taking the lead in advertising the services available. And they were stunned by the options available to them. They learned all about the bots and what they could do. They were intelligently programmed, capable of learning from their owners and carrying out dynamic tasks, adapting to their unique environments. Of course, they also had limits. For instance, bomber bots couldn't suddenly become construction workers. Their programming gave them certain abilities. Only, this was a total lie that Dream fed. Call it corporate greed, but he intended to sell bots of all different kinds. There were only a few one-fits-all bots, and they were more expensive. Still, the soon-to-be customers were shocked by what was offered, though they were a bit more surprised when they learned about the payment methods. In the Azura faction, along with most of the universe, the main currency was mana crystals. These crystals were mined from planets and were like mana batteries. They were very basic and could be used for all kinds of things. If Dream collected them on a large scale, they could allow him to scale his industry, taking some of the load of Tursa. But the second payment shocked many. They could pay with preserved souls. It seemed almost evil, paying for a product with the soul of another person. But Dream thought of it in a rather simple way. The person had died already. Most souls below the Class 5 level dissipated upon death. So wouldn't it be nice to get even more out of the person you were killing? Not only could you get the experience, but you could use their soul to buy a bot. It was a win-win. After all, why waste perfectly good material? Now, for many, this wouldn't make them feel any less horrified by such emotionless logic. But Dream could see through such facades. He knew that the money would speak for itself. Besides, the universe was already built upon countless bodies. What great person didn't build their power upon mountains of death? Dream was only taking advantage of an already established system. But it wouldn't be immediate. Not many went out of their way to preserve souls since they had little use. But there was still the option to pay with mana crystals. And many did. Whether it was because they believed in what they saw or were just curious. A few dozen immediately bought a bot or two of their liking. They simply had to operate a magical terminal that appeared before them and drop their mana crystals into a nice bot that rolled up and opened itself like a garbage can. After the garbage bot rolled away with a cute pixel smile, the bots flew toward their new masters, awaiting orders. And so, the customers left. After they left, more and more came in to scratch their itch of curiosity. More spent money to buy one of the cheap bots around the class 2 or 3 level. Soon enough, Dream had sold several thousand bots out of this one store. And nothing immediately happened. There was no overnight sensation, and not many rumors floated around. Gradually, the stream of people into the armory became steady. But it wasn't an impressive sight. Dream didn't mind, though. While this happened, he was constructing other armories and building a new city on Tursa Prime. This city was a mechanical metropolis with so many megastructures that they seemed like any other building. Floating islands, spires piercing into space, space habitats, underground paradises. There were even mechanical giants that towered 100 miles tall, their bodies a city unto itself and walking around like metal gods. And in the center of all this, there was the portal hub. This place has thousands of portals and covered an area of several hundred square miles. This place seemed to be the heart of the entire city, with veins branching out to the other megastructures. And naturally, these portals all led somewhere. Dream looked at the map he was given, seeing the markings that gave the coordinates of every secondary world in Azura territory. There were about 6,000 secondary worlds in total. These secondary worlds spanned an area larger than galaxies. But with the power of magic, Dream could easily form portals to every single one of these worlds. And he did. He formed portals and sent huge groups of bots to them, planting on everyone a huge cubic armory. These armories appeared out of the blue, and many of the dominant forces of the worlds were stunned by their appearance. But naturally, Dream made sure to wave around the identity that was supposedly endorsed by each of the 7 Azura god clans. This process took no more than a week to complete. Dream ensured every secondary world had sufficient supplies. Of course, he needed to hurriedly build several trillion bots with low-level power, but this was easily done in a day. And with a little bit of advertising, Dream was able to capture the eyes of everyone on each planet. Every planet could hold anywhere between 10 billion and 10 trillion. Many worlds were incredibly developed, only lower than the primary worlds, and others weren't so much. Still, Dream was able to get an estimate of the population of the Azura faction, 14 quadrillion. That was how many people lived under the faction across all the secondary worlds, and now, Dream was advertising to them all. While only a tiny fraction of that population would actually be able to purchase one of his bots, how crazy would it be if a mere trillion bought a single one of his bots? Just that was enough to garner an astronomical sum. But the word needed time to spread. In the meantime, after getting things set and automated, he sat back and focused on experiments, giving his new business time to explode. Your Majesty. On one of the primary worlds, a man came running over to another. These two were standing within a large garden filled with sentient plants. The man who came running looked like nothing more than a secretary, but the other who stood amongst the garden looked like death itself. He was shrouded in a cloak, a deathly fog surrounding his person. He couldn't contrast more against the lively garden that radiated vitality. The secretary corrected himself before standing straight. Your Majesty, there's been a significant development. A building recently appeared in the city. At first, nobody paid it any mind, but in recent weeks, it's garnered the attention of billions, and the Reaper drifting through the garden turned with a soft word. He didn't seem to care about this gibberish, but he knew his trusted subordinate wouldn't come here spouting nonsense. The secretary frowned. It's a business that sells bots. Most of the bots can be thought of as soldiers, and they have medium intelligence. In battle, they're exceptionally skilled, keeping true to their advertised power. Anyway, the main issue isn't the bots. In truth, these bots have caused a massive decline in deaths among battlefield worlds. The issue is the method of payment. These bots, you can use souls to purchase them. Souls. Now, the Reaper perked up with an interested gaze. Yes, while this didn't seem bad at first, there's been a spike in mysterious disappearances among our Azuras. These disappearances are almost all murders, and they're all for the goal of getting souls to pay for these bots. In that business, souls are worth far more than the mana crystals. Not only that, everyone who had purchased a bot also received a complimentary technique that allows you to preserve souls. That's genius. The Reaper quickly understood the situation. If souls could be used to purchase valuable items at a higher rate than mana crystals, then it was only natural that people would want to gather souls. And if the seller made the method to preserve souls public, then that would tempt them all the more. The result was an increase in killings in order to gather souls that were now nothing more than currency. The Reaper couldn't help but praise this businessman. He turned to this secretary. How serious is this issue? Not that serious. While murders have spiked, there are simply too many worlds and too many clans that fight each other all the time. You could say it's nothing more than a small blip that I traced back to this business. That's natural. Don't forget the way of the universe. People will die anyway, because death allows others to grow. Growth and ruin. It's a natural course for the denizens of this universe. I understand, but I feel this will become a bigger problem. This business, it's becoming a bit too popular. What's the name of this business? The Reaper asked with curiosity. He suddenly had a small feeling, though he didn't want to believe it. It's called Dream's Armory. Dream's Armory. The Reaper pondered for a second. The secretary stood by silently. He had said everything that needed to be said. He would just wait for orders now. This dream. Make contact and tell him that Caldeus, the Scythe God, wishes to speak with him. The Reaper spoke, a smile forming under his cloak. The secretary ran off, eagerly carrying out these orders. Dream, is it? Tell him that the bow goddess, Aspherite, wants a word. I guess his name is Dream then? Scurry along. The axe god, Phasphor, has business with him. Tell this Dream that the dagger god, Laskoff, is interested in this business. The mace goddess, Tritolite, wishes to exchange pleasantries with Dream. Tell this Dream that Versoid wants a word, but don't pressure him. I have a feeling he won't immediately accept my offer. A tall man upon a throne had a small smile. He was the spear god, and he chuckled as a faint feeling rose within his chest. Chapter 282, Accumulate. A month after Dream officially spread his business, word spread like wildfire. Dream knew it would take a while for publicity to reach him. In truth, he had actually expected a month to be all he needed for his business to explode. And sure enough, it happened exactly as he thought. Dream's bots were too useful. They were manufactured power, something unseen in the wider universe. Dream didn't know of any others, god or otherwise, that could make use of physical energy and arcane transmutation to create bots capable of crushing anything above the Class 3 level. After all, normal power was individualized. A person had to increase the power of their souls through skills and levels, opening up larger energy reserves that could be used to move magic with greater power. But these bots didn't need the energy reserves of a soul. They could use energy from physical sources and convert it into magical power. While this conversion wasn't infinite, relying on enchantments to transmute, Dream made it so that the bots could be powered by anyone of any level. Even a Class 2, given enough time, could bring a Class 4 bot to full power. Or one could bring the bots to the armory and recharge them for a low price in mana crystals. And with their self-sustaining systems, the bots wouldn't decay even across thousands of years. Such a thing had never been seen before, and when all the functions of these bots were discovered, all the Azura worlds went ballistic. These bots were powerful servants. Who didn't want one of those? And all it took was a few stacks of wealth, or a soul. Dream wasn't stingy when it came to selling his bots. He could easily make trillions with the planet-sized factory known as Tersa Prime. But after his bots began to pick up in popularity, he rapidly increased the mana crystal price for them. After all, he primarily wanted souls, so he increased the incentive. With his price changes, souls became an even more valuable currency. But there was a catch. Only Class 4 souls and above could be used for purchase. Anything below that was too weak and not worth Dream's time. And Dream's expectations were met. At the end of that first month, he had received an influx of Class 4 souls, even a few Class 5 souls. All of these were dumped through the portals and shipped to Dream's doorstep. He giggled like a child when the package formed of crystal was handed to him by Aegis. It was like a Christmas present, and he quickly tore them out. Dream lacked dust. There were too many things he needed it for. And while Class 6 souls were the best sources of dust, technically, all souls had it. Class 4 and 5 souls were merely the only lower-level souls that contained decent amounts of it, and in large numbers, it would add up. It wasn't like experience that increased exponentially after every level, making it impossible to garner a lot from those with significantly lower levels than you. With that, Dream had effectively succeeded in his business plans. Not only that, but Dream was pleased by how his new city was prospering. Dream hadn't built the mechanical city for nothing. He wanted it to act as a hub where higher-level bots could be bought. More than that, he just wanted people to flock to this world, increasing its prosperity. To do this, he actually gave a discount to those who bought the bots from within the city. This led to a great many people not just traveling to his city, but permanently residing in it. Many could naturally see the opportunity, and Dream didn't prevent anybody from just walking through the portals he built. Thus, while the city was crowded by any means, there were still almost 1 million that frequented the place. This number would only grow, and with it the residents. All it would take was time. Everything Dream had put out was too attractive: manufactured power and the convenience of a mechanical city. His city was a paradise compared to many worlds, and his products were potentially the most revolutionary items in the universe. Of course, all of this popularity naturally garnered the focus of certain gods. Dream no longer resided on a desolate mountain. He resided within the most magnificent spire in his mechanical city. His repose was the top floor of this spire, a massive floor that spanned 2 miles in any direction. But this floor was entirely empty. Dream sat in the center all alone, a single chair under his person that he pondered while relaxing in. And he wasn't just staring off into space. Dream frequently focused on his conceptual worlds, comprehending their vast mysteries. As for any experiments, while he could do them in the conceptual worlds, in order to hide his identity, he only did experiments within the real world, specifically within his inventory where everything could be manipulated with his absolute control. Now, though, Dream was suddenly disturbed. A circular plate on the floor opened up, and a platform rose in its place. The platform carried 6 people, all of whom were demigods. In fact, they were all more powerful than Dream himself. Dream spun on his chair, turning to them with a smile. "Hello, how can I help you all?" He tapped his arm rest as the 6 drifted over to him. 4 men and 2 women. They lined up in front of Dream. Each carried vastly different auras as well as weapons across their backs or on their waists. A bow, an axe, a mace, a dagger, a scythe, and a spear. "We are envoys for the Reverend Majesties of the 7 God clans. We have come to relay a message to you. Their Majesties request your presence." 2 of them spoke, specifically the one carrying the spear and one carrying the bow. Dream bobbed his head, understanding what they wanted. "All right, I'll meet with them, except for that one." Dream pointed to the man who carried a spear. The man frowned. "I can't visit Versoid, at least not right now. It is rude to directly call a god by his name, let alone refuse their request." "What reason do you have?" "One that's beyond your pay grade. Just tell him that he'll know when I'm ready, and that there will be no need for me to visit at that time. Besides, he's a smart man. There's no way he demanded I be there. He can't afford that just yet." The spear envoy frowned even deeper hearing Dream's words. It was humiliating not just for this person who was weaker than him to seemingly stand above him in importance, but for him to speak of his god that way. But he didn't want to start conflict, or it was more like he disdained to. He collected himself, narrowing his eyes at Dream. "I'll relay your message, but a word of advice: correct your manners before someone does it for you. You may be a demigod, but there are differences in infinite power. Don't get arrogant." "Don't worry, I have no reason to be arrogant, but I will also caution you." Suddenly, Dream raised his hand. In it appeared a marble, one that didn't even glow with power like his fusion marbles. But Dream still smiled at it. "Don't think that infinite power trumps the finite. Your power may be infinite, but its output is limited. What if something explosive, a finite source of power, surpassed your rate of power output? It may only be for a moment, but that moment would be enough to annihilate you. Don't think for a moment that just because I have a lesser infinity, you can trample over me. And next time, watch yourself when you step onto someone else's home turf." Dream's eyes bored into the spear envoy. At that moment, the man felt all his instincts scream at him. He felt like the entire planet had aimed weapons of atrocious power at him. Even space seemed to tremble, just waiting to lock him up and tear him to shreds. In fact, while none of them felt it as severely as the spear envoy, the other envoys realized that they were sitting ducks too. Then, they all remembered Dream's business. What did it mean to manufacture power? Most took it at face value. Dream produced bots capable of spiting out laser beams or swinging swords with vast amounts of power backing them. Nobody had bought anything more powerful than a Class 5 bot. Naturally, None of these bots could harm a demigod, but those who looked a bit deeper realized something. A soul could only contain so much energy, and the methods to store that magical energy within external tools were extremely limited. What then would happen when someone learned to store the energy levels of a demigod across potentially trillions of devices? The answer just showed itself. Dream might not have a large infinity backing his power, but he was the best at accumulating. His entire planet was filled with weapons packed full of his energy. One of them might not be much, but trillions? If all that power was expelled all at once, there would be nothing left of even a demigod. This was the horrifying reality of Dream's ability. Through physical sources of power like fusion reactors, he could generate magical force. This allowed an unprecedented ability to accumulate power. Given enough time, who would be able to stand up to him? And he was still growing, his comprehensions deepening by the day. He would only get stronger. The envoys quickly realized the person they were dealing with. Dream only seemed like a great craftsman who liked machines, but behind that nice suit and smile was an unfathomable mind and skill. At least on his planet, none of them were safe from him. The planet was a death trap, and nobody knew it. Anyway, as the mood deepened, Dream suddenly clapped, snapping them all out of it. It would be a shame if all you guys came for was to relay messages. There are a great many sights and things to do in my city, more entertainment for a lifetime. You all are welcome to spend some time here. And, as a small token of my appreciation, take a few bots with you. At least for now. I have more than I know what to do with. With a snap of the fingers, 12 Class 5 bots appeared behind the envoys, 2 for each of them. Dream was gifting them these bots, totally free of charge. With that, the two parties said their goodbyes, the bots following their new masters. Dream went back to sitting atop his chair. Even as they were talking, he had been immersed in his thoughts. It took but the tiniest fraction of his mind to focus on engaging with those envoys. Dream was wholly concentrated on his conceptual worlds, but now, he had been going about things differently. In his concept of physical reality, Dream usually sat atop one of the branches of his tree. The tree gradually grew to spread throughout the world, but compared to the vast concept, it was but a drop in the ocean. Now, though, Dream had jumped off his tree, walking off in the direction of a mountain. Each of the people in this concept had a mountain, tall ones at that. "Hey ZG," Dream shouted upon approaching one of the mountains. Right after, ZG's figure appeared in front of him. He was even older than Dream last saw, now in his 30s. He was a grown man with greater maturity than his previously teenage self. "It's you. What can I help you with, Glassman? I was wondering if you could teach me about some of the things you know about this concept." "Teach you?" ZG was surprised. This could be said to be a stupid question, and it was a bit out of nowhere. First, who wanted someone else to gain more power than them? Second, Dream was now taking over the concept. The more he knew, the less others would. Dream could directly ban others from learning the parts of the concept that he had control of. Not even gods could do such a thing, and this was the primary reason why he was being hunted. Third, Dream was effectively an enemy of heaven. Finally, if others found out that ZG was assisting Dream, what would they do to him? ZG would also become public enemy number 1. There were too many personal and logical reasons for ZG to refuse, but Dream definitely knew all of this. None of them were stupid. "Are you asking me to teach you out of the kindness of my heart? To give up knowledge that you could potentially take away from me?" "Yeah, and I thought Asmodeus was shameless." "ZG, can it? Demon." After hearing an enraged roar from across the world, ZG shouted back in disgust. After shaking his head, ZG rested a blank gaze at Dream. "Let's see. If I'm found out to have helped you, information Asmodeus would gladly give up, then I could be hunted myself. There's a schism in heaven, and I'm currently neutral, but this would force me to pick your side. And when the highest choirs make their move, I would be doomed. There's no question that doing this would be nothing short of signing my death warrant. I'm only lucky that making such a choice would forsake my values." ZG rubbed his chin, thinking deeply. Then, he sighed. "I'm sorry, I can't help you." "All right, I understand." Dream nodded before walking off. ZG was a bit surprised by how easily he accepted it, but shrugged anyway. After ZG, Dream went to go visit Desalia. He found her atop her mountain, shifting through her garden. Dream's eyes sparkled when he saw her plants and the way she altered them with her power. "I'm sorry," she spoke when he arrived. What he saw under her loose robes was a bit tempting, especially with her bent over, but he didn't pay it any mind. Without any more words, Dream walked off, Desalia sighing. She was also of heaven, and she was in the same boat as Ziji. Then, Dream went to Quanta. Her mountain was riddled with all kinds of dead steampunk equipment. Some looked ancient, becoming more and more advanced the higher the mountain one rose. They all gave glimpses into her progress, until they finally reached the top. Dream was like a mortal man as he hiked up these mountains, climbing over crevices and large boulders. At some point, Quanta's mountain turned into a huge warehouse. Dream entered this warehouse, finding all kinds of machines and robots roaring in unison. "Step to the right, please," a voice echoed through across the metal walls. Dream did as he was instructed, and the next instant, a small bot with a helicopter top popped into existence beside his head. It beeped before flying off, teleporting across space spontaneously. "I have a bit more freedom in heaven." He heard that feminine voice echo again as he strutted amongst the thousands of contraptions. He was only slightly concentrated on the words, and wholly concentrated on understanding the equipment around him. "Unlike Ziji and Desalia, I'm only a resident in their territories. Upon arriving in this concept, I was careless with my words, and Asmodeus found me in the real world. He hunted me to heaven, and I've never been able to travel freely since. Not that heaven is a small place, but my life is still tied with heaven's blanket of safety." Eventually, Dream found a woman working on a bench. She assembled a tiny little robot butterfly comprised of various gears. It flew despite being made of metal, fluttering around the workbench. Quanta turned to Dream, seemingly analyzing his glass body. "I've always wanted to work with somebody, but nobody has ever been interested in mechanical hardware as much as I am. The others all focus on more conceptual things, like life, celestial physics, and entropy. Not that those things aren't important, but what use is it if you don't make something utilizing those concepts?" In dash, "Don't talk." Just as Dream was about to respond, Quanta threw up a hand. "Don't say anything. A single wrong word might give you away. Unless you're intent on starting this war, just stay quiet. Believe me, as stupid as he seems, Asmodeus has a sinister mind. He'll pick up on anything." "I heard that. Nobody cares. Demon." Quanta screamed back when the demon roared across the world. After giving him the bird, she sighed and turned back to Dream. She didn't say anything else, just looking at him with an expectant gaze. Eventually, Dream nodded. "All right." With that word, he turned and walked out, seemingly understanding something. He walked down Quanta's mountain, making his way toward one a bit further away. Above this mountain were 9 stars, and atop the mountain sat Hoi. Dream made his way up, eventually finding a large clearing that was perfectly flat with white marble. In the middle sat Hoi, meditating in silence. Dream sat beside him, spending some time in silence. "Do you know what kind of influence concepts have on the wider universe?" Hoi broke the silence with this question, keeping his cross-legged posture and eyes closed. "You likely don't come from anywhere near where I did, and yet you've heard my legend. Now, did I personally arrive on your world and shoot down 9 suns? No, I didn't, but I did shoot down 9 suns, and my legend has gone beyond just words. Through my ascension to godhood, my legend has been cemented into the concepts. Now, all the denizens of the universe become aware at some point of my legend, whether by mystical visions, dreams, or pure imagination. The concepts make others aware through any means. While this might not work in heaven's territories, it definitely works outside of it, where no influence is dominant." With those words, Hoi opened his eyes, his gaze boring into Dream's transparent body, as if trying to find the flaws in his transparency. Dream just sat there, though, unshaken. Still, he had a bit of an enlightenment. Didn't that mean that all of the religions of the world or ancient legends were actually true? Well, heaven was certainly real, as were angels. Hell was also there, and Dream had personally laid eyes on Asmodeus, the demon prince of lust. Now, there was Hoi, a man of ancient legend. Turns out, the concepts had buried these legends into the subconscious thoughts of Earth's people. It didn't come from nothing. Like the small event of Dream's ascendancy forming, he was yet again made aware of the nature of concepts. Hoi smiled, eventually sighing. "Unfortunately, I can't help you. I represent the immortal faction, and helping you would pit us against heaven and hell. Such a thing can result in our annihilation, and we've almost always been a neutral party. But I really am neutral. I won't stop you from keeping me company on this desolate mountain top. I just won't give advice. So feel free to stop by as you wish. Thank you. Dream smiled a bit before standing and descending the mountain. Then, he made his way over to the next mountain. Before he even got to the top, he could feel the potent aura of demons and sex. Still, Dream ascended all the same, eventually crossing into the abode of Asmodeus. So you've come. Dream heard a shout. At the same time, he got a clear view of exactly what the demon did up here. In simple words, it was a sex dungeon, a place of carnal desire. And although he knew they weren't true beings, Dream was surprised when he saw people walking about the place. All of them nude, of course. And Asmodeus was in the middle of it all, only ceasing his indulgence in carnal desire when Dream appeared. Maybe I should just leave. No, you've come to learn from me, right? Well, I can teach you everything you want to know. No, I don't want to know that. Dream backed away as the demon sauntered over, hiding nothing. While Dream was a man of pure knowledge and science, and he was sure the demon knew a lot about this concept, he was rethinking actually learning anything from him. Dream shook his head. I just figure this part out myself. Never mind. Hey, don't walk away when you have me on edge like this. Bleg. Dream's transparent face scrunched as he rushed out even quicker. Really? Why did he think this was a good idea? Chapter 283, False. The last place Dream stopped was Kevin's Mountain. At the base, he walked through the entrance of a mineshaft before descending through the eerily silent tunnels. At first, Dream didn't think that this tunnel could descend very far. From the ground until the edge of this world, one could only descend 2 miles at most. Dream's metal tree rooted a bit over a mile deep before hitting the edge of the inverted world. But Dream was easily able to tell when he went far deeper than what was possible. At some point, he went 20 miles deep. It was only here that he finally arrived at the end of the long tunnel. The sounds of clanging metal rang out as Dream turned a corner. When he peeked out, he saw Kevin digging away with his pickaxe. It didn't look like there was anything special behind his actions, but Dream refused to believe he did this for no reason. If you're here for tutelage, then start digging, Kevin plainly spoke, prompting Dream to conjure a pickaxe out of thin air. Merely using the molecules in the air, he could restructure their atomic configurations and construct anything he wanted. This caused Kevin to stop picking, though. He turned back to Dream, his eyes narrowed. How? Basic physics? Kevin was silent before going back to picking the hard stone in front of him. Dream joined by his side. Of course, Dream didn't suddenly start digging with his powers. He began mimicking Kevin, and even after picking, he found nothing special about this process. After a bit of silence, Kevin spoke. Physical reality is everything that comprises the third dimension. You are aware of dimensions? Yes. Dream nodded while swinging. The third dimension is everything material, obviously. The fourth dimension is everything magical, like mana, runa, ether, flux, and the like. Then there's the fifth dimension where concepts reside. You've come to a conclusion that just about every demigod has in this universe. Kevin let out a light breath. But that's incorrect. There are 3 dimensions in total. There's our third dimension, and within it is everything material and magical. Then, there's the second dimension below us, a place that comprises the fabric of reality. Then, there's the fourth dimension above us, where the concepts reside. Dream was silent, diving into deep thought. He didn't stop mining the stone in front of him. Everything I've seen points to magic being of a higher dimension. That's impossible for a simple reason. A difference in dimensions represents an infinite difference. There's a reason concepts are infinite, and that's because the fourth dimension above the third is infinitely more powerful. Just like something on the second dimension cannot harm a third-dimensional existence, those of the third cannot harm something purely in the fourth. Bridging those infinities is impossible. Therefore, all things magic reside in the third dimension alongside material. This includes the soul. It was at that moment Dream froze. Kevin glanced at him before continuing. At the same time, in the real universe atop the spire, Dream stood from his chair. All things magic are of the third dimension? Yes. Why didn't I realize that sooner? It makes sense. Dimensions are separated by infinity. So, There's no difference between controlling material and controlling magic. Or, there shouldn't be. But they are technically two fundamentally different existences. It warrants the use of two separate skills. But then how does your arcane transmutation work? Sophia suddenly asked. When Dream turned something magical into something material, he relied on the logic of descending magical energy into the lower dimensions and changing it. Well, technically the transmutation logic is still valid. Mana has to pass through the second dimension to become subatomic particles, but you are never actually ascending material when converting physical energy into magical energy because there isn't a magical higher dimension to ascend it to. Dream was silent. This was the dilemma he noticed too. Raising his hand, he suddenly tried to ascend material. Every other time he did this, either mana or flux would be produced, allowing him to affect magic with material. But now, it actually didn't work. He was unable to perform the same transmutation he had millions of times before. The logic has changed. I've become aware of the true nature of transmutation, and now, the concepts that allowed my previously naive self to perform this trick no longer do so. I must figure out the truth behind transmutation to use it again. To think I was so stupid. Dream shook his head. He had thought he cracked the code to dimensions and the relationship between magic and material. But now, he learned that he was painfully wrong. So he looked to his second concept, that of ethereal force, and he began a round of reformation. At first, all his theories were based off the assumption that magic operated in a higher dimension than material. Now that Dream knew that was wrong, he had to rebuild his foundations. So he immediately scrapped everything he knew about ethereal force. Previously, he had a domain within this concept at about 150 miles deep, all of which fell under his control. But with a thought, Dream threw it all away. The domain disappeared, and miraculously, he suddenly forgot everything he knew about magic. It was like the knowledge disappeared from his mind, as if he never learned it in the first place. With that lack of knowledge, Dream's cosmic form suddenly appeared. In an instant, it dispersed. The mana and runa that sought to annihilate each other reacted explosively, directly exploding the peak of the spire Dream sat in. Boom! The explosion was cataclysmic. After all, Dream's cosmic form contained godlike energy. This energy all spread outward, making the defense enchantments of the city look like a joke. At that moment, though, right when the city was about to be obliterated, the hexagonal megastructure around the planet glowed with life. Tersa also appeared on the planet's surface, pouring all her power into the surrounding megastructures. And with the power of enchantments and space, all the explosive power was contained and redirected, forced to eject outward. Tersa was strained even with her massive energy reserves, but she was able to push everything into space. Like that, a beam brighter than any star was created, shooting into the cosmos. As it passed by, some of the power leaked, and the hexagonal cage was devastated by these small leaks. A hole was created in the megastructure about 3,000 miles wide, stunning everyone below. After several seconds, the power dwindled, the beam dying down. When it was all dissipated, Tersa sighed in relief. Still, she shivered when she recalled that power. A massive hole to the chaotic void was close to being produced, and would have if not for the spatial stabilization of the cage. If Dream didn't build that, half the planet could have been sucked in and annihilated. Just his power could have destroyed the surrounding 50,000 miles, killing all life on the planet. When things died down, millions of bots responded to the sudden change, protecting everyone and catching any remnant debris. They immediately got to work on repairs. The spire was rebuilt by the second. Dream had also been thrown away with the explosions, though he wasn't injured. He created a crater a few miles away, sitting there as bots descended upon him. Without the knowledge of magic, Dream's very soul was incapable of wielding mana, flux, runa, or ether at all. Suddenly, he became a virtually powerless existence. If someone with a full spiritual body came right now, a mere class 4 or 5, Dream would be incapable of fighting them. After all, he couldn't affect mana any longer. He was a purely physical existence, now vulnerable to the almighty magic. And this fact didn't immediately change. As Dream stood up, Tersa descended beside him. "Master, what happened? I can't control magical energy anymore." Dream mumbled absent-mindedly. Tersa was shocked by this, though. Controlling magical energy was basically the foundation of a person's power. Without it, Dream was powerless. What? Seriously, what happened? Who did this? I did. Huh. Tersa was dumbfounded. Dream did this to himself? Was that even possible? I threw away every comprehension I had about magic because it was all founded on a false assumption. So until I restructure my view of the third dimension from the ground up, I won't be able to use anything like mana or flux or ether. How long will that take? I'm not sure. If mana exists on the same plane of existence as material, then there's a common reality between them. I'm aware of too much to manipulate any magical energy without understanding it at its roots. The concepts no longer bless me with power despite my ignorance of reality. So I must figure out this secret, and only then will I be able to wield magic once more. That's insane. Tersa couldn't help but grab her forehead. She didn't know what headaches were like, but she was sure to feel one right now if she were immortal. Couldn't you have learned it gradually? Why did you have to throw everything out so quickly? Because it's false. But you're vulnerable. Any random class 6 could come and kill you. You can't defend yourself. He always does this. Sophia chimed in, not even surprised. Dream had done far too many things without considering the consequences simply because it was an experiment or because it was the theoretically correct way to go. He's had more run-ins with death due to himself than others. And I'm the one stuck to this trigger-happy mad scientist. You have my respect, Sophia, Tersa solemnly responded. She couldn't imagine what it would be like to be tied to someone who constantly put their own life at risk. Warriors constantly fought against powerful foes, increasing their power on the edge of life and death. But Dream? At least others defied death. But he actively put himself on death's door. Who could throw away all their magical power simply because what they knew about it was wrong? Sophia would bet her life that nobody else in this wide universe had ever done what Dream just did. After all, what was science if you couldn't live to study it? But Dream didn't care. He'd stake his life on finding the truth. This was just another instance of him doing so. Dream just smiled like a child, scratching his head. I don't think this is that bad. You're powerless against what used to be mere mortals. Not necessarily. I may not be able to kill anyone at or above the Class 5 level, and perhaps some powerful Class 4s, but that doesn't mean I'm powerless. I still have science on my side. Only now, I have to use it purely to defend myself or run away. You won't be able to produce any more bots to sell. That too. Thankfully, I have stockpiles. Dream let out a light breath, dusting himself off and pulling his body out of some rubble. The ground behind him reformed in a few seconds, going back to its previously paved self. Aegis, my lord. After calling a name, the butler appeared beside Dream. You'll need to stay with me from now on. You'll be my only source of magical ability. Thankfully, you're outfitted with the best. I can still teleport around with you here. Anything for you, my lord. Ah, shucks. Dream giggled before Aegis shot into his body. His soul seemed to meld into Dream's before his body reappeared outside. This was Aegis symbiosis. He could attach himself to anyone and act as their defense. Now, Dream wouldn't have to ever worry about any sudden attacks. So what now? Tersa asked worriedly. She didn't know how long it would take Dream to figure out whatever it is he needed to, but it surely wouldn't be a short amount of time. What could he do until then? Dream rubbed his chin. I think I'll just wait around. At least now I can focus purely on my physical concept. I think that's the only thing I can do. After all, I can't use magic. Yes, you're temporarily banned from enchanting. Thankfully, you still retain everything else. Right. But you know, I'm beginning to wonder about where my wife is. Dream suddenly brought up a random topic, confusing Sophia. Why now? She could be anywhere in the universe. That's true. But if she were smart, then she'd be able to find me rather easily. How so? Melody became an Azura before we left Earth. My path has been paved by a certain god for potentially all my life. Where, then, do you think I would get sent to? Do you think Melody became an Azura for no reason? Sophia was momentarily stunned. That was right. Dream was always mad about his life being controlled and him being led around like a dog. That meant that Melody, who had become an Azura, would naturally end up in Azura territories simply because this god planned for it. And Dream had been with her during the shuttling through the void, making sure she didn't die. This was the only place Dream could be in all the universe. But why didn't you mention this earlier? If you predicted this, you could have told them before you guys left. Well, I hadn't actually thought of it until now. Sophia shut her mouth, unable to respond. Dream just smiled. Anyway, let's have fun relaxing. I'll be in my chair, if anyone needs me. Saying that, Dream began walking to the spire that was already rebuilt. Truly, Nanites were the best. After that incident, 2 years passed. Dream never met with the Azura gods who requested his presence, and none of them pressured him. This was because of the Spear Envoy and the message he passed to Versoid. When Versoid heard what Dream had said, he knew his suspicions were confirmed. Now, he just needed to wait for Dream, delaying the war as long as possible. So Dream was left alone on Tursa Prime. Since he was alone and had nothing to do, Dream went and took up residence with his family. He could work on the concepts and be with them all he wanted. So he did so. Melody also came and visited, but she was never made aware of what happened to Dream. And so, 2 boring years passed. Since Tursa could create up to Class 5 bots, there were no issues with his business. In fact, it only continued to explode. Dream was flooded with souls on the daily. Unfortunately, he couldn't extract dust anymore. So all those souls just accumulated in his inventory while mana crystals were recycled into Tursa for production. Other than that, there really wasn't anything else notable that occurred. Heaven and Hell, other than becoming a bit more aggressive, made no significant moves. They couldn't without knowing who the Seeker was. They didn't even make moves on the Wanderer faction and their worlds throughout the universe. After all, the Wanderer faction wasn't comprised entirely of those under the Wanderer system. Many were just that, Wanderers. They didn't have ties and just wanted to be on their own. But those under the Wanderer system were in fact hunted. Fortunately, through unknown means, all of them were able to disappear somehow. Only few were found wandering the universe, and nobody was able to actually capture or kill them. So the universe entered a period of stagnation. But the demigods and gods knew this was the calm before the storm. As more time passed, the more they knew this war would be a big one. They all wondered how the Seeker in question was preparing for this war, how he was accumulating to strike with his full power. If they knew he was actually just lazing around on a sofa and watching TV, they might have an aneurysm. But truth be told, Dream was in fact readying himself. He rapidly gained comprehensions into the concept of physical reality. Every time his metal tree grew, Dream's rate of comprehension only increased. His realizations cascaded into each other, building off each other to construct this tree. At some point, the tree had grown to 30 miles high, and its roots expanded to engulf around 20% of the concept. The others in the concept watched as new leaves were grown every single day. They knew it was only a matter of time until Dream fully comprehended the concept. Of course, he didn't do all this alone. He frequently stopped by Kevin's mineshaft, as well as Hoi's celestial meditation platform. Kevin constantly riddled him with profound words and concepts, while Dream was able to garner insight into Hoi's celestial formations. These weren't just meaningless practices of theirs, but roads they paved on the way to enlightenment. Of course, he also stole some of Quanta's gadgets to study, but she only scolded him, not even taking them back. On top of all of this, Versoid also joined in on the teaching. After all, he was the one with the deepest comprehensions. He helped Dream greatly. This all lasted for 2 years, but it was at this time that there was a change. Suddenly, on one of Heaven's primary worlds, Luna's head snapped upward. She stood within a large hall, a crystal table in front of her. Alice was beside her, flickering in and out of existence. She noticed this reaction, tilting her head. "What's wrong? I know where Dream is." "Really?" Alice's eyes widened, her figure fully manifesting. "Where?" Melody became an Azura before we left. The god that Dream doesn't like always had a plan for him. Melody wouldn't become an Azura for no reason. They're in the Azura territories. Alice quickly understood. But then, she smacked her forehead. "Why didn't we think of that sooner?" "I really don't know." Luna also shook her head dejectedly. She felt really stupid at this moment. "Well, let's go then." Luna suddenly swiped her finger. A portal was formed through the chaotic void, and they stepped through. Chapter 284, Protection. Luna and Alice instantly appeared on the other side of the portal, and they looked at their new surroundings. There were tall buildings all around, and people rushing down busy streets. All of them were Azurus. The blood drop primary world, Luna mumbled. She obviously had intel on this place, and all the other significant celestial landmarks throughout the universe. Coming here was simple for her. Then, she turned her head, looking at the building beside her. Dream's Armory? She was a bit stunned when she saw all the thousands of people flooding in and out of this cubic building. Before she could get curious, though, she suddenly felt herself shudder. Her soul bond that had been dormant for years was finally strengthened. She could feel Dream on the other side, and immediately knew exactly where he was. Alice felt the same thing. Without hesitation, both of them jumped into the void, appearing on the planet next to the primary world. Specifically, she appeared in Dream's mechanical city atop the spire. Dream sat in his chair, smiling as Luna and Alice appeared before him. "Hello, ladies." He chuckled like a child, a truly bright smile on his face. Luna also smiled lovingly, finally relieved to see her husband after several years. Alice directly shot forward, landing in Dream's lap and laying her lips across his. As they kissed, their soul bond was strengthened thousands of times over, directly forming another divine sea exclusively for the purpose of their bond. When the sea was finished, Alice pulled back, looking deep into Dream's eyes. Contrary to Dream's grin, she was frowning. "What did you do?" Alice questioned, immediately seeing Dream's weakness. He had no magical signature, and his divine sea of magic was void of any power. He was a purely physical existence. Dream scratched his head. Luna noticed the same thing too. "Well, I discovered something. Turns out, there are only 3 dimensions: the second, third, and fourth. All magic resides in the third, unlike my previous assumption of it being in the fourth. Because of this false assumption, I had to rebuild my comprehension of magic from the ground up. With your mind, something like that should happen instantly. No, it wouldn't be necessary in the first place. You would just correct your foundation. In normal circumstances, yes. But along with my realization, I've understood that there is a connection between matter and mana rooted in the fabric of reality. Until I find that connection, I can't wield magic. The concepts won't allow you to." Luna suddenly chimed in. She could quickly figure out Dream's dilemma. Dream turned to Luna, suddenly standing and walking over to her. When he kissed her as well, the same divine sea was formed for her as with Alice, bringing their bond to another level. When he pulled away, he was a bit baffled. 8 concepts? Huh? And you're on the verge of becoming a god. Really? I've fallen behind. You too. Dream turned back to Alice. I can't even sense your root in the third dimension. You're trying to erase your existence, but I worry that I'll truly erase myself from reality? Yes. Don't worry. Alice giggled a bit. I can be both alive and dead. Let's hope so. Dream sighed, making his way back to his chair. Anyway, I'm a weakling now. You guys must have heard about the war. Yes, I already have a large portion of angelic legions under my command, along with the support of many demigods who want to protect you. I see. Versoid, the spear god, has also pledged to protect me. He said the rest of the Azura clans will as well, so the Azura faction is on our side. Good to know. Luna nodded with a bit of thought. She glanced at Dream, seeing his truly weak existence. Without magic, and especially without arcane transmutation, it simply wasn't possible for him to fight any magical beings. But now that she was here, she could protect him. It's a good thing I thought of Melody. Took you long enough. I thought of how you guys should find me years ago. Hey, I was busy taking over armies and pulling generals under my command. I formed you an army of several trillion angels, none of which are weaker than Class 4. Well, I was able to build myself an army of trillions of bots, some of which are Class 5s. Yeah, I noticed that, Luna mumbled while turning her head. Even with all her power, she couldn't do what Dream did, and she had seen exactly what he did. It was ridiculous to think he could fight her entire army with manufactured bots. It made all her work seem much less impressive. Then again, Dream also knew her powers went far beyond her army. He could feel the depths of her being. She truly was on the verge of becoming a god. She made it seem so easy, and made Dream seem like an idiot who was barely beginning to take over his own concept. Who really had the powerful mind now? Dream shook his head. Well, I have nothing to do except ponder life. Once I crack this secret, I'll be back to how I was. In the meantime, Don't go talking to Versoid or the other Azura clans. Just stay back and accumulate. Why? Well, neither of us want the war to start yet, and I have a feeling something is searching for me. I feel that if I meet Versoid, I'll be discovered. I'm not sure why, but I'm trusting my gut on this. Dream laid out his totally illogical reason, and Luna was slightly shocked. Dream never did things based on gut feelings. He was a logical man, the most pragmatic one there was. So this was new, but she went with it. Now more than ever she knew that the concepts could expose their effects in mysterious ways. Dream's ascendancy being formed was one such way. This was another. All right, I'll sit tight. Thank you. Also, prepare all the worlds under your command to be transported on a moment's notice. When the war does start, things will be easier if all our power is brought together. Moving worlds can also help us when dealing with invasions. Go ahead and study the cage around this planet and say hello to Tersa, the Terra Core. I'm her master. So that's who's locking onto me with every weapon on this planet? Yes. Suddenly, Tersa appeared beside Dream. She looked at Luna and Alice warily. And as Dream couldn't even detect magic, he didn't notice how Tersa had focused every megastructure on them as soon as they appeared. Luna smiled at Tersa. Hello, Tersa. I'm Luna, Dream's wife. Luna held up her hand with that greeting. Tersa looked at her finger, seeing the cosmic ring that radiated Dream's unfathomable aura. Nice to meet you. Tersa nodded before looking around. She couldn't find Alice. Then, she felt a pair of arms hug her from behind. She froze. Although this was her avatar, she felt like Alice had locked onto her soul through this very avatar. Alice smiled while poking at Tersa's cheek. You're cute. Dream found himself a good guardian. But it's a shame you're still a secondary world. When will you touch your concept? I don't know. I see. Alice stroked Tersa's hair. Dream was a bit surprised by her words, though. What's this concept you speak of? All Terra cores are capable of touching upon a single concept built exclusively for them. When they touch that concept, they gain infinite power like demigods. From then on, their world becomes eternal, making them a primary world. It looks like Tersa is still young, but there are enough people on this planet for her to begin touching her concept, so the world's population is the prerequisite? In a way, Alice's words drifted, causing Luna to chime in. A Terra Core's purpose is to house people, to be the overseer of civilizations. There are about 1.6 trillion people on this planet, and Tersa has the sheer power of a developed secondary world. So technically, she should have met the prerequisite. Luna pondered after scanning the planet. Dream's mechanical city, after 2 years, had become a bustling metropolis far larger than Earth. Even Earth had become secondary to this city, and over half the planet had been occupied. Along with the expansion of those who migrated here from the 6,000 Azura secondary worlds, the mechanical city had been expanded, and over a third of the planet was now something of a machine world. There were thousands of spires that pierced into space all over Tersa Prime, and every day, the population only grew. This was how attractive Dream's planet was to people. At first, many had come for the discount, an effective lure. But now, this planet had become the ultimate hub for economic prosperity, surpassing any single one of the Azura primary worlds. The Red Eye clan had also become the heads of this planet, acting as something of a government body. Dream allowed them to do this since it was his recommendation to come here. With all these factors, Luna had guessed that Tersa should be on the verge of advancing, but it didn't seem like he had yet. Dream pondered, what if I gave her a supply of dust? That should put her in contact with the concepts. An artificial awakening? I don't know. That's extremely dangerous. How do you think I touched the concepts? You're not normal. Luna was momentarily baffled before shaking her head. Even when she had realized dust, she hadn't forcefully enlightened herself with it. Not long after her Class 5 advancement, she had been pulled up by the concepts, not unlike how Dream was. She earned their approval, and since she already realized dust, she could begin comprehending them immediately. Dream had only been a Class 4 when the concepts acknowledged him, so he had to enlighten himself after the fact. Luna knew that things were different for him. It was why she didn't look down on his power despite him being many times weaker than her at his peak. She knew the difficulty of what he was attempting to do. Dream shrugged. I think it's worth a try. You should know how to manipulate dust, right? Well, go ahead and help Tersa realize hers. Maybe that will trigger the advancement. Also, I have a massive stockpile of souls in my inventory. Take it if you need more dust. All right. After giving it some thought, she nodded. Dream then looked between Luna and Alice. He suddenly smiled. I thank you in advance for your protection. I'm only sorry that I can only supply up to Class 5 bots. Don't worry about it. Luna gazed at Dream with a loving smile, walking over and combing his hair. I can't be here all hours of the day, but Alice can. I'll head back to heaven and prepare. I'm bringing together all those on our side of the schism. I also plan to make contact with Iris since she's leading a similar effort. I hear she's attempting to overthrow one of the demon kings. I may help her with that. Do what you need. Oh, and if you guys could, go after Asmodeus first. Why? My concept, that of physical reality. Asmodeus is in it. Oh, then I'll tell her. Luna nodded. Of course, she would make sure nothing got traced back to Dream. Nobody wanted the war to begin yet. After that, Luna spent some more time in the spire before teleporting back. Alice remained by Dream's side. When Luna left, she sat in his lap again. Hey, tell me about your concepts. It'll help me. Really? Dream was pleasantly surprised. Was she actually asking him to teach her science? Well, I'd be happy to. First, let me run you through my theory of everything. In desolate space, on a planet as barren as cracked desert, Iris tread along the hard ground in her fox form. She occasionally growled, shaking her head as if flies were buzzing around her head. Then, she stopped, looking up at the sky. Luna descended from above. Like she had appeared in front of Dream, she was dressed in a flowing silvery blue dress. The ground below froze, creating a platform of ice for her bare feet to step on. Surprisingly, Iris didn't look at her sister with any kind of familial love. She snickered. You've become more and more unbearable, Luna. Please stop looking at me with those beady eyes of yours. It makes me want to eat you. A hoarse voice came from Iris' mouth, causing Luna to frown. We've both changed, Iris. No, I've only become more genuine. This is who I've always been. You, on the other hand, have forged yourself a truly deceitful mask. What would your people think, your loyal generals, if they knew that you would throw away their lives on a whim for a single man? As if you wouldn't eat all your soldiers for the same reason. Oh, but at least they know I would. Iris cackled a bit more while Luna shook her head. The things she had to do couldn't be done so straightforwardly. That wasn't how a king or queen ruled. But such reasoning wouldn't work with Iris. Iris growled at Luna. So, tell me why you've come to my slice of hell before I eat you along with this Terra core. I found our husband. Iris' eyes widened before narrowing again. That's news I like to hear. He's in the Azura faction. Those clans are going to protect him. And for his sake, I've come to offer my help to you. I don't need your help. I don't care. You can't fight the Demon Kings alone. And you should know that you need to target Asmodeus first. Why? Iris narrowed her eyes further. You can't know that. If you do, the war will start. None of us can handle that right now. Fine. Iris gave up, letting out a fiery breath. I'll kill Asmodeus first, and you'll help me. But this doesn't mean heaven and hell will unite. Let me make something very clear to you, sister. Iris seemed to grow several sizes, towering over Luna and baring her ferocious teeth. We may have our temporary alliances, but make no mistake, I will destroy your armies of heaven. I'm going to eat all those demons who oppose me as well. And don't think I can't fight 2 wars. When I'm done, there will be no heaven or hell. There will be me and Dream, ruling this universe with impunity. And if you're not careful, you may disappear along with your tasty angels. Iris licked her teeth, a wave of fire billowing out of her nostrils. The fire washed past Luna. It was at that moment, though, that Iris suddenly stepped back. A snowflake shot past her face, and a thin red line appeared, dripping corrosive blood. Luna raised her head a bit. It was then that her aura changed. She was no longer the elegant, humble woman. Now, she stood like a true ruler, like a queen that nothing would enter the eyes of. Iris growled at that domineering figure that looked down on her, like she did to the lowly demons in her army. Finally dropped the cutesy act. Huh? Iris snickered, only to shoot into space the next moment. Suddenly, the entire planet below froze. Of course, this wasn't normal freezing. Every atom and every strand of magic was halted in its tracks. Everything in that part of the dimension was frozen in time. And Luna stood atop this now frozen wasteland, looking up at Iris in space. "Don't get cocky, sister." Luna's voice turned otherworldly, ringing in Iris' mind. "You're not the only one who seeks to take over the universe. All I've seen you do is eat a few demon lords. I have control over those that can kill demon lords. I have control over a primary world. You're naive to even think that you can fight me with your pitiful power. So I'll extend the same warning. Watch yourself before you get surrounded without even knowing it. Though, you don't have to worry too much. It would devastate Dream if you were to disappear. So you can at least know that you have my protection." "I don't need your protection, you pompous bitch." With her scream, Iris grew to the size of the planet, bearing down on Luna with all her power. "There is nothing I can't eat. I'm chewing on concepts. I can even eat gods. Don't you dare threaten me." "You've fallen, sister." Luna's sigh reached Iris' mind, but Iris knew it carried little care. Or, at least that's how she saw it. "Shut up." Whoosh. With a roar, Luna felt all the space around her be sucked in by Iris. The chaotic void was exposed, engulfing them along with the planet. But Luna wasn't affected. With a single step and shake of the head, she teleported away, returning to heaven. Iris roared out, "Just you wait. All will fall by my power. I will reign supreme." Chapter 285, War. Nothing changed much after Luna and Alice appeared. For the next long while, Dream continued to lay back and ponder the universe. In his concept of physical reality, Dream was constantly learning all he could from those around him. Versoid gave the greatest amounts of information while Dream occasionally mined away with Kevin or steal some of Quana's gadgets. After some time, Dream quickly noticed an abnormality with the others, though. None of them attempted to comprehend all aspects of physical reality. For instance, Quana specialized in devices based off of quantum mechanics, but Kevin hadn't the slightest clue about how Quana's bots worked. For someone who was comprehending a concept, Dream found it shocking to know that they didn't study everything. They all fell into their own specialized paths and pushed that set of knowledge to its extremes. This was very much unlike Dream, who worked from the ground up, learning absolutely everything he could across every subject. Dream obviously asked about this, and the answer he got was surprising. Apparently, the concept of physical reality was indeed one of the highest concepts. Dream had seen the 7 monoliths in the legacy space, those holding conceptual information for time, creation, annihilation, and other concepts. Those concepts were the highest concepts in all the universe. And physical reality was the highest concept under the creation concept. In short, it was a hard concept, and there was no god for the concept. To become the god of a concept, you had to fully comprehend it. Nobody had yet to do so. Versoid had even given Dream a frame of reference. Versoid was the god of the concept of the spear, and that concept was far lesser than physical reality. Not even he could get past a certain level, and that was with his godly existence. It was at this point, though, that Dream came to an impasse in his thoughts. What gave someone the ability to comprehend a concept? Why did there seem to be limits? Versoid was a god. To someone like that, was there such thing as potential or talent? Many people thought that talent was inherent, something they were born with. Becoming a Class 6 meant bringing together all of your talent and potential, forming the highest being you could be. With your ultimate being, you would comprehend the concepts. In that case, it was your Class 6 soul that placed limits on your comprehension. Still, Dream wanted to know what it meant to comprehend something, and how that filled the finite vessel that was the soul. Going that far, Dream didn't seem to believe in the notion of talent. There was always a root to someone's power. Dream had always been able to increase his power with something. At first it was mana, then flux, then ether, then divine light, then dust, and now concepts. There was always something beyond talent that increased a person's power. In this way, Dream even treated himself as mere material, just like he did those poor souls he used for dust extraction. He knew that he was a mere conglomeration of divine light and changes in informational states. While he became a partially conceptual existence through dust, he still believed that he was mere energy, purely because there was a root to everything. Therefore, he didn't believe in anything abstract like talent. The fact that he manufactured bots with power was proof that talent was just some obscure notion of intellectual differences. In short, power did not stem from the abstract. Whether it was dust or concepts, Dream wanted to find the root to these apparent limits. He wanted to find the why behind progression. This is what he's always done. Only this time, it would be countless times more difficult. It wasn't simply grasping at faint energies in the atmosphere. It was truly poking at the secrets of the universe. And Dream knew it would take a while. Fortunately, while he wouldn't be able to comprehend physical reality anytime soon, he did have other ideas. Dream knew that he was now a partially conceptual existence. Because of this, those persons in his two conceptual worlds were similarly infinite. But he couldn't go suddenly creating infinite copies of those bodies. His self in the third dimension was still finite. So, he opted for an experiment. In the concept of ethereal force, Dream's transparent figure had been drifting around the topmost layer of stormy magical seas, trying to grasp at even the simplest rules behind magic. He had zero progress, so that body was just floating around aimlessly. Until it suddenly sat up. The body shook several times, distorting and becoming indiscernible for occasional moments. This happened over the course of several days before finally, the transparent figure split in two. One body remained while the other shot out of the concept. Ouch. In the real world, Dream frowned as his mind space cracked. With a thought, he retrieved some divine light from his sea and formed another divine sea. After rooting the additional conceptual existence to the divine sea, he stabilized. So the limit of my conceptual bodies is the amount of divine seas I can produce. I can't produce a lot, and as my concepts get stronger, I need to reinforce the seas with divine light. I can reasonably accommodate 13 total bodies. Dream came to that conclusion, obviously factoring in a safeguard storage of divine light. Then, the body that was now floating in conceptual space split. From it came 10 more copies, making 13 total. The 11 copies in conceptual space looked around. Conceptual space was a realm where the concepts resides in tangible forms. Looking up, Dream could see some of the highest concepts. He could see the concept of creation, life, annihilation, and death floating as massive worlds at the peaks of conceptual space. He couldn't see the concepts of order, chaos, or time, likely because they were far too powerful to be contained as tangible bodies. And below these concepts were the lesser concepts. Dream could see both of his concepts, that of physical reality and ethereal force. These two were located underneath and attached to creation, life, annihilation, and death. Combinations of concepts could produce a myriad of others, and many could be connected to a single one. Dream saw this as he looked further and further down, seeing countless branches to countless different concepts. Really, there seemed to be a concept for everything. Electromagnetism, water, the sword, light, wood, metal, blood, lineage, the moon, valiance, love, fear, darkness, all kinds of concepts for all kinds of different things in the universe. Of course, many of the inconsequential ones weren't that powerful, but nonetheless, they were concepts. And Dream has a simple goal when he decided to make copies of his conceptual self. Unlike others, he wasn't limited by being blessed by the concepts. Or, that was his assumption. Either way, he wasn't under the system, and he didn't have to only pick two concepts. So long as he could handle it, he could go to as many concepts as he wanted. So he looked around, remembering all the myriads of concepts. At some point, he was able to discover which concepts had gods controlling them. But he didn't care much. Luna had left him with a great deal of information, and this information told him that unlike what he was doing, not even gods could restrict access to a concept. At most, they could maintain their position as a god, but even that was debatable. They could be brought down and killed, their concept being taken over by another. Under the system, nothing was absolute. This was what made Dream's control so terrifying. He was actually able to control a concept to its core. If he became the god of a concept, he could kick everyone else out, barring them from ever comprehending his concept. This was why a universal war was on the horizon. Many didn't want him to have this power, but that was something to worry about later. For now, Dream decided to just find himself a few concepts that he liked. Before he could move far, though, Dream's soul suddenly shuddered. Then, all of conceptual space rippled around him. It wasn't threatening. In fact, it was almost pleading. Then, thousands of rays of light shot toward his bodies. When Dream received and processed all the information passed to him, he was baffled. They've blessed me. Dream could sense thousands of marks now present within his mind space. As if they had sensed his desire to comprehend other concepts, these concepts actively reached out to him, all of them blessing him with the right to enter their worlds. There were few that didn't reach out to him. Only the abysmally weak ones and highest concepts didn't. Well, I guess that makes things easier. Now, what to choose? With basically every door open to him now, Dream merely had to pick which ones to walk through. He looked around, pondering for a long while. 5 more years pass. Unfortunately, Dream was nowhere nearer to fixing his problem. Over the 5 years, he did nothing more than ponder the universe, constantly trying to attempt to take back control of magic. Unfortunately, he could still do nothing more than wave rocks around. On the other hand, Luna and Alice only got more power. Luna was even closer to becoming a goddess in one of her lesser concepts. Only, she would have to fight the god of the concept to do so, something she was holding off on doing so as to not risk attracting attention and Dream being discovered. Alice also seemed to become more and more non-existent. It has long since passed the point of Dream not being able to see her unless she wanted him to. Even Luna could barely make out Alice's existence when she really wanted to hide. And although they were more than capable of protecting Dream, they still only got more and more worried. Although Dream didn't mention anything, he was actually getting less powerful over time. Even his control over the material world began to slip through his fingers. Dream was now occupying 11 more concepts, 6 in low-level magic concepts, and 5 in low-level material concepts. But as he began to learn more and more, he realized that everything he knew about controlling the material, while not false, was extraordinarily complex. Dream had previously controlled the material world with his will. He was capable of grasping the smallest building blocks of the universe in order to construct anything he wanted. Even the fundamental forces could be altered as he wished. But he realized that will alone couldn't possibly control even dirt, and as soon as he came to this conjecture, he lost his unfathomable manipulation abilities. Dream was lucky that the atrocious energy flowing through his physical body was self-contained, and he never ended up detonating like his cosmic form. Still, he was now nothing more than a flesh and blood man whose flesh and blood coursed with the power of the star. All of this caused Luna and Alice to become more and more worried. Dream was basically tossing away all of his power because he didn't have the whole truth. While Luna knew that the concepts were at partial fault, she also knew that if Dream remained partially ignorant of what he didn't know, then he would be able to retain his power. Because Dream knew that his powers shouldn't work, the concepts no longer made things work automatically for him. Everyone else in the universe had the benefit of the doubt. Long ago, when Dream and Iris were nothing more than Class 2s, Iris had been able to create fire from mana. Dream refused to believe it was possible, and technically, it wasn't possible for her to do that. Did Iris know how to change the state of existence for mana to become fire? Of course not. But because she was ignorant, the concepts allowed the transformation to happen. If not for this, nobody in the universe would be able to wield abilities and skills. And now, Dream was realizing his ignorance. And because he knew his abilities shouldn't work, the concepts no longer gave his powers the magical abilities to just work like they always have. Now, Dream was required to learn of the true whys behind the functions of the universe. Otherwise, he wouldn't be capable of wielding power. If he remained ignorant, then he could regain his powers. But Dream refused to do such a thing. He would rather throw everything away before he willfully chose to become ignorant. While Luna was distressed by this, she never once attempted to change his mind. As he told her long ago, his pursuit of knowledge came first. Power was always secondary. He had always followed this principle, putting his life at risk dozens of times for the mere acquisition of knowledge. This was no different. But despite his loss of power, Dream didn't actually lose the miraculous abilities of his mind. While Dream also knew that his mind shouldn't work the way it did, he wasn't yet smart enough to know what he didn't know. So he retained those abilities, keeping the door open for someday comprehending the secrets he needed to know. And so, the universe was kept in a state of limbo. Dream was still nowhere to be found, so the war couldn't start. However, it was at the end of those 5 years that the situation saw a slight change. Iris began to attack heaven. It was both a small and significant matter. Iris marched with armies onto one of the largest battlefields between heaven and hell, a secondary world that had been forged through the fires of war for countless years. It was one of the many deadlock planets, a place of eternal death. Luna had come to Dream with news once she had conquered the planet, taking no more than a day to do so. However, Dream hadn't the mind to care too much. Or, he cared about Iris news, but in a different way. Asmodeus is dead. As Luna spoke of her news, Dream suddenly blurted out. Luna was quickly shocked. Iris killed him? Seems like it. And she's in my concept. Dream spoke as his awareness focused on his concept of physical reality. Dream had been sitting with Hoey atop his celestial platform, but as soon as Asmodeus quietly died, everyone noticed the change. They especially noticed the tyrannical figure that marched into the concept not long after. With every step the massive fox took, a portion of the concept was seemingly eroded and eaten. While it wasn't quick, and the concept wasn't actually damaged, everyone still felt control over a tiny portion of the concept slip from their fingers. Of course, Dream had long lost his comprehensions, but he still felt the change. Dream stood from the platform. While everyone else seemed to teleport using their abilities, Dream had to opt for a brutish approach, directly jumping across the planet with his powerful legs. With a bang, Dream arrived. The small forest he landed in was quickly burned away, the trees disintegrating until there wasn't even ash left. The fox that has stopped its march looked around, growling at the others. So this is where Asmodeus was hiding? The sex dungeon atop his mountain was surely fitting. It was far worse on his primary world, though. I swear, I've never seen so many willfully nude demons frolicking about. Iris' voice was grating on the soul, making everyone frown. Ziji, who was now an old man, snorted at the fox. You, World Eater, how did you come here? Oh, you must be that Ziji. I came here after killing that damned Asmodeus, and I took everything he was good for. The god of lust. It's a dirty concept, but damn was it tasty. The terra core of his primary world was good too. No way. Ziji was a bit horrified. While he abhorred Asmodeus, he knew just how powerful he was. Everyone was in disbelief as Iris' aura only grew more powerful. That was when Iris finally laid eyes on that transparent figure. At first, she didn't recognize who it was, but then she remembered her sister's words, and her eyes widened. Dream tilted his head. So you're eating gods now? Huh? Dream. The fox suddenly recoiled, and everyone perked up. Then, they were shocked again when the fox quickly backpedaled. No, I can't. Iris, don't look at me. Dream was surprised when Iris turned tail, shooting into the ground of the world. Before he could say anything else, she exited the concept, her hold over the concept vanishing with it. The world instantly healed, the lively forest returning. Ziji had turned to Dream though, his eyes wide. You're the Azura craftsman? Yeah. Dream scratched his head as his figure was no longer transparent. He now looked like his normal self. Ziji was smart, so there was no use in hiding it any longer. Don't tell anyone though. It's no longer up to me. Ziji shook his head. At that moment, they all felt a strong ripple in the concepts. Suddenly, from the center of the concept, a large eye appeared. Seeker. A roar shook the concept, and the eye focused on Dream's form. It was then that Dream sighed. So you're the one who was looking for me? I had avoided it as long as I could. The universe will have your soul. Good luck getting past my wives. They're seriously scary right now. Dream waved at the eye with a smile. It wasn't a contemptuous smile. It was as if he was merely informing the eye of the reality. With a blink, the eye disappeared as quickly as it came. Dream let out another sigh, turning to Versoid. Well, looks like the war is starting. Buckle up, friend. Versoid's eye twitched. How could Dream be so nonchalant about all this? It baffled the others as well. I'll be in Kevin's mineshaft if you need me. Saying that, Dream turned and walked away, making his way over to the mineshaft. Everyone looked at each other, profound thoughts brewing behind their minds. At the same time, in the real world, Dream turned to Luna. Hey wife, the war has started. Huh, like the universal war. I've been found. Interesting. Luna seemed to stifle a smile, looking off into the distance. It was a tragic event, but she had secretly been looking forward to it. Alice also appeared at that moment. She was a bit more honest with her feelings, and she began jumping for joy. Finally, Hey Luna, let's go kill those gods. Once you take their god cores, you'll finally become a goddess. The sooner the better. Dream? I'll be fine. Versoid should be coming over when you leave. Go on and become the goddess you were always meant to be. So cheesy. Luna smiled brightly before giving Dream a kiss. Once Alice did the same. The duo teleported away, off to kill the gods in their way. For a moment, there was silence in the spire that Dream sat atop of, the floor that extended for miles around, the windows that gave view into the surrounding universe. It was both incredibly lonely yet comfortable for that lone man sitting lazily in his chair. His head gradually hung, his hands supporting his chin. I guess I better stop accumulating. It's time to take another step forward. Isn't that right? Dream's head drifted. To his side, he could see a vague figure, both real yet not a part of this universe. The figure looked back, a small smile on its face. It waved before disappearing. Silas, Chapter 286, God Core/Chaos. What was that? How do you know the World Eater? Not long after Luna left, Versoid appeared in front of Dream. He wasn't the only one. The rest of the Azura gods appeared as well. 7 gods stood around Dream, who continued to sit lazily in his chair. Truly, any demigod standing in here now might pass out from the stifling wills. But Dream remained unaffected, simply because he understood far too much about will. He scratched his head. Dream was honestly surprised, not by Iris, but by how quickly everyone was able to figure out who he was. ZG only needed to hear that single name, Dream, and he figured out who he was. Of course, ZG also knew far more about the universe than Dream. ZG knew the famous World Eater, Iris, and knew that she had come from a world with an Azura craftsman. This was Dream's lie that he planted not just in Gyro's head, but in his book as well. The book that Gyros held carried all the information about the world he oversaw, and anybody above him could look at all the myriads of records in the books. So ZG, along with thousands of other high-ranking angels, had all studied this World Eater and knew about Dream. As soon as ZG saw the World Eater called Dream by his name, he made the connection. Dream was the Seeker. As for the giant eyeball, Dream wasn't sure what that was. He only knew that someone had been searching for him, a small intuition given by the concepts. That eyeball was the Stalker, and it seemed to be able to grasp all kinds of information from angels under heaven. As soon as ZG came to make the connection, the eyeball also seemed to discover it, ending in Dream's discovery. Now, there was no need to hide, leading to the Azura gods appearing before Dream, the center of all this conflict. The World Eater has a name. She's my wife, Iris. You're married to the World Eater. A few of the gods couldn't help but let out wry chuckles. Dream was confused, though. If you could, tell me about her. What's with the name? The World Eater is a recently ascended demon. As you now know, she killed Asmodeus. But before then, she became famous after swallowing several worlds whole. Versoid scowled, obviously a bit fearful of the World Eater. That monster has eaten trillions, both innocent and evil. She will eat both demons and angels, the powerful and powerless. If not for the fact that she were so indiscriminate in her massacres and genocides, she'd be one of the most heinous demons in hell, only below the great demon kings. The fact that you're married to her. Everyone looked at Dream with solemn gazes. He just shrugged. What can I say? My wives are good at what they do. This is a serious matter, Dream. Yes. What am I supposed to do, though? I didn't even know about her legend until now. Just take comfort in the fact that she at least won't eat you Azuras. How can you be so sure? Because right now, there are only 2 people in this universe she cares about. Dream smiled a bit. I'm one of those people. And the second? She'll meet with you eventually. When that time comes, do take her instructions to heart. Not even I can compare to her administrative skills. Dream sighed a bit. Luna's ability to navigate the legions of heaven was astonishing. The fact that her rule had only been under question when she rose to control a primary world went to show just how much influence she had over key angels. While many of her methods were dirty and underhanded, Dream didn't particularly care. Just how he didn't care about Iris eating trillions of people, innocent or otherwise. So, what now? Aspherite, the bow goddess, chirped with the most important question. All of them were nervous. The universal war had finally broken out, and the Azura clans would be the center of attention. They would be invaded by trillions and attacked by gods. Everyone would gather to either kill or protect the seeker. This didn't seem to bother the man in question, though. He just waved his hands in resignation. My wife will handle things. She's currently becoming a goddess. Let's see. She left about 20 minutes ago. I'm back. Just as Dream opened his pocket watch, a new aura flooded the room. The gods all looked over. A woman dressed in white and blue garments, looking like a Greek goddess with a spear and a crown with the crest of the Dreamer Ascendancy. It used to be that of the moon, a result of the blessing Luna once received from the moon goddess. But now, she attained the power to toss away her blessings and bear the crest she wanted. Hey Dream, my mask also has the mark. When are we going to build our family tree? What? The Azura gods felt a small shiver go up their spines. They pulled their gazes off of Luna, looking at Alice, who had appeared on Dream's lap. She had totally evaded their senses, something that should be impossible to do in front of gods who were conceptual beings. I don't think I can do that at the moment. I'd have to learn the concept first. Would that fall under the concept of life? It would. I've gotten glimpses of it in my comprehensions. Luna chimed in, walking over and sitting on the arm of Dream's chair. Then, she faced the Azura gods. Her bearing and power placed her no lower than them. Only 20 minutes ago you were all a bit more powerful than me. God cores really are amazing. So what concepts did you take? Dream asked, prompting a smile from Luna. I was able to take 3 of them: the concept of the moon, the concept of ice, and the concept of motion. With these I can bring virtually anything to a standstill. I've removed material from existence solely because it has 0 motion, and it either can't move through time because of that, or its building's blocks can no longer differentiate its forms, leading it to becoming nothing. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but that's how it works right now. Now I'm focusing on taking higher concepts, preferably life. Wow, that's very impressive, honey. Hoo-hoo, thank you, sweetie. Luna leaned over and gave Dream a kiss. The gods around them just stared blankly as he turned to Alice. And you? Just one, that of stealth, otherwise known as dimensional erasure. And I think it's worked pretty well. Alice smiled brightly as she glanced at the Azura gods. Indeed, none of them had the slightest clue of when she had entered. She could have passed right by them, and they were none the wiser. She was an extremely deadly individual. Well then, suddenly, Luna clapped, everyone's attention turning to her. It's time we make war plans. Dream has his own work to focus on. So if you all could come with me. Luna stood and waved her hand, a portal appearing next to her. The Azura gods just nodded before walking in. While a few of them weren't pleased with the situation, they were all in this together. They would discover Luna's competence on their own. After Luna waved goodbye, Dream relaxed back into his chair. Alice remained cuddled against him. And you? She asked worriedly. Dream was still pitifully weak. As the target of the universe, she couldn't help but be paranoid for him. Dream just smiled. I've finally decided to kick things into gear. Oh, how so? Well, you know those 4 highest concepts? Creation, life, annihilation, and death. Correct. I'm planting myself in each of them. Seriously? Alice shivered a bit. She knew Luna had a place in the concept of life, but she also knew that it was incredibly straining on the soul to be anywhere near that concept. That was a place that only gods dared to tread, people who have already cemented their conceptual existence. Dream had nothing like that. Plus, being in concepts opposite to each other could only spell doom. I don't think that's a good idea. Alice hesitantly spoke her thoughts. Unfortunately, she knew it was futile. Dream looked into her eyes, a small sigh escaping his lips. I'm sorry, it's risky, but I don't have many other options. The other concepts aren't doing it for me. I need to go to the root. I'm sure I'll find what I need there. Please tell me you at least have a plan then. He doesn't. I do. Don't worry. I'll figure it out. Dream gave Alice a small kiss on the forehead, ignoring Sophia, who chimed in. She closed her eyes before burying her face in his chest. For a man of logic and science, you do the stupidest things sometimes. I try my best. Dream chuckled, just enjoying Alice's presence for a while. Luna and Alice were now true goddesses. While they didn't say anything upon their return, Dream was given a ton of information. Turns out, concepts had cores. They called these God cores, and they were basically the seeds of the concepts. To become a god, one needed to control this core, and they would attain control over the concept. If someone had the core, then it could be fought for. Turns out, there was an interesting phenomena associated with this that occurred every time someone engaged with a god. God duels. Turns out, the concepts truly were neutral. Whenever someone appeared that had fully comprehended the concept, they were allowed to duel for the god core. The concept would relinquish total control over the core. While the original god could still wield its powers, they would no longer be in absolute control of the concept. This enabled the attacker to fight for it at all. The reason for this was that apparently, being the god of a concept made one immortal. They could never be killed by anything lesser than them. This was a result of their existence becoming almost wholly conceptual upon attaining a god core. So the only way a demigod could kill a god was if they fully comprehended the concept and properly dueled for the core. The concept would take away the god's immortality, giving the attacker a chance. Luna had comprehended several concepts, and with Alice's help, she had taken 3 of them. Surprisingly, 2 of them were relinquished willingly. Luna had once attained the blessing of the goddess of the moon, and this moon goddess, upon being challenged by Luna for the concept of the moon, willingly handed over control of the god core. Now, the title of moon goddess was Luna's, and the previous goddess was now a demigod once again. The same thing happened in the concept of ice. The ice god handed over the god core, especially since Luna had stopped by that concept second. It had to be noted that a god usually wouldn't control more than one concept. Therefore, if one was challenged by an existing god and didn't have more than one concept under their belt, they would likely lose. With Alice's help, Luna easily attained the god core of ice. When that happened, Luna discovered yet another detail. One had to create multiple bodies to handle multiple god cores. It couldn't be contained in a single existence. So with the god core of ice, Luna attained another body. After that, with both bodies, Luna helped Alice attain the god core of dimensional erasure, killing that god directly. With Luna's control over 2 concepts and Alice initiating the duel to take away the god's immortality, the battle was set in stone. Luna couldn't even see that god during the battle, but Alice could, and with their soul bond, Luna had been able to cooperate fully. The one strength of that god had been stripped by Alice. Finally, Luna attained the god core of motion with Alice's help. The god of that concept hadn't gone down easily as motion was a high concept under physical reality. He was much more powerful than the others. But Alice was able to avoid any detection with her newly acquired concept, and unlike the previous god, there was nobody who could see through her. Alice had been able to deal as much damage as she wanted, and with Luna's help, they successfully overwhelmed the god of motion. Luna now had 3 incarnations, each one controlling a concept. 2 of them left to take care of various matters in heaven, while her moon incarnation dealt with the Azura gods. All this information was very valuable to Dream, so he was given all the details of the battles and processes to accept god cores. Unfortunately, he couldn't yet make use of any information. Instead, he merely stored it in his catalog. Despite not even being able to understand most of the information, he could still save it for later. With that, he moved on to his next order of business. Alice remained with Dream at all times. So with her on his lap, Dream cast his awareness into conceptual space. Dream called upon all of his conceptual bodies. All 13 of them appeared and gathered, including the ones in his concepts of physical reality and ethereal force. Upon gathering, they all shot back together, combining into one. After that, Dream waved his hand, and his profile appeared. He looked at his title, Origin Seeker. Opened the door. He spoke, and it was as if the wandered system was compelled to obey. The profile rippled, distorting before becoming a black doorway. Dream entered this black portal with his single body. For a moment, his mind was distorted, but he quickly regained lucidity. Who is it? A low voice shook the new space Dream appeared in. He just turned calmly, facing an old friend. Keeper, how's the wife and kids? You. The Keeper was baffled as Dream waved happily. Technically, several years had passed once more since Dream left. He had tried to comprehend concepts for so long that he actually lost his unfathomable power. Now, he appeared as a blank conceptual body. He also didn't go through the regular process of entering. Dream had used the connection of Origin Seeker to reach this place. You know, I only figured it out after, but you sure are sneaky. How come you didn't tell me the legacy space was a conceptual world? Damn. The keeper just cursed. Dream had figured it out. Dream snorted a bit. I'm hurt. Don't you enjoy my presence? I thought we were best buds. I remember no such thing. Why are you so weak? The keeper quickly changed the topic. In fact, he really was shocked at Dream's weakness. He had none of the unfathomable aura as he did before he left. Dream sighed. The concept said I was too powerful and kicked me to the curb. That means he threw away all his comprehensions. Do you what? The keeper focused more on Sophia's words, and he was stunned once more. Then again, Dream had stuffed dust into his soul before he could even handle it, so nothing was that surprising anymore. Hey, my comprehensions were founded on a lie. How could I keep them? I took the only logical avenue. You can't even move rocks. A totally unrelated issue. You're not aware of mana. Mana sucks anyway. Sophia didn't know how to respond. The keeper cut in after shaking his head. What are you here for? Those monoliths. Dream pointed to the final 7 monoliths, those formed by the archons themselves. Seriously, did they really expect anyone to be able to make use of them? My appearance is a cosmic fluke possibly directed by a god. They couldn't have assumed that a successor would ever be able to reach this far. Why did they make things so difficult to comprehend then? You didn't seem to have any problems. I didn't, but seeing these 7 monoliths, I find myself a bit angry. Why? The keeper asked with a bit of doubt. This was a legacy space designed to guide true advancement through the realms of power. Why would someone be mad at such a thing? Because I feel like they were put here for me. Once again, I'm being led around. There was no way they would make things the way they did unless they knew someone like me would come here and make full use of it. It's like my entire life is a damn prophecy. Anyway, after grumbling, Dream clapped his hands. He stepped over to the 7 monoliths. I've realized that these 7 monoliths don't hold comprehensions about their respective concepts. Instead, they're the gateway to the concepts. I wasn't blessed by any of those concepts, but I don't need to be. I'll just step into them through here. Dream rubbed his chin. These 7 monoliths held conceptual comprehension of the greatest 7 concepts in the universe: life and death, creation and annihilation, order and chaos, time. These 7 concepts were unlike all others. Half were on the side of order, half on the side of chaos, with time somewhere in between. To enter both life and death would tear a soul apart as the opposing concepts clashed within the said soul. Dream was primarily a soul of order, as he was comprised mainly of dust. He had very little ash in his soul, so his chaotic existence was limited. And because of this, he saw a problem. If he wanted to enter both sides, truly allowing himself to peek at the foundations of the universe and get back his power, then he would need to clearly assimilate both dust and ash. He would have to be equally orderly and chaotic. But he couldn't control dust or ash right now. He couldn't control anything, so he needed help. Help he could only get if he entered 2 specific concepts: life and annihilation. He walked over, looking at those 2 conceptual monoliths. His transparent body then divided in 2, each body touching those monoliths. But I'm also one of creation. With those words, his body split again, touching upon the monolith of creation. And she didn't tell me, but I know she's here. Gotta balance out life, after all. His body split yet again, a 4th incarnation touching the monolith of death. Now we go. It was as if he infused his being into those monoliths. Dream's incarnations sunk into them, disappearing from the keeper's view. And in the real world, his body exploded with the darkness of chaos. Chapter 287, Degrade/Preparations. Alice shot to attention. She had been lazing around with Dream, something she didn't mind doing for days or months at a time. Everything was peaceful, though she had been stressed over Dream's decision to take crazy risks. And now, her fears had come true. Dream's body exploded with chaotic energy. The orderly energy within him was tamed by dust, but he didn't have any ash to tame the chaos. It resulted in the surroundings being obliterated. Death seemed to overtake both the living and the inanimate. The metal spire he resided in melted away unnaturally. The souls in Dream's inventory seemed to escape, searching the living realm for the vitality of its denizens. Annihilation ran rampant as it tore everything apart. The only reason Alice hadn't died was because she was immortal, courtesy of her new god core. Even then, she still took immense damage. Tursa appeared below the spire then began to crumble, activating the planetary cage and surrounding megastructures to lock down space. But even this had limited effect as those powers ate away at the dimension itself. Dream. Alice was panicked. Suddenly, the power of death actually escaped her body too. She used her comprehensions of the concept of death to contain Dream's rampant energy. He opened his eyes as she did so. Half his body was withered and crumbling to ash, but it seemed like it had nothing to do with him as he smiled at Alice. I knew it. Why didn't you tell me you were comprehending death? Because I thought you might worry. I only wanted to tell you when I got more powerful, and then you have the mind to worry about me? Not that I mind, but that's rather hypocritical. Dream snickered as more of his body decayed. It was thankfully slowed by Alice's power, but it still continued under annihilation. She shook her head. Enough of that. What's going on? Call Luna here first. Luna, Alice quickly shouted, beckoning Luna through their soul bond. The woman instantly appeared, shocked by Dream's state. What happened? I'll handle the power of annihilation for a while. Luna, I need you to contact your sister. Why? I need souls. Dream spoke simply. I have plenty of dust and souls of dust. Now I need ash. Iris also needs to come over here, and working with you, needs to infuse my divine sea of ash and dust with those respective materials. I obviously can't do it myself. Hopefully that will allow me to extend my life long enough to do what I need. Luna was silent. She was a bit apprehensive about contacting Iris. They had become different, an inevitability due to their paths down the opposing order and chaos. But this time, she really didn't have a choice. Fine, I'll go. Just keep yourself alive, please. I'll do my best. Dream said as his body continued to decay. He smiled at her with half a face, prompting her to instantly teleport across the universe. Luna shuttled. She didn't even have to follow her soul bond. Her connection with Iris was even deeper than that with Dream. They had obviously noticed their odd situation, that of occupying a singular existence. She made her way to Iris as if already being there herself. Iris also detected this, and she smiled sinisterly. Before long, they appeared above a random, desolate planet. Iris snickered at Luna. What is it, sister? Finally became a goddess? Took you long enough. I'm not here for you. Dream is dying. Iris' smile turned low, her face scrunching up. Why? He needs ash from chaotic souls. He needs you and me to infuse his soul with equal amounts of dust and ash. Iris was quiet, as if deciding whether or not to believe her. Not long after, though, her face went incredulous. Dream? She spoke outwardly, yet her awareness was turned toward conceptual space. In the concept of annihilation, she saw a familiar figure. In that endless land of ruin and destruction, a land nobody could walk without having their very soul subject to the universal forces of entropy and decay, Dream tread. His body corroded and turned to ash under the powers of the concept. Yet, he approached her casually. Hello, Iris. Why you? Why? Don't go running away now. He smiled at her, who became uncharacteristically timid. Inwardly, he sighed. He didn't think that even after they were married, she would still worry about his image of her. But that was something he could only handle later. I need your help. I'll need lots of ash, an amount equal to around 700 class SIXS of a certain standard. You're the only one who can get me that before my soul crumbles. You're crazy. She almost scoffed. Dream had actually thrown himself into a concept he was actively being destroyed by. It was insanity at its finest. Dream just chuckled. I've heard demons are crazier. No, not quite. They at least seek to preserve their lives. You're not even doing that. Well, I am coming to you for help, right? Fine. She nodded. But I'm only doing this for you, not Luna. That's all right. Then I'll come to you soon. Give me 2 minutes. Iris' awareness switched as she said that. Without a word, she disappeared from Luna's sight. Then, she reappeared above a certain world in Hell's territories. This was her world, a primary world that replaced the position of the fallen Asmodeus. Her senses swept the entire planet, falling upon 700 of her finest Class 6 demon warriors. These demons were loyal to her, willing to throw their lives away in battle. Without warning, though, all of them suddenly felt their souls escape their bodies. They screamed from unfathomable pain as they were eaten by Iris whole. The trillions of demons upon her world watched her eat her own people without remorse or hesitation. That wasn't all, though. As Iris suddenly attacked 5 of her demigods, she killed them easily, snatching their souls and disappearing from the world soon after. Iris followed Luna, who had gone back to Dream. They both appeared in the ruined spire. Iris didn't spare Luna a glance, gazing upon Dream's eroding body. With a wave of the hand, Iris brought out all the ash from her sacrificed people. The ash formed a pure ball of chaos above her palm. Luna glanced at her before doing the same. A golden source of radiance and vitality appeared above her hand after she extracted the millions of souls in Dream's inventory. Anybody who gazed upon it would believe it to be water from the fountain of eternal youth, waters that could grant one immortality. These opposing energies clashed upon appearing in the universe. They wanted to destroy each other, attracting the other only to annihilate them. Go ahead, you two. I'd do it myself, but I can't even handle my own soul completely. Don't worry. Iris knelt down, grabbing Dream's hand. The ball of ash in her hand shrunk down, turning into a stream that entered his soul. We'll take care of you. She looked back at Luna, who stepped forward as well. The two may not like each other anymore, but for Dream, they could temporarily reconcile. Both of their powers entered his body, targeting his divine seas. Dream didn't hide anything, not that he could. Follow my conceptual existence. Tie those energies to my soul, he mumbled as the two sisters worked in unison. The dust and ash was infused into his soul, their clash being mediated by Dream's gray mist. While this happened, Dream utilized the fullest extent of his divine light, reinforcing the divine seas of dust and ash so they could contain the power. The divine sea of gray mist was also strengthened so as to accommodate the power necessary to prevent the opposing energies from annihilating each other. Like this, a delicate balance was reached in Dream's body as Luna and Iris infused more and more energy. They didn't stop until the rampant powers of the concepts were tamed. An equilibrium was reached, and they stopped. Beyond what even Dream, though, both of them had infused dust and ash worth several thousand class X. Iris was glad she sacrificed some of her demigods as well. At that time, the two backed off. Dream's body was no longer radiating pure chaos. However, his withered form didn't get better. Half his body was still crumbled and ruined. Faintly, they could sense his soul continuously getting worse despite him having the necessary power to contain the energies. What's going on? Why aren't you healing? I'm right in the center of life, death, creation, and annihilation. The reconciliation between all these concepts won't come immediately, even with the sheer power. Dream mumbled. His body slumped against his chair. He now had the sheer infinite power that could even fight gods, but his conceptual existence that was tied to his soul was split between 4 of the highest concepts in the universe, all of which were vastly different from the other. Sheer power alone could not sustain such a burden. It'll be all right, though. He smiled a bit. He was in a sorry state, but he couldn't care less. Even in this moment, he was indulging in the concepts. Give me time. I'll figure this out once and for all. The foundation of the universe. The smallest yet biggest secret. I'm gonna find it. This is the only way. He laughed and closed his eyes. At that moment, Luna, Iris, and Alice thought he had died. But it was like he was hibernating. They all could sense him within the concepts, and his was infusing his existence into these unfathomable worlds. Even as his soul continued to degrade, he focused fully on finding what he needed. At some point, Iris narrowed her eyes. She looked toward Dream's soul, specifically at Sophia's divine sea. Sophia was completely unresponsive, and her divine sea had tapped into the seas of dust, ash, and gray mist. She was doing something. We need to be careful. Luna suddenly spoke, causing Iris to shoot her a glare. Dream needs to be protected. Heaven's armies are already moving toward the Azura territories. The gods haven't mobilized yet, but it won't be long before they do. The Azura worlds will become a war zone. My demons are more than ready to eat some angels. Iris snickered. I've also directed my generals. We've set up portals to the worlds most likely to become battlefields. We can launch at any point in time. Just stick to yourself. If I see any angels, even yours, I'm going to eat them. I'll also start attacking Heaven's territories. I hear they have some tasty primary worlds. Iris disappeared with those words, causing Luna to frown. Eventually, she shook her head and turned to Alice. I'll need your help. There are some demigods and gods in the way of Heaven's schism. With them gone, we can acquire more influence. We've pulled several gods to our side, but it's not enough. We need more. I shouldn't leave Dream. Go on, Alice. Dream spoke with a raspy voice. A smile continued to hang on his decaying body. I'll be fine. Fine. She stroked his face, gazing into his dead eyes before turning and following Luna. They too disappeared through a portal, beginning another conquest in Heaven's territories. Dream was left alone within that towering spire that had been rebuilt twice now. Inside that large, empty room and on that single chair, he continued to sustain his body, evading the clutches of death that gradually rose from the abyss to grasp his soul. The war had begun. Heaven split, with the highest powers dividing between protecting the universal anomaly and cutting it out. At the core of this split was Luna. She took control of a primary world controlling almost a quarter of Heaven's military might. Worse yet, every soldier and general under her expressed their loyalty to her alone. She became the core of the Seeker faction, that which wished to protect the broken law. And when she became a goddess, it only solidified her rule over the faction. Demigods and gods alike gathered under her banner, pledging themselves to protect the Seeker that brought about revolutionary change. Some did it because they were greedy, wishing for a new way to attain power and take it from others. Some came because they were loyal to Luna. Some came because, like Versoid the spear god, they sought a new way. They saw the broken law as a new path of enlightenment. No matter what, everyone knew one thing. The Seeker must be protected. The man himself didn't know just how catastrophic his actions were. Dream hadn't been concerned for anything other than comprehending the secrets of the universe. Though indulging in study was what he liked to do best, he also knew that it was the only thing he could do. He had lost his power that could place him on the level of his wives. He couldn't even kill a powerful class 4. What was he supposed to do against immortal gods? But he didn't worry. If anything, he stood in awe of the oddly violent reaction to his power. No matter what Dream did with the concepts, he couldn't understand why the entire universe would be thrown into chaos. Why did demigods and gods, who had no direct confirmation of what happened, so easily pick their sides? Why didn't they just take this event as a rumor or baseless story? Dream was led to believe something, or someone, was artificially pushing for this frenzied and blind response. Though, such a thing would imply this being had power so unfathomable that they could affect the subconscious of even gods. Nobody in the universe would be safe. But if this person were so adamant about Dream's demise, why wouldn't they handle him themselves? Maybe they wanted his power too. Maybe he needed to grow before he became valuable. It was the only thing Dream could think of. At least he was safe for now. Either way, all trains of thought led to him doing a single thing: comprehending the 4 highest concepts in the universe. While he did so, the Azura god clans assembled their armies under Luna's order. The demigods gathered, taking control of the vast legions of Azuras. All the clans of all the secondary worlds were summoned to fight, sending their finest warriors and offering tribute for the cause. Trillions were transported using Dream's infrastructure that spanned every secondary world in the Azura territories. Billions were moved through Tursa Prime every hour, and it became the central nexus by which all Azura operations stemmed. Not only that, but all of Dream's bots that were sold and spanned the Azura territory were, for the first time, fully activated. Every bot from the butlers to the soldiers had their abilities unlocked, their intelligences running at full capacity. They instantly became lethal killers capable of killing several others at their own level. This was entirely unbeknownst to their masters. The bots merely awaited Luna's command. Luna herself was now appreciating Dream's work more than ever. He had armed every corner of the Azura territories, nearly every Azura owning at least one bot. These bots were a hidden standing army, a lethal card if used right. Dream obviously retained the ability to control them at any point in time. Luna was just tapping into this backdoor. Along with her preparations in Heaven's territories, the new universal faction that sought to protect the Seeker had fully sharpened themselves for war. The Azura territories became a death trap teeming with bots, and gods band together under Luna's call. By the time the pieces had taken their places on the board, 2 years had passed since Dream's identity reveal. Dream continued to degrade, and Iris Maid stormed her way into Heaven's territories, wreaking some chaos as an appetizer for the universal war. At some point, though, a new variable introduced itself. The Wanderer faction made its move. Chapter 288 Time. Alice appeared in the spire, letting out a deep sigh. She took a seat next to Dream's chair, his body still continuously withering away. She had just gotten back from a long day of assassinating influential demigods who got in Luna's way, and a few more worlds came under her control as a result. By this point, Luna merely had to appear above a world and let her voice be heard. Her rule skill would do the rest. The denizens of those worlds coming under her control, they became fanatically loyal subjects within a few days, and those with resilient minds were quickly exiled or killed by the masses. Alice still found her ability scary. When Alice wasn't taking kill orders from Luna, though, she was here with Dream, just watching his body crumble away day after day. Ever since they had infused dust and ash within him, he had been unresponsive. If not for his conceptual bodies, they would think he was dead. The body upon his chair was no better than a corpse rotting away under the power of death. Sophia wasn't any better. She had basically vanished ever since Dream inserted himself into the four concepts. Nobody knew what she was doing. Alice stroked Dream's face, a small part of it that wasn't cracking and disintegrating. More than half his body had either turned into withered bone or broken skin, so he wasn't very recognizable. Suddenly, Dream's mouth moved, letting out a small sound. Alice perked up. They're coming. A broken voice came out. Alice tilted her head, wondering what he meant. Who was coming? Her question was quickly answered. All specialists of the Wanderer faction had an innate ability to sense others of their kind through their titles. Alice had seen very few specialists, and none had appeared in the universe after Dream had spurred a war. They all vanished, and Luna knew this for certain because she had personally searched all corners of the universe for these potential allies of hers. This innate sense within Alice suddenly reacted, as if blaring an alarm. There were specialists nearby, and there were a lot. Not long after, she teleported out of the spire, appearing in space outside of Tursa Prime. Tursa had also appeared, taking up a position beside Alice. A planet had appeared. It was much more massive than Tursa Prime, at least 5 times larger in diameter. It overshadowed the young planet, radiating profound power. All manner of continents and landmasses sprawled its surface, and the entire world was filled with life. From this planet, Alice had her attention drawn to the 8 sources of power that blossomed from this planet like little stars in the night. They gave off royal power, a power higher than any demigod could hope to touch. 8 gods soon appeared before Alice. Luna also appeared after a few moments, the Azura gods beside her. The 2 sides stood before the other. Luna, being the proactive queen she was, stepped forward between them. To what do I owe this appearance? We've come to help. A man stepped up to meet her. He was dressed in ragged clothes, caked with dirt and metallic dust. He looked the furthest thing from an immortal god, but although he wasn't the most powerful of the visitors, he still radiated that conceptual power. Luna didn't hold any prejudices, merely scanning the man. Might I know your name? Kevin, god of the strong force. You must be one of the people in Dream's concept of physical reality. Until he left, yes. Now, I see he's gone and done something irreversible. Kevin's gaze shifted, eyeing the spire atop Tursa Prime. He could sense Dream's state, the chaotic, ruinous powers that spilled from his body. He was a little bundle of highly unstable energy, like a chunk of uranium going supercritical. Luna didn't sigh nor show anything on her face, merely nodding. He's not in the best position, no. Nevertheless, there are still those that wish to kill him. Have you come to join me? He is a wanderer, a seeker, and one who is fulfilling the ultimate purpose of the Wanderer faction. Our purpose is to support his. Another man stepped up, a mere humanoid figure with no bodily features. He was a mannequin, faceless and genderless. It was this man who Luna felt the most power from out of all the gods before her. He was even far above her. I am Nil, the god of information. I have come as the envoy of Solomon, and as the precursor sacrifice. Sacrifice? For what? Luna was a bit stunned. This person, the god of information, was a sacrifice? Who or what could be so worthy as to receive his entire power and being? His head tilted just slightly. My being, my God core, my concept, shall be sacrificed for Sophia, the queen of logic. Luna couldn't seem to respond. Sophia, Dream's intelligence, was going to receive such a massive sacrifice just like that? Was it not going through Dream first? Nil continued. The others shall follow your orders, so long as they align with our purpose. Now, I must go where I am needed. Goodbye. Wait. Luna put her hand out, stopping Nil before he disappeared. Do you have any queries? Why would you give yourself up so easily? Luna asked what was on her mind. She didn't have the intention of stopping him. After all, there was no way she would deny a boost in power toward Dream or Sophia. But she was curious about why such a powerful being would sacrifice themselves for something so far below them. Nil didn't hesitate with his answer. This is my purpose. My entire existence is dedicated to this sacrifice. Do you not have a will of your own? Do you not wish for anything besides death? I am but information. I am existence. I do not have wishes, and my will is that of my purpose. Death does not apply to existence. I do not have form, and what you see before you is but an avatar of something without tangibility. Suddenly, Nil disappeared, as if he had never been there. Then, both Luna and Alice received information, a message implanted into their minds as if it had always been there. My sacrifice is nothing more than the passing of my existence from one state to another. Think of me as the carrier for the concept, yet also the concept. I am nothing, and death can't come to nothing. The message stopped, and neither of them received any more. Luna didn't think too deeply before sighing, turning her attention back to the gods before her. Alice, on the other hand, seemed to have an epiphany. She quickly disappeared, Luna not minding the sudden departure. Follow me. I'll debrief you all on the current situation. Luna waved, and they all disappeared to exchange information. Damn it, Keeper. Are these things defective? A golden wisp floated around the legacy spacey angrily, periodically slamming against the seventh monolith of the Archons. The Keeper's eye twitched. No, the monoliths are not defective. Then why isn't it responding to me? Dream used them as the gateways to the four highest concepts. Are you telling me I can't use one? I've already read it. Sophia yelled in frustration. All this time while Dream had been tackling his concepts, Sophia had been in the legacy space. Her goal? Comprehend time. It obviously wasn't so easily done. But upon starting, Sophia felt like she had a good grasp on it. Like all logic and information, time moved sequentially. While the scale of time was astronomical and infinite, Sophia worked her way up to handling it. She could handle infinite information through a copy of Dream's infinite catalog, so it was just a matter of information processing. At least, that was until Sophia found out that she only scratched the surface. Time was actually so much more. That seemed like an obvious statement, but she didn't truly realize what time meant until she began digging deeper. It was sequential existence, a concept that went beyond concepts. It was everything, multiplied by infinity. It was a governing law of the totality of existence. To conquer time meant you had to conquer all of existence. There were no loopholes in time. It was absolute in its function. Nobody could even begin to think of tampering with it, unless they were beyond even most gods. Sophia just wanted to begin to understand it deeper. At first, she was doing it for Dream. He was putting his life at stake to claw down the darkest depths of the unknown, just to find that one piece of knowledge that brought the universe together. She wanted to join him, to attain power of her own that could aid him in his quest. But now, she was doing it because she wanted to. When she dove deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole of time, she found herself engrossed in all it was. She couldn't pull herself away. Comprehending the unfathomable knowledge on that monolith became addicting. She was finally feeling how Dream had felt all along. If she had a body, she'd be shivering in pure wonder and awe. At some point, though, the monolith wasn't enough. All concepts had a conceptual world, right? She wanted to enter the concept of time. She wanted more. She wanted to indulge herself in the infinite information and existence of time. But she couldn't. The monoliths that had acted as a gateway for Dream didn't do the same for her. She couldn't sink into them as Dream did. She could only comprehend the runes on that stone, and while it was enough for now, she knew that even this monolith only held the tip of the iceberg. She was close to understanding all of it, and she feared the day there wouldn't be more. All this led her to wonder how Dream was able to remain the same person he was when he was always poking deeper into the secrets of the universe. How could he care about anything else, even his family and wives, when there was such vast wonder and discovery to behold? How could he pull himself away for even a second? Beyond that, how could he throw away all his knowledge like he did, becoming totally powerless? She couldn't understand. But either way, she needed to accomplish the goal in front of her now. Whether it was for Dream or for herself, she felt like this was her calling. Time was her destiny, but the damned monolith was barring her entry. Ugh, do I really need to finish comprehending the text? Fine, but when I'm done, this thing better let me in. She scoffed before continuing. At some point, though, the keeper snapped to attention. Out of nowhere, an orb appeared in the legacy space. It had almost no form except for the fact that it dominated the small space it appeared in. Sophia also noticed the orb, but when she observed it, she saw so much more than the keeper. Information, and so much of it. She felt like she could see the entire universe through that orb, all its quadrillions of lives, all its stars, all its planets, all its specks of dust. There was massive but technically finite information within that single orb, yet it also held all the conceptual infinities within. She could even see concepts through it, as if this orb was one of the 4 highest concepts that ruled over all others. And through it, she could see the beginnings of something more than just information. This orb, it was the totality, but not yet multiplied by the infinity necessary to become time. Still, she could begin to see the first glimpse into the nature of time and its relation to the totality of existence through that orb. Her body that took the form of a wisp shot to that orb, completely disregarding why it was there. And Nil, who was in control of the orb, extended out a conceptual hand. Sophia took it, and the two did an exchange. God core of information. Finally, Sophia realized what this was. She realized that the being, Nil, was giving this up for her. However, unlike Luna, she understood Nil's nature. He truly was nothing other than information, and he wouldn't die after giving himself to Sophia. He wasn't even a person, nor a being. He was barely in existence with a single purpose, and the will of this existence drove it to hand this God core to Sophia. Though, Sophia found Nil's bare existence fascinating. If he was nothing, and nothing could control the God core of information, then could everything control it? If one was existence yet nothing, then what gray area did Nil have to exist in to give everything and nothing purpose? It was a bit of a brain teaser for her, but that was inconsequential in front of this opportunity. Without hesitation, Sophia began to take control of the God core. She inserted herself into that concept and with shocking speed, comprehended the entire thing. The God core gradually became hers. It was only a matter of time. Her abilities began to multiply. She began to understand everything around her. She could see all of existence in its most basic values. The universe around her became nothing but a series of numbers and states. But there was one thing it began to strip from her. Information was order. It was quantifiable existence. Things that didn't follow the sequential behavior of nature became impossible. Things like abstract and irrational behaviors couldn't exist under this logic. Sophia realized it would strip away the part of her that was irrational. She suddenly understood. Nil, the reason the way he was, or the reason he wasn't. Nil wasn't a person. He was without ego. He became information itself upon accepting the God core. But what was control without a separation between two entities? Nil had become information and thus lost himself. The God core was no longer a tool. This thought threatened Sophia. She was going to lose herself, but just as her fear was going to become reality, she sensed Nil act. The person that wasn't a person suddenly insert himself between Sophia's existence and the God core. He acted as a container, preventing Sophia from losing herself to information. Sophia comprehended the concept, and with Nil as the bridge, could tap into the God core. Like that, Sophia could control Nil's odd existence, inadvertently controlling the God core. She could give ego to this egoless existence. And so, she controlled information, and with the extreme tool of information, she could finally peek into what she wanted. She turned back to the monolith of time. Suddenly, she saw a gate. It was a gate of the purest information, almost beyond reality. The gate changed at every instant in time, making it impossible for anyone to enter. To enter, one must see the gate in a single instant, at a single point in time. This was like finding a single point in an ever-changing infinity. It couldn't be done, at least by normal means. But this reminded Sophia of something. The legacy space had the odd ability of freezing time. Only, while time was frozen, one wouldn't be able to comprehend a concept. Keeper, Sophia suddenly spoke to the guardian. Freeze time. Very well. The keeper acquiesced. Then, Sophia felt everything around her stop. It was as if the legacy space had become its own isolated universe. All the information around her was frozen in their states of existence. She looked inwardly. She couldn't sense the concept of information, but with the God core and nil, she could still see the information present around her. Finally, she looked at the monolith. That ever-changing infinite gate of information had frozen, and from the gate extended numbers and values that surrounded the legacy space like a bubble. This monolith was the source of the legacy space's time-altering power. Now, with the awareness of the gate through her acquisition of the God core of information, she could interact with it. The wisp that was Sophia moved forward, throwing herself into the monolith, that gate of information, and with the God core, she traversed a finite bridge, leading her to everything, the infinite and finite world of time. Otherwise known as the totality of existence, Sophia was thrown into the vast universe, seeing everything from omniscience. But that was only momentary until her vision narrowed. She came to see herself, from her birth to the present. She could view every instant in her life, moving through time like a fish in water. But she could only see herself. She could view her life as if recalling memories, but she couldn't see anything beyond her own existence. She could see dream, and see all the information she had attained during her lifetime. But that was it. It was nothing more than a movie of her memories, just in much greater clarity. At least, that was until she had a thought. Sophia had first seen things through Dream's eyes. She was a part of him, so his eyes were her eyes. She stopped at a random point in her life. Dream looked at a floor, nothing more than a brown, wooden floor. Sophia concentrated on a singular wave of light. She could see everything, every tiny detail of that moment of her existence. So she analyzed the wave of light, seeing all its informational values. And then, she saw the past. Not her own past, but the past of that photon of light. She traced back the path of that photon, stressing her new powers of information to calculate where it would have been at every instant before hitting Dream's eye. The information processing necessary to process that kind of problem was astronomical, but her abilities were up to the challenge. Before she knew it, Sophia had traced back the particle, seeing how it bounced off of an air molecule just before hitting Dream's eye. Seeing that air molecule, Sophia began to search through the next few instants of time, tracing the movement of the air molecules and the photons coming into Dream's eyes. It wasn't long after finding the correlations between an instant of past and present that she generated an entire world. She could find out where all kinds of different atoms were located through the progression of time. She saw their movements, their reactions. She saw the movement of reality all around her. She reverse-engineered her environment. Looking through time, she could process the cause and effects of the information given to her. From that, she could fill in the blanks. She couldn't see beyond her own existence, but that didn't mean she couldn't recreate everything around her. Looking through every instant in her life, she could garner incomprehensible amounts of information. With all that information, couldn't she rebuild the world around her? She could reverse engineer everything from the propagation of light to the tremors in the ground. She could trace back sources of energy as they moved between all the systems of the environment. This was the butterfly effect. On small scales, she could reconstruct the world around her, getting absolute models of the people and things around her. She could discover why a bird was perched upon a fence by reconstructing the movement of energy within its body, finding out that it was hungry and had gone to look for food. But on larger scales, she could theoretically reconstruct an entire planet. She could reconstruct a star by tracing back photons from the surface of a planet to the nuclear reactions in a star's core. She could reconstruct entire galaxies by analyzing the lifetimes of photons that entered Dream's eyes as he looked up into space. She could reverse engineer the entire universe. And it wasn't only physical phenomena. She could trace back magical phenomena too. With a deep enough understanding of mana and various magical energies, she could determine the structure of a soul based on the magic someone cast. If her processing power ran deep enough, there was nothing she couldn't reverse engineer. She already had a deep enough understanding of the physical universe to trace back the movement of things like thermal energy and large objects. It got much more intensive when analyzing smaller things like subatomic particles. But ultimately, her knowledge of the functions of the universe was limited. For this, she would need to garner other conceptual understandings. A prime example being the knowledge from the concept of physical reality. And for that, she would need Dream. With his comprehensions of the concepts and her ability to shift through time, they could rebuild the entire universe. There would be nothing that they couldn't see. They would be no different from omniscient gods who could determine the origin and outcome of all of existence. They could determine the future through predictions, basing their actions on the only variable they could control, themselves. They would be like conductors, moving the universe according to their will. But if we're going to do that, Dream needs to not throw away his damn comprehensions. Getting to this point, Sophia felt a surge of frustration and helplessness. Pulling herself out of the concept of time, she poked at Dream's conceptual existences. Stupid Dream, hurry up and get smart. I'm trying to do something cool here. Chapter 289, Divided. With the opportunity Nil had provided her, Sophia had become a demigod capable of utilizing the power of time. Now being capable of reverse engineering entire worlds and magical systems, Sophia had power that wasn't immediately obvious. It wasn't destructive or even creative. It was information processing on a transcendental level, but ultimately, it was auxiliary. What was knowledge if you couldn't do anything with it? Sophia didn't have her own body. She was tied to Dream and had no intentions of leaving. But that meant her power would only show its effects when combined with Dream's. Once they could cooperate together, she knew that they would take a massive leap in power beyond even Dream's godly power prior. But Dream needed to finish what he was doing. He was still searching for that one piece of knowledge. Right now, he was in an odd state of knowing everything and nothing, present in the concepts of creation, annihilation, life, and death. He was subject to the vast extremities of all knowledge and fundamental concepts in the universe. He was searching for the one link that tied together everything. He wanted to know the relationship between the physical, magical, and the dimensions. This wasn't just forming a scientific theory of everything. No, he wanted to find the most fundamental state of existence. He wanted to find that one particle that could become anything and everything, if it was a particle at all. But he was walking on the edge of death while doing so. His very existence was being eroded, being the center of conflict between order and chaos. He was barely alive as it was, even in the conceptual worlds. It made Sophia frustrated, not just because he was risking himself, but because they couldn't work together until he found what he needed. And she couldn't understand the reason for him taking such an extreme path. This was like a human learning to fly before it even knew how to crawl. He had been building himself up, step by step, only to throw himself back down the staircase all at once. And now, he wanted to jump straight to the top. It was insanity, and if she didn't know better, just plain stupidity. She was helpless, though. Unfortunately, this reckless approach to learning had always been Dream's style. His desire for knowledge took precedence over his own life. And perhaps the only thing rooting him to reality was his love for his family and wives. Even when he was being hunted by over half the universe, he didn't hesitate to toss away all his power. He didn't even discuss it with her. When he realized he had been building his knowledge on a misconception, he so naturally got rid of it all. And when he realized that the basic concepts weren't deep enough to contain the most core units of existence, he threw himself into the highest concepts in the universe. Regardless, Dream wasn't powerful, and it irked Sophia that she couldn't work together with him. So she began poking him. Suddenly, in the spire where Dream sat alone, a figure began to manifest. It just appeared, both real yet beyond reality. A beautifully sculpted girl, wearing a sundress with long brown hair. She landed barefoot in front of Dream, her pearly blue eyes and cute face scrunched at the sight of Dream's decaying body. "Hey, I want attention." She poked his face, a few flakes of skin turning to ash under her finger. Dream's head raised after a moment, a few bones cracking under the movement. Still, even with half a face, he smiled. "Hey, Sophia, I haven't seen that form in a long time. Bring back memories?" Dream nodded, his head lowering back down. Sorry, though, I haven't quite figured this out. Hey, I finally entered the concept of time. I can see all of information. I can help you. I know. You do. Sophia was a tiny bit surprised. She was still one of Dream's soul seas, so she was a part of his soul. She had accepted the God core of information, and that obviously affected her soul sea. But she had still isolated it from Dream so as to not disturb him. Nobody should sense her God core, and definitely not know about her entering time. Dream smiled a bit. I can also see information, though not as much as you. Your state of existence changed after their appearance. Your conceptual existence also changed. It was isolated, attached to that God core, so you could really sense that, and you can see information? Suddenly, Sophia perked up. You can only see information when you begin to comprehend concepts, so you're comprehending them. Wait, does that mean you found that piece of knowledge? No. Dream shook his head, dashing Sophia's hopes in that he had made progress. I am subjecting my existence to the concepts. I'm attempting to find that piece by using my existence as a nexus for their conglomeration. Seeing information isn't enough. I also need to know a lack of information, a lack of existence. I need to know the generation of existence and the destruction of existence. If I can become these things, and none of these things, you're gonna kill yourself? Sophia frowned. The presence of information. Sophia knew that was a form of life. The generation of information was creation. The destruction of information was annihilation. And the lack of information was death. Dream wanted to know all of these things. His existence was being destroyed, created, sustained, and decaying all at the same time. This was a result of being within all the concepts. And while it seemed like information was this most foundational form of existence, Sophia knew that since there was such thing as a lack of information, information wasn't actually that foundational form. Dream was searching for something beyond information. In that case, there wasn't much she could do to help. She could benefit from this discovery, but she couldn't make the discovery. Even with her entrance into time, Sophia was limited to knowing all of time according to her existence, and nothing outside of it. There was only one way she could make that discovery, by reconstructing all of existence through time and finding that missing piece. But that wouldn't happen before Dream ultimately died. To reconstruct all of existence, Sophia would need, well, time. Perhaps if she waited until the heat death of the universe, reverse engineering everything for trillions, perhaps quadrillions of years, she could reconstruct even conceptual existence. But that wouldn't save Dream, and it surely wouldn't help him in this moment. For how amazing time was, it was truly cruel. The corner of Dream's mouth turned up a bit. I don't see another way. Something about being in the middle of order and chaos. And those four concepts you're in are, under those two, divided between them. Order and chaos. They're beyond concepts, and I can't reach them. Not like Luna, or Iris, or Alice. Can't reach them? You're in them now. You even had glimpses into creation. If you four kept going the way you did, then all of you could have risen to the heights of those four concepts. Luna takes over life, Iris over annihilation, Alice over death. With me in time, we could have become hegemons in this universe. I'm sure that's what Luna wanted, but that's not what you want. Sophia peered into Dream. Suddenly, something clicked inside of her. Her conceptual self shifted through time, through her entire existence. She processed every thought of Dreams as they developed throughout his life. Then, she stopped at one particular instance, a fairly recent instance. Dream was in the legacy space, reading through the 13th monolith of Gray Mist. Gray Mist was the neutral energy between mana and rune. This monolith had also mentioned dust and ash, how they were the orderly and chaotic equivalent to mana and runa. In that case, there was a higher equivalent to Gray Mist, Kroya, the neutral counter to both dust and ash, an infinite energy of neutrality. That monolith had merely mentioned the energy and didn't give any insight into its nature. Beyond that, Dream had been able to realize both dust and ash. The fact that he didn't realize this Kroya meant it was much more elusive, perhaps not even existing within him. It was a combination of dust and ash, so it could be considered higher than both. Sophia hadn't thought much of this particular energy, but as she read through what Dream thought of it, she realized that he didn't just feel strongly about this elusive energy, but was now dedicating his very life to the discovery or creation of Kroya. And it wasn't purely due to his pursuit of knowledge. Hey, Sophia, have Luna and Iris started fighting yet? Do they hate each other? Yes. She nodded slowly, wondering what he was getting at. I see. In that case, they're already dying. They're killing each other. Killing each other. Wait, you mean their singular existence? They occupy one existence, yet two egos, and they've separated into the farthest extremes of order and chaos. You've been the mediator between their mana and runa clashing, but now, as they approach a higher level, it'll be their dust and ash, their concepts that clash. If Luna reaches the heights of life and creation, and Iris the height of annihilation, then they'll kill the other. And Luna would win, with another concept beyond Iris. Iris would die. Sophia shivered a bit as she connected the dots. She had thought something like this would eventually become a problem, especially after both of them attained god cores and became goddesses. But they had yet to clash and kill each other. Though, if they were to reach even higher, Sophia's brows wrinkled. There was more to Dream's words. You asked if they were fighting, if they hated each other. Why does that indicate the problem becoming prevalent? Concepts work that way. They aren't mysterious, yet don't affect things directly. Luna and Iris getting into a fight would achieve the same results as them, clashing internally. If they build armies, attack the opposing faction, bring down their allies, weaken them, Dream. Sophia reached out as Dream's mind became turbulent. It wasn't that he was worried, though he was. What have you discovered? She could feel the intense flame of awe burn within him. He often got this when discovering something new, like a secret of the universe. His soul trembled a bit. If only she could reach into him without hurting him. The concepts, the source of their power, religion, belief, feelings, ideas, ideology, theories. The universe is composed of living energy. People, concepts, are the why behind the functions of the universe. And when the living energy is given abstraction, enough intangible abstract thought can affect and build concepts. Concepts only come from the function of the living energy that composes the universe. The religion of order versus the religion of chaos. It almost looked like Dream was frustrated as he spilled the things he knew. He fervently described this discovery, and it almost looked like the concepts were responding to him as the powers that destroyed his body flared. Luna and Iris, order and chaos. Their concepts fight through their actions. Order wishes to destroy chaos, and they're being bent to the seeming wills of these concepts. They'll kill each other by weakening the other side. Angels destroy all demons. Chaos weakens as a result. Chaos naturally wants to fight back, so Iris launches attacks on the angels. They don't even realize they're falling deeper into their concepts, so deep that they're killing each other through their wars. Their hate isn't theirs, but the concepts, and you're trying to prevent that. By standing in the middle, Dream smiled, glad that his message was conveyed. I initially wanted to simply find the missing piece and climb up. Creation. We could have taken the four concepts, but then I realized what the concepts were doing to me, or more like, what they were going to do. I had seen glimpses of Luna and Iris hate, and realized something was wrong. The concepts aren't as simple as they seem. An ego isn't so easily retained in the presence of the highest concepts, so you abandoned your knowledge. But I don't remember you doing that for the sake of seeking Kroya. No, abandoning my knowledge was done, for the reasons you know of, and my seeking out of Kroya is not purely for the safety of my wives. Only now, I realize that Kroya is the key to not only saving Luna and Iris, but greater knowledge. If they're saved, we can all push ourselves farther. So long as I stand in the middle, it's a win-win. Save Luna and Iris, and attain something beyond order and chaos. I admit, it's a correct path. But Sophia observed Dream's body, his soul. At the rate he was going, there was nothing waiting for him but death. He needed to attain Kroya that would allow his being to withstand the clashing of order and chaos within him. If that didn't happen, he would be subject to the same thing as every other reckless being in the universe. True, standard death. You don't have much time. Death approaches you, unless you need to experience death to go beyond it. to find what is beyond informational existence. Is that the plan? Die and hope that some part of you retains itself long enough to realize that piece of knowledge? To realize Kroya? Well, if I can do so before then, that would be nice. But my hopes aren't high. Dream barely let out a chuckle. I don't like that plan. Sophia's cute face scrunched up. I know there's more that you're not telling me, perhaps because you're unable. I know certain things can't be expressed with words, and I can't tap into your mind out of fear of it degrading under my presence. But I sincerely hope you know more, and that your plan involves more than just killing yourself with the concepts. She sat beside Dream. When her hand slipped into his, the degradation of his body slowed considerably, at least outwardly. He still looked almost like a corpse, with half his body full of life and half of it reduced to death. I can't help you directly. Sophia spoke softly, leaning slightly against him. But time is powerful. I've been thinking, and I think I have a way to go about utilizing my power. I'll reverse engineer the universe using information and my existence. But to do that, I need sources of conceptual information. To know the entire universe is to have the entire universe within you. Dream turned his head, gazing at Sophia. Be sure to attain that power. First, you have no right to say that, despite being correct. She smirked at the hypocritical statement, causing him to smile. Do as you wish. But naturally, this requires you to separate. From me, I don't want to. Actually, you should have done so long ago. I've been chaining you down. Dreamhead slumped back down, resting. Go, seek all of the universe, everything that it contains, from the perspective of trillions, in your own profound way. And Dream snickered just slightly. Say hi to that man. Surely, he'll come out sometime. Sure. Sophia smiled. Standing, she stroked his hair before backing away. Then, she disappeared, no trace of her once being there. Hello, Solomon. She stood in the darkness. She received nothing, no information. She was no longer a part of him. Yet, she smiled. Could he predict the future? He really did learn more and more despite having thrown away all his knowledge. In that darkness, she saw a gate of information, but not one that led to time. I guess I'll take you up on your offer. Truly, you've laid a strong foundation, as if you've been waiting for this very moment. She sighed. If this particular being hadn't been on their side, how would things have gone? Could you face someone that could see through time? No, he couldn't see through time. Sophia knew that, despite everything pointing to a contrary conclusion. I'll need what you have in order to go as far as I need. Well, I can only trust you. Just put me somewhere advantageous, please. With those words, she drifted forward. Actually, it wasn't her that drifted forward, but a small wisp of her. Plant a seed and let it grow. What better way to experience time? She mumbled and watched as her tiny incarnation approached the gate. Then, it disappeared. For a while, there was darkness. But after about 9 months, she saw something. Congratulations, a healthy baby girl. Chapter 290, Sophia. Luna's armies had gathered. The arrival of the Wanderers was a welcome surprise, but it didn't change what she had to do. Iris had already begun attacking heaven in her own chaotic way. She simply led her armies in and attacked head-on. She had already taken a few worlds, one of which she ate whole. She even attacked one of Luna's worlds. Luna was barely able to drive out her armies after battling for a few weeks. The losses made her angry, but there wasn't anything she could do. Luna's priority was keeping Dream secure. She had already assembled billions of soldiers through her generals, and each of them were waiting for the battle soon to come. And it wasn't long before that day came. She sat upon her primary world, one of her other incarnations handling business with the Azura gods. This particular incarnation, the one that controlled the concept of the moon, spent most of its time thinking. She planned and schemed, wondering about all the myriads of outcomes to this war. What did it indicate? Luna had questioned why everyone was so drawn to her cause several times. Surely the bare rumor of a new path couldn't attract even gods, right? Why did it pull in so many people? Heaven and hell had even split over this issue. At some point, she figured that there were some extraordinarily powerful beings that were manipulating things from behind the scenes. It made her think of that one god that Dream had a conflict with. To what extent could a god control the universe? To what extent could they bend the concepts? only the concepts could affect the universe, affect gods. She gradually came to a single conclusion: order and chaos. It had to be those. Something beyond all of them was watching, waiting for things to play out. And there was only one reason they hadn't acted yet. They wanted what Dream had, or what he would come to have. Luna, although outwardly supportive, didn't particularly like the way Dream went about his attainment of knowledge. It was too impulsive. She couldn't understand how someone so smart could do something so stupid, but she let him tread his path. If anything happened, she was confident in either helping or saving him. When that day came, well, she still wanted children, and she had been pleasantly surprised by the formation of the ascendancy. Hopes of an eternity raising children that would grow to become powerful hegemons in their own right, creating her very own family, their ascendancy becoming a galactic empire. These buttery thoughts plagued her mind more than she liked to admit, but she couldn't do it without Dream. This war and their pursuits of power got in the way. They needed to finish what they started. They needed to reach the end of their paths, and becoming more powerful would make stronger children, right? She shook her head. All those answers would come from the concept of life. While dealing with gods, demigods, and armies of billions, Luna was also focusing on her concepts. She wanted to tackle the concepts of life and creation. Life was more where her specialty lay, with creation being secondary, but she was gaining ground in both. She didn't seem to have a limit. Comprehensions came to her like a flowing river, constantly expanding the lake of knowledge that was her mind. There was just too much, so nothing would happen in a short amount of time. The only thing that bothered her, though, was this unknown sense of urgency. She didn't know why, but as she comprehended more, she felt more rushed, as if something bad was going to happen if she didn't hurry. Or maybe it was telling her to hurry and do something. She was being compelled to fight. Suddenly, Luna stood from her throne of ice. Nothing immediately happened. Her surroundings were silent. General Asper, my queen. At her call, a man instantly materialized before her. He bent his knee, kneeling before her in reverence. Prepare your troops and send them to this secondary planet in the Azura territories. Be ready to enter immediate combat. Your will be done. The general rose and disappeared. In her mind, Luna could see close to 600 billion angels leave the primary world through ships and teleporters. They were all being sent to a single world. She sat back down. She didn't know why, but she knew that the battle was coming. It felt like intuition, but Luna knew it was her attunement to the concepts. She could feel the life of the universe moving, the vast battle intent carried by entire legions. It alarmed her, but it wasn't a battle for her. She knew that it hadn't reached that scope yet. If this was the enemy she thought it was, then tactics and strategies would be involved. She sighed. She had made the schism in heaven worse, and now, the time for talk was over. She could only watch as so many lives would be thrown away, as if inconsequential ants. Mommy, look, I made a snow angel. That's a very beautiful snow angel, Sophia. Sophia giggled before standing from the pile of snow she made and running to her mother. Mommy, can I be an angel when I grow up? Of course, sweetheart. You even have the wings. Hee hee. She giggled as her mother ruffled the wings on her back. They were actually real wings, and she had grown them not long after being born. Sophia was only 3 years old. Yet not only did she have wings, but she could talk fluently and run around as much as she wanted. Being born to the royal family on a secondary world had its perks. Valesta. Oh, sorry dear, that's your father. I'll be right back. Suddenly, Sophia's mother stood and bowed to the house. The house was actually a castle, and they had only been in one of the many gardens. Sophia watched her leave, then sighed. She fell on her back, staring up at the vast sky. It had cleared after a night of snowfall, giving way to the blue expanse of ozone. Sophia raised a hand, holding it up to her face and looking at all the little fingers. Really, what better way to experience time? Her voice was light, but her words carried an unnatural depth. Then, Sophia's head picked back up. Valesta, her mother, came running back out with a pale face. Sophia, we need to go. Go? What happened? We'll explain later, honey. With tears forming in her eyes, Valesta scooped Sophia into her arms. She then ran back into the house, the surroundings blurring in Sophia's vision due to the sheer speed her mother was going. Then, she stopped in front of a portal. Her father was standing by it. Sophia recognized it. A short-range planetary portal used to move across continents. They stepped through and reappeared in some kind of military compound. Soldiers were running around, and the thick smell of blood was carried by the wind, stinging everyone's noses. Sophia was confused as they ran to the top of the stronghold. On the roof was another portal, but this one was much bigger than the previous one. It was a true spatial portal, capable of moving people between planets. But it wasn't glowing with power, like the other portal. In fact, Sophia could make out shattering in the enchantments. She had a certain level of attunement to mana, so she could detect the chaotic destruction that had ruined the portal. A man was on the floor by the portal, and Sophia's father was obviously distressed by the man's wounded appearance. "General, what happened?" "It's too late." He just shook his head, his eyes filled with despair and resignation. Then, the air began to grow restless. The mana that always surrounded them, that peaceful, magical mana, began to quake as if fearful of what was coming. Then, the sky grew dark. Everyone froze, soldiers no longer running around. There weren't even any more screams. All eyes turned to the sky. Sophia watched as a figure grew. The figure was so massive it couldn't be described in words. It was a monster out of the depths of hell. Or, more appropriately, this monster could rule the depths of hell, with a body of flame that burned even space, and maws that opened to reveal endless nothing. World Eater. Valesta fell to her knees, her grip loosening on Sophia just a little bit. She couldn't tear her eyes away from the monster that approached them, larger than even a planet. It descended from the depths of space, its mouth opening to receive the planet like a spoon-fed dinner. There were over 1 trillion people on this planet. It was within heaven's territory, and every year, it would send out thousands and millions of capable soldiers who would go on to become angels. Sophia was already destined to become a renowned angel, born to a royal family with a strong heavenly bloodline. She had awakened her powers almost immediately after being born. She was destined for greatness, to become someone who would lead heaven's armies to war against its hellish enemies. But now, doom incarnate approached, just about to swallow this secondary world whole. There were legends about the World Eater, many passing it off as some kind of fantastical rumor. How could an entire world be eaten whole? It was impossible. And yet, that thing approached. It grew until the sun couldn't be seen. The maws of oblivion closed around them. Everyone was filled with the darkest despair, their very souls unable to face that being of annihilation. Yet they were forced to watch as they were swallowed. Then, the world trembled. Everything began to disintegrate. Or, it wasn't so much disintegration as simply ceasing to exist. Everything, everyone, began to fade into nothing. Meanwhile, Sophia looked up not with despair, fear, or any of the dark thoughts forced upon everyone's souls. Instead, her mouth twitched into an annoying grin. She cried out, "Damn it, Iris, you stupid fox. I just wanted a nice few years. Did you have to choose this planet?" Then, like everyone else, she was turned to nothing. Right before fading into darkness, though, she swore she heard a voice. "Heh, sorry. Wah, wah. Congratulations, madam." A healthy baby girl. A midwife handed a crying baby to the mother, who looked down with an exhausted but loving face. "Haha, another beautiful child born to the noble Strider family. We shall name her Rita, as agreed upon." The father nearby chuckled and looked at the child in his wife's arms. Suddenly, though, the child stopped crying. Her eyes flashed before looking around. "Blabaha, Haimbrala Hinbra bin Star Danahada." The baby flailed its fists, as if angry. The mother watched curiously. Meanwhile, Sophia was cursing inwardly. "Iris, stupid fox, you obliterate me and send me to another universe. What kind of souls are these?" While the ties between mana and conceptual power are interesting here, this still doesn't help. She grumbled inwardly, the baby child doing the same. At some point, the mother became worried. "Cecilia, is she okay?" "I don't know. She's not hurt." The mother inspected the child worriedly. Suddenly, Sophia felt herself get pierced by that gaze. It felt like her very existence was being seen through. Abort. With a momentary thought, she retreated. The original soul of the body returned, taking back ownership, while hers disappeared. After that, the baby returned to crying, causing the mother to stop inspecting her child and coddle her with sweet words of comfort. Before she left, though, Sophia touched the original child's soul. The soul composition is interesting. Attunement to elements, huh? And connected to another earth. Well, you can have full attunement to that so-called dark mana. As an apology, after touching the soul and altering some informational values, she fully retreated, disappearing from existence. She decided to scold Iris when she got back. "Congratulations, miss. A healthy babdak. We get it," Sophia cried out in her new baby body, interrupting the midwife. To them, it only sounded like gibberish. Still, the midwife stopped talking with a smile. Sophia looked around, shifting her eyes as best she could. The room she was in was painfully lavish. It was like the person who built this place thought gold should go on everything. Golden walls, golden ceiling, golden bed. At least the floor was marble, but even it had gold strewn throughout it. And even as a newborn baby, she could sense the atrociously powerful enchantments throughout the building. There was so much mana being radiated that the original soul of this body, which was still there alongside her, may have died from overstimulation of the mana senses. Whether this meant that the owner of this place was really powerful or really stupid remained to be seen. Either way, Sophia was glad that she was back in her original universe. She planned to investigate that other universe sometime, but she needed to grow up first, and with her endless patience, she rolled with this new life, her eyes of information gathering every bit of said information as she could. Her father was stupid, but also stupid powerful. At least he was caring as well. 3 years in, and Sophia was primed for success. Sure, she was still a child, but laying the foundation as a child was important. And there was another thing she learned to do. It was backseat driving, but with a body. Sophia didn't purge the original soul of this body, instead deciding to live alongside it. Like that, the original soul, which was indeed a child, could control everything while she watched from the same perspective. Except she could also control the body, as well as the soul. She was in control, but she wasn't there to play child for years on end. She was experiencing time, and she wanted to gather as much information as she could. Watching a child grow and being able to see through everything within her allowed her to get a much better grasp on how things evolve through time. She could watch the child grow through each year, watch as it made its soul more powerful. She could indirectly see the concepts in action, the ones that allowed mere mortals to do what Dream couldn't. She could watch as everything that didn't make sense worked. The child she was bound to had little idea of what was going on. It was her own preference, but Sophia wanted to work alongside the child, that growing soul, not play with it like a puppet master. This meant that she didn't expose herself much, but when she did, it was to give something like advice, or increase this child's talent. She needed this child to grow powerful. After all, a little soul manipulation and informational change didn't hurt anyone. Like that, she watched as this child grew, from a baby to a teenager, watching through all the phases and episodes of her life. As expected, this particular child grew to become one of the most talented soldiers in her generation. Sophia was able to garner much information through her. The only problem was where she ended up. 28 years pass, and Sophia watched as this child, now a full-grown woman, marched onto a battlefield. She was now an angel, a Class 5 archangel, to be specific. But in front of this army, Sophia's face went blank when she saw the enemy. The fanatical heathens of Luna's unholy regime. She recognized not just the name, but the ships that flew overhead. She recognized their design, and the millions of bots that jumped out of their hatches. She recognized the ruthlessly efficient attack patterns of those bots. She would know, since she programmed them. And so when her person, that child she had watched for nearly 30 years, had her soul sliced into pieces by a 4-armed bot, she wasn't sure what to say. Damn it, Luna. Chapter 291, Death. All right, I think this is it, Sophia mumbled inwardly. She continued to excitedly watch her person. She had been watching this person for nearly 130 years. The girl's name was Sophia, just like hers, and she had become a demigod. Sophia watched as this child grew to become a Class 6, forming a soul the normal way. Truly, Dream's way of doing things seemed so infinitely convoluted compared to this simple process, but the results couldn't compare. While Dream was capable of rivaling even gods as a Class 5, This child of hers who had only just become a demigod was nowhere near that. Blessed by the concept of light, Sophia was capable of calling upon the fastest speeds in the universe. Through this power, she rose to become a small hegemon. But she wasn't an angel. No, she was a demon who used the concept of light. It wasn't paradoxical. Light wasn't aligned either way. Light was simply light, so demons could tap into it. And Sophia had garnered much information from this particular child. This child grew and grew, a slow and tedious process compared to what she was used to, but growth nonetheless. Watching this child as she learned magic, learned combat, faced her first hardships in battle, lost friends and loved ones, Sophia watched everything, feeling every emotion and sensation from behind the scenes. She never spoke much, and her child wasn't aware of her existence. But Sophia was aware of everything, reverse engineering the universe. It was such an infinitely complex process, but through this child, she had made significant progress. This child had gone to many battlefields, but after becoming a demigod at the age of 80, she had resided on a single planet. It was a battlefield between demons and angels, a planet whose express purpose was to facilitate this eternal war. She had been there ever since arriving, and she had killed so many people. And through her endless exposure to the people of this planet, Sophia was able to find a good nexus for her reverse engineering. In her minds, there was an endlessly vast map of the universe, and in one tiny section of it, there was an even tinier web of golden thread. This golden thread branched out from this eternal battlefield. The thread was information, a recreation of all that existed at a single point in time. Gathering more information, sifting through all instants of time, plotting out the cause and effect of even the most inconsequential particles, Sophia never stopped processing. And for one particular instant in time, she had successfully recreated the entire planet where this battlefield resided. From there, she was reverse engineering the portals that send troops, tracing them back to their home worlds through the movement of mana and ether. She was reconstructing the chaotic void, the bending and warping of space. Not even the light particles were left out. She was left with a still image, a single simulated universe that was constantly expanding through her work. She was recreating the souls of all the soldiers who fell, recreating their skills, their memories, their thoughts, their feelings. Through every action and reaction, she garnered more and more information. But much of it was incomplete. She had learned more about the concepts after much study and observation. Watching her child grow for 150 years was extremely valuable data, allowing her to see the transformation in the states of this child's soul. She could see all the memories and the development of all her skills. She even got to witness the blessing of the concepts. She got to directly experience her child comprehending the concepts, gaining their profound and infinite knowledge. But there was just so much information. Sophia had been following this single child for 130 years, watching. But even after so long, she didn't seem any closer to reconstructing the universe. There were so many laws that determined a single outcome of cause and effect. If she didn't know even the tiniest detail, then that bit of information would be incorrect. In fact, much of her reconstruction was gray, indicating that it could be wrong. She often tried to reconcile her mistakes by shifting through time and plotting outcomes, but even then, some things just didn't add up. She needed more data. She needed more conceptual knowledge. She now knew that she could directly acquire conceptual knowledge through other vessels, like her child. Sophia now knew more about the concept of light and could accurately trace back light even to its host star. This was the conceptual knowledge she wanted from Dream, but she couldn't go back to him. He still wasn't finished, but that was okay, because Sophia had found another way. She observed Nil, that odd entity that could be the vessel which carried a concept, yet be the medium by which she could directly control a god core. He was both a barrier and a connection, saving her from losing herself yet affording her the full powers of the god core of information. She wanted to create another one of those entities, another vessel. But instead of generating one like Nil, she wanted to use the people of the universe. She wanted them to grow, like her current child, and attain conceptual knowledge that she could use. And she could push them along, giving them far greater talent than normal. It was how her current child was able to reliably get to her current power level. But she had a problem. She needed to split herself, or generate more selves, in order to acquire more vessels. For that, she used nil as a template. She could generate entities that were pure information, connecting them to the God core of information through nil. Then, she could send all these entities out. Since she was in control of the God core, anything connected to it would be a part of her. She was basically generating other existences that were both herself yet a separate person. All the information they would acquire through their host would be relayed in full back to her, since she was them anyway. She thought it was a genius idea. All she had to do was figure out how to modify Nil's existence, which he had been doing for many years now. Of course, it was only a matter of time. When her current child was around 150 years old, she cracked it. Sophia existed in some kind of eternal void, devoid of any and all information. She only acquired information through other people that she attached herself to. For a long time, her only source of information was this current child. But now, after figuring out how to generate more existences, in her virtual hand was a single entity, another existence that was her yet independent. Time to multiply. Sophia smiled inwardly, and suddenly, that entity split in two, doubling. 2 turned to 4, then 8, then 16. Entities were generated, and they in turn generated more entities. They doubled and doubled, growing exponentially. Billion, trillion, quadrillion. When she felt like she had enough, approximately 20 quadrillion entities, she looked back toward her child. A battlefield with enemies and allies going and coming. Millions transferred to and from this planet every day. What better way to spread than through other people? Like a virus, I'll expand. Sophia watched as her child shot out a beam of light. Within that light, though, was now an entity. It collided with an enemy, the entity attaching itself to the new person. Sophia suddenly felt the entity attached to that person's existence, and she acquired another person. But that foot soldier could only wait to die. Said foot soldier realized they couldn't fight Sophia's child. So they ran, shouting toward the hundreds and thousands of people beside them. Help me! The sound waves traveled out, and within each wave were millions of entities. They all attached to the millions of other soldiers who had been even slightly touched by that sound. Suddenly, Sophia had millions more people, all of their experiences, memories, and information streaming into her. They popped up like TV channels, Sophia aware of each and everyone. And from there, it only continued to grow, millions to billions, then to trillions. When magic was used to communicate with other planets, Sophia's entities were attached, transferring to the recipient. From one planet to the next, her entities endlessly grew. They attached themselves to every child, every soldier, every adult. No matter how weak or powerful, she attached to them all. The information she received increased infinitely. Every person had countless bits of information that comprised their existence, and Sophia read through it all. Her entities spread across galaxies, being carried to even the highest primary worlds. She even attached to all of Luna's generals, all of Iris' demonic armies. When she came this far, though, Sophia couldn't help but be surprised when she was spoken to. Luna looked at one of her generals who stood before her. With how deep she was into the concept of life, the change couldn't escape her gaze. She saw that entity attached itself to the informational existence of her general. Her general, a demigod, noticed nothing. She smiled a bit. She could tell who it was. Hello, Sophia. Luna. Sophia nodded through her entity, acknowledging Luna. Nothing else was said. Luna's intent, by speaking to Sophia's entity, wasn't to simply say hi. It was to let her know that people with higher concepts could see her entities. She needed to be careful. Sophia took this knowledge and continued to expand. She spread across the entire universe within mere moments. For the time being, she avoided all gods and their closest retainers. She wouldn't expose herself. From the demigods to the newborn children being birthed throughout the universe, she was attached to them all through the concept of information, a thing that constituted existence itself. She could realize everything. The newborns were the best to be attached to, though, through them, she could experience true growth. Only with the children did she have the clearest vision. For those with more power, like demigods, she couldn't see into their concepts. It was much harder to process their existence since part of their existence was conceptual. With that child of hers who she had grown with until she was a demigod, there was no such difficulty. She could see everything, attain all conceptual knowledge she garnered. It was because she had grown with her, experienced everything from beginning to present, and she intended to do the same with many more. After spreading throughout the universe, Sophia halted. She wasn't attached to every person and thing. She limited herself to those original 20 quadrillion entities, and there were much more in the whole universe. But she did make sure that nearly every newborn child had an entity with it. Those entities bonded with their informational existences, becoming one with the child. That way, Sophia would be a true part of them. When they grew to become powerful, learning magic, developing their soul, evolving their existence, she would experience it all. Her ability to reverse engineer the universe was just multiplied by countless times. 20 quadrillion existences through every instant in time. Truly, time was infinitely complex. But even with all this, was it enough to help Dream? He had been in that same spire for so long, never once moving from his withering throne. 170 years since Sophia left. 170 years was a long time. Melody could easily live that long, but she was a much different person than back then, when she had come to visit, to brag about becoming a demigod, when she had gave her thanks for all the advice long ago, when she brought our parents. It had been so long, and they wanted to see. What was I? A terminally ill patient. I didn't need those looks of worry. Dream shook his head inwardly, recalling all those events. His body was basically glued to that chair, unable to be controlled at all. He wouldn't be surprised if he had become one with that chair. It had been so long, after all, but that was of secondary concern. He had gotten closer to death, but not in the way one might immediately think. It was when he first saw death, the Reaper, the god of death, darkness incarnate, non-existence. What did it mean to become death itself? It was a paradox. You couldn't be death, which was non-existence, and yet still be someone. To become nothing was to disappear. That meant becoming the god of death was, well, a death sentence. You were willingly walking into oblivion, removing your existence from the universe. It was this paradox, though, that Dream loved so much. It rather perfectly entailed his dilemma. He was finding that foundation, the thing that went beyond even non-existence. Since there was nothing, then there had to be something that allowed nothing to exist. It was because of this that Dream was eager to get closer to death. Why? Because it actually came to him as something. It first appeared in the spire he sat in. He had noticed its conceptual existence. It had come in the shape of a black fog, a window to the endless void of nothing. But then it took on shape. It became a fox that looked just like Iris when she was younger, that flaming ball of anger and passion, one whose name now heralded absolute doom. Then, it changed into an ice golem, probably one of Luna's. She was capable of wiping out something by freezing them, making it outright disappear. She was now incapable of doing this, being in the concept of life and all, but it had still spelled certain doom for any unlucky souls that got in her way. Then, it changed to a demon. It was one of the many demons Dream had wiped out, those demons that had reaped so many lives, killing people that he had been trying to protect. Death came to him in many forms, all of them being from his associations with death. Anything that represented death in his life had appeared before him, inching closer, threatening him with the reality of non-existence. He couldn't talk to it. Whatever that thing was, it didn't even seem to acknowledge him. It just kept inching closer. The only things Luna and Alice sensed was the growing aura of death emanating from his existence. They couldn't see those figures that approached him within his spire. At some point, death got really close. It seemed to multiply, surrounding him and holding hundreds of scythes up to his body. It threatened to take away everything, reduce him to nothing. It was going to swallow him whole. It had no wants or desires. It had no ego. It had no reservations. It didn't even acknowledge his existence. It was both something and nothing, a concept of oblivion taken form, a paradox that presented itself to him, a paradox to solve, unravel the mystery, or die trying. Dream didn't avoid death, even though he could. He let it get uncomfortably close, so close that he could practically feel himself slipping into oblivion. Images of the reality of nothing came to him. He began to feel nothing, only to occasionally wake up, like he was on the verge of going to sleep, only to jerk away from the exhaustion. The paradox began to inject itself into him. It began to overtake him. Or did it come from within him, presented with death? Were these images his way of imagining nothing? One couldn't know nothingness. One couldn't know non-existence, for non-existence didn't exist. It wasn't information to grasp or a concept to understand. So when you were presented with true nothing, even Dream's mind had filled in that blank, masking it with something he could understand, putting a veil over it. Perhaps it was a way of protecting himself. To subject yourself to non-existence was to die? No? But if a part of you became non-existence, was the paradox to know nothing? In that case, for the first time in so long, Dream lifted his head. Death, nothing, stood before him. It seemed to encapsulate his existence, just waiting for him to fall in, waiting for him to become nothing. And he didn't resist it. He allowed himself to slip, almost as if to sleep. He let himself be subject to oblivion, and his body froze. He no longer emanated the aura of death. He didn't emanate life, nor creation or annihilation. Those concepts that had been obliterating his body ceased. He became deathly still, deathly quiet, and as if that were the trigger, an enormous eyeball manifested within the spire. At the same instant, Luna and Alice appeared. They faced that eyeball and sensed Dream. From him came nothing. Alice shivered, and Luna burst out with the power of life. All of it flooded toward Dream, attempting to revive him, even as she faced the eyeball. He is nothing. It spoke, almost as if through the concepts, and as if acknowledging his words. Luna's power of life did, well, nothing. Her power didn't affect him in the slightest. Yet there was no death that she could latch onto and reverse. It was as if Dream just didn't exist, but they could still see him, sitting on that chair in his eternally frozen state. His half-withered body, that old-school suit, was it really there? Or were they just hallucinating something that had now ceased to exist? Luna knew that the eyeball wasn't at fault, and unlike Alice, she wasn't devastated. Not yet anyway. Instead, the fact that this eyeball was here proved that a step had been taken. She stepped forward. She was no longer bursting with power, instead remaining eerily calm. You have no place here. Not even you truly understand this moment in time. You know nothing of what that paradox is. You know nothing of the totality and its existential plane, the one that no longer holds that thing. With every word the eyeball spoke, waves of information flooded Luna and Alice's minds. In that moment, they understood that that eyeball was. They could see its unfathomably long lifespan, its birth during the creation of the cosmos. In short, it was telling them that they were way in over their heads, that compared to it, they were less than inconsequential. They were nothing. In front of it, that was everything. Luna tried to keep her calm in front of it. Order. You despair, Luna, for your destined end lies at the height of life and creation. You despair, for you cannot fight I who is above all. Those who are infinitely lesser cannot even fathom those above. Then go ahead and kill Dream. Suddenly, Luna found herself smiling. Her perfectly blue eyes bore into the eyeball. Kill him. You have no need for your angelic armies. Kill him here and now, you who stands above all. It didn't respond, and Luna smiled even wider. I knew it. That which is even beyond order and chaos. Looks like you're not above all, eyeball. You know not what you speak of. Maybe not. Luna didn't deny it, but she still smiled. But I do know that you can't kill him. That something so lesser than you is achieving something you can't. Did you do it? Did you kill the archons? Kill the archons. Luna could have sworn it snickered. That which has never existed has no need to be killed. Chapter 292 Archons. That which has never existed need not be killed. Luna's heart grew erratic. What did it mean to wipe something from existence? To remove all traces of it, all information and connections to reality that something bore. It required the entire universe to correct itself, generating another timeline in which something simply never existed. It required even conceptual correction. It was something that could only be achieved by something even above gods, like he who was above all. Order, the highest concept in the universe, beside chaos. Perhaps only it could erase something from all existence. After all, even in death, a person's information still lived within the minds of others. The person had affected the universe, no matter how inconsequential those effects were. To erase something's entire existence was to erase all those effects. To go back in time and eliminate the cause before all their effects. Luna almost shivered at her revelations, as if she had finally unraveled the universe's most monumental secret. At the same time, though, she noticed her surroundings. Utter darkness, besides that eyeball that still floated before her. You know of the archons. Their existence has been reintroduced to this universe. You contain their existence. It stared at her, and Luna's soul trembled. All her incarnations were suddenly recalled. Her entire existence, physical and conceptual, grasped in the invisible hands of this being. You must be erased. With those words, her soul began to disintegrate. Luna found her conceptual selves disappear. The very concept seemed to turn on her as she was not just expelled from them, but attacked. The physical laws broke down her body. The magical laws flipped and obliterated her soul. She turned to nothing, the information that comprised her very body returning to zero. And then, she was gone. But, Solomon, suddenly, the eyeball roared. Luna had reappeared, except she was now located in the outmost bounds of the very universe. Where even light had yet to reach, Luna floated aimlessly. Could distance affect her connections to the concepts? It seemed like they had, because she couldn't find her conceptual selves. It's all right, little girl. You'll just need to stay away from the concepts for the time being. Suddenly, Luna's head snapped around. Beside her was a king, a man standing with a royal disposition, his robes adorned with golden embroidery and jewels. He looked like a king from medieval times. Yet, his entire wardrobe had been eroded through time, the colors of his robes fading, the gold lackluster and cracked, and his hair a thick but pure white. The wrinkles of his face matched well with his sharp beard, but he couldn't hide his age. Luna felt the aura of the ancients on this man, like a relic from another long-forgotten era. Solomon, Luna knew, the one who had always been watching, guiding Dream's development across his younger years. Had he predicted even this? Solomon, that king, looked at her and smiled. I only know up to here, if that's what you're asking. Not even I can know what comes after nothing. I'd say it's quite beyond me, quite my opposite. But I hold hope. Hope? How can you? There was another voice, and Luna looked over. It was Alice, who looked almost unable to contain herself. Dream died before I did? That wasn't supposed to happen. I was supposed to lead him through death. The very fact that you remember him means that he hasn't died. Solomon spoke simply, though Alice didn't seem to understand. He looked at her. Death is non-existence. He gave himself to it, yet you still remember him. It means he's already succeeded in realizing nothing, yet maintaining his existence. He's made it past the paradox of death. How? Through all of you. Solomon scratched his beard. If he wishes to reclaim his existence, he must use the information stored within the universe pertaining to himself. All the things he's ever done. All his anchors to reality. Everything down to his footsteps on a beach. That by itself shouldn't be too difficult. Should that girl do her job? But he's trying to reach further. You mean neutrality? Luna guessed, remembering what was beyond order and chaos. Kroya, yes. Solomon confirmed. You could say that he needed to start over in order to reach it. He couldn't reach it with his anchors to order and chaos. And well, everything in this universe has anchored him to either order or chaos. He had to escape it. So when will he come back? Alice spoke with more hope, yet obvious worry. Solomon only sighed. Who knows? Who knows how long it might take to reverse engineer his existence? How long it will take to trace his entire life again, to bend time, restructure his existence? I can't tell you. I can only say that you should look out for the visions. Visions? Memories that may come back to you randomly, an alteration of your past. He pointed to his head. Restructuring existence might mean restructuring you. It's restructuring everything, but when you see it, at least you'll know it's happening. You'll know that he's coming back. Luna and Alice were silent. Suddenly, Solomon's eyes widened again. Oh, one more thing. You guys need to fight for order and chaos, and let Sophia in. She'll rely on you. The more you comprehend your concepts, the faster she can work. The faster the universe is replicated. The faster time is realized. As for that eyeball, well, don't worry about him for now. Where we've gone, he can't reach you. And where are we, exactly? Luna asked curiously. She had wondered why the eyeball, a supposedly all-powerful existence, didn't immediately go after her when it failed to kill her. Solomon gave Luna a glance. This is what you might call limbo, a place that exists beyond the totality, another universe entirely, and the graveyard. With a solemn frown, Solomon clapped his hands. Then, the surrounding darkness changed. Like curtains being drawn away from a stage, the light was revealed. This universe was exposed. Luna's eyes widened, her body trembling in awe. 7 bodies of monumental size drifted around them. The first and most obvious, an utterly massive body of both nothing yet indescribably chaos. A body of abyssal depth and nuclear ruin that sought to bring oblivion to all. The second, a humanoid with purple skin, a third eye, and the most brilliant wings of which there seemed to be infinite pairs. He stood with his head hung and staff held beside his body. Although he looked defeated, he emitted an aura of absolution. Nobody could defy even his very presence. The only thing that dimmed this absolute light was the ruined robes that covered his body. The third, a man standing before a seeming plane of existence, as if he were using an entire dimensional plane as an anvil. In his chest was a quasar, a supermassive black hole that had swallowed nothing less than an entire galaxy. It radiated blinding light, some of which had streamed beyond his body and into his arm where it gathered in his hand. It looked like a forge master swinging a hammer to shape his craft. Yet this one had died in the middle of his unknown creation. The fourth, a cyclops with 6 arms, held in which were 6 blades that had shattered, yet were being held together by an unknown force. Each blade seemed to roar with a different form of annihilation, and this cyclops were swinging all of them to his front, as if his mortal enemy were right before him. A picture of absolute violence and ruin, captured and frozen in eternal time. The fifth, a shrouded figure with no sure definition or face. It was entirely wreathed in darkness, simply standing there, making no apparent moves. Yet, when Luna gazed at it long enough, she felt herself slipping into nothing, almost like a deep sleep that she would never wake from. It reminded her of death. The sixth, possibly the most beautiful woman. But to these beings, what was gender? Still, this feminine being radiated the opposite aura of that wreathed figure. Just gazing upon her rejuvenated the soul, and before her, in her hands of indescribable size, was an entire galaxy. She gazed upon it lovingly, yet the sorrow mixed within her endlessly vital gaze was unmistakable. Like a mother looking at her child, joyful to have been there for her child, yet endlessly woeful for not being able to stay with it forever. And then, the seventh, an infinite being that when one gazed upon it, they would never see the same person twice. From an old lady to a teenage boy, of all species and figures, always changing, always taking on new forms. Just looking at it, one might accidentally see the entire lifetime of a person, or the entire lifetimes of every denizen across the cosmos. Time everlasting and dictating the movement of everything in the universe. 7 beings of immeasurable power, of immeasurable size and influence. Their bodies span the width of thousands of galaxies, looking so massive from so far away. Luna felt like she could reach out and touch them. And yet, even such beings of infinite power were laying frozen in time, deathly still, put to rest in this empty universe. The 7 archons, Solomon spoke, filled with reverence yet regretful of the sight. Their final place of rest after their overwhelming defeat. What could defeat them? Alice spoke in horror. She couldn't comprehend beings who were basically manifest concepts that maintained the universe, falling to someone's hands. But to her question, Solomon shook his head. I don't know who defeated them. I know it couldn't be the system of our universe, nor any of those gods of order or chaos. It's impossible for them to die, unless by someone beyond order and chaos. But, as far as I'm aware, such a person does not exist. The only one that may come into existence is Dream. He drifted off. Either way, the death of the archons was a mystery to all of them. Then, Solomon suddenly shrugged. Well, their deaths don't matter now. What matters is your own power. Luna, Alice, and Iris, there you are. Suddenly, another person popped into existence. It was Iris, and she formed before them in her massive abyssal fox form. A twisted image of doom she had become to the people of the universe. What's going on? She screamed, yet she couldn't exercise her power. She couldn't help it as she shrunk, forming back into her womanly figure. Her brilliant red eyes flickered between Luna and Solomon. Then, she grit her teeth. Shit, what do you want, Solomon? Did Dream finally do it? He did. I knew it. That eyeball didn't come for nothing. What? How could you know what happened? Luna narrowed her eyes at her sister. She above all knew that Iris had been completely absent, never making contact with Dream after they basically forged his soul and helped him survive the concepts. She had been doing nothing but eating and fighting, spreading chaos throughout the universe, devouring trillions of innocent lives. She was practically evil incarnate, the very embodiment of the chaos she comprehended. There was no way she could know what was going on, but Iris just scoffed, as if Luna were the stupid one. You think I can't make my guesses? It's not that damn difficult to see what he was doing. The only way to know what's beyond death is to die. So I knew he was going to kill himself at some point. And when that time came, that eyeball would finally emerge. He wanted what Dream was going to get, and there was no use for us then. So now we're here. So you knew we were going to die? Of course. Iris answered with a snicker that filled Luna with rage. Then what the hell were you doing? I've been leading my angelic armies for nearly 2 centuries, trying to comprehend life and creation. I was trying to make sure Dream wouldn't kill himself when the time came. What were you doing during all that time? What were all those trillions of deaths for? I was doing whatever the fuck I wanted, as if we could fight against the very god of order. I doubt even 2,000 years would prepare us any more for what happened just now. Iris huffed, as if she finally decided that Luna was far below her. You felt it too, right? How easily he obliterated us, destroyed our souls, wiped our minds and memories. It was so effortless. Every concept in the universe seemed to bow to him and kill us for him. We were literally expelled from the universe, the very concepts rejecting our existence. He conducted this with a mere thought. That, right there, is a true god. So no, I wasn't stupid enough to attempt to kill him. I just focused on myself. You. Luna shivered, looking like she was about to tear Iris' throat out, but she couldn't find the words to refute her. Perhaps deep down in Luna's mind, she knew all this too. They were too young, too weak, to even think of fighting such a being. When that eyeball seemed to degrade her, stating that she knew nothing about what was happening, although she agreed with him, she didn't even know what she didn't know. From Solomon, to Dream's death, to Sophia's apparent entry into time, all of it was far beyond her. Compared to those things, her attempt at comprehending life and creation was but a cute pastime, and she didn't even know it. Suddenly, a hand was placed on her shoulder. Her rage calmed, and Solomon spoke from behind her. Dream was weak. He weakened himself, but he still inserted himself into the 4 highest concepts under order and chaos. Then, that girl Sophia bent my own system in order to enter the legacy space. I handed her Nil, and she used his god core to enter time. And Dream, through the 4 concepts he subjected himself to, learned far more than just the comprehensions available to him. So, you're wondering when they surpassed you, and when you were left so far behind that you could only stand there and be killed by the beings now involved in this game? Luna only nodded. She had been guarding Dream. Alice had also spent every free hour by his side, only leaving when there was someone that needed to die. Both of them had done this since Dream threw his comprehensions away. He had become powerless, unable to cast even a simple spell. His entire existence was constantly degrading under those concepts, and Luna let him, but only because she thought her comprehensions into life were high enough to save him should anything happen. But after he let himself die, and her power did nothing, when that eyeball appeared, killing her with but a thought, he had declared her death, and under that power, no amount of hope could save her. She had died, only surviving because Solomon could bring them to an entire other universe. She had thought herself so high and mighty. After all, even the gods of other concepts bowed before her. She had led angelic armies numbering in the billions for nearly 2 centuries. She had orchestrated galactic conquest, all in order to protect a single person. She thought she was doing good. But what was that in front of time? What was that when Dream was pursuing the thing beyond death? He had made it past the paradox of death. Truly, she had no idea what that meant when the eyeball spoke it to her. She didn't truly understand what it meant to dive into non-existence and retain one's existence. When had they surpassed her? Or perhaps she saw it wrong. Had she ever been above Dream? Or was his pursuit of power just so different and beyond her comprehension that she didn't realize when she was left behind? It sure didn't seem like a corpse of a man glued to a chair was more powerful than her. And in a sense, he wasn't. But at a certain point, power became incomprehensible. It wasn't just being unable to see the top of a mountain. It was not knowing that beyond your mountain, beyond the sky above you, beyond the galaxy and universe and dimensions you resided in, there was another universe filled with dead archons and a being capable of killing them. These revelations, they were beyond sobering. They were catastrophic. Luna felt like she was realizing another universe. How could she be so narrow-sighted? Scales of power she could never even imagine were now presented in front of her. The very embodiment of life, creation, and order. Those three beings floated before her, but they weren't dead. What was death to life? They were opposites. One couldn't become the other. This meant that life couldn't die and couldn't cease to exist. What was creation to annihilation? Creation couldn't suddenly start annihilating. Then it wouldn't be creation. And annihilation couldn't suddenly start bringing things into existence. And order could not be killed because it was on par with chaos. And chaos was above even death. So these archons, they weren't dead, yet they weren't alive. And this universe they were in wasn't a true universe. At least, not yet it wasn't. This universe, these archons, they were a seed. They were the concepts themselves taken form. In their home universe, the concepts had strewn themselves throughout all existence, spawning a true universe. Here, they didn't do that, but they were still concepts. They could be comprehended, though perhaps in a different way than normal. Luna suddenly remembered Dream, and how his comprehension led to a direct takeover of the concepts. This was due to his connection to the archons. In that case, would it be the same here? Would comprehending these concepts? No, it wasn't comprehending concepts. Luna faced Solomon. What did you bring us here for? Suddenly, he smiled, as if she finally asked the right question. I think you already know what your purpose here is, and because of that, it's about time I took my leave. With those words, Solomon turned around. Then, he approached time, that infinite being of everything, that infinite being, ever-changing in its forms, suddenly ceased to change. Instead, it stopped on one particular figure, a girl with brown hair and wearing a sundress, perfectly sculpted, yet humbly featured. She gazed at Solomon, a smile blooming on her face. He bowed. Sophia. Hi, Solomon. I see you finally moved them. Sophia gazed over his shoulder, her eyes piercing through Luna, Iris, and Alice. Sophia? Luna felt it hard to breathe. What used to be Dream's skill had now become something akin to time itself. No doubt she still had a long way to go. But as Luna now understood, her power was far below Sophia's. Just because Sophia might not be able to destroy like she did, didn't mean she was lesser. It was a different kind of power. Luna reached out. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Solomon, where are you going? Going? Why? I'm not going anywhere. He didn't even look back, keeping his focus on Sophia. I'm becoming something else. Through giving myself to Sophia, she'll become far greater than now. She'll attain the one piece she's been missing this entire time. You're giving yourself? Luna couldn't seem to understand. But why? You've come so far. It's hard to think that someone can so easily sacrifice themselves, but for myself, the choice is a given. You could say that this moment is what I've lived my endless existence for, my being's purpose all falling upon this single moment. He seemed to age thousands of years with each word. I am the god of wisdom. I hold the ability to see through time by conjuring lesser dimensional timelines within myself. I can predict a person's life, the lives of everyone they affect, and the pasts of their lineages. I was spawned from Sophia herself, yet also born as an entity within the original universe. I discovered, not by chance, the graveyard of the archons. I constructed a system whose sole function was to support a connection between the original universe and the graveyard. An unintended consequence of this connection was the existence of the Wanderers, a people who live beyond the confines of the true system, and the Seekers, the spawns of the other archons. I am the first Seeker, but not destined to be the last. And now, I relieve myself of my burden. The archons have found their successors. I have brought them here. Now, I must give myself and take my last step forward. I must return from whom I spawned. And I'm only glad that I've become worthy of she who embodies infinity. Solomon reached out his hand. Luna watched as Sophia took it with a smile. Then, his body flickered. He both aged and returned to his youth. It was Sophia who turned into a younger version of him, and Solomon who aged until he withered into a skeleton. Then, his body turned to dust, becoming nothing. Luna's eyes were glued to Sophia. Her form became that of a baby, who grew into a toddler and then a teenager. She watched as Solomon grew. Every instant in his life was played out, from beginning to end. Then, Sophia became Solomon, as if they were never two different people. Only when Solomon reached his present form did he freeze. Turning back into Sophia, she stood before them, her eyes deeper than before, filled with the profundity of countless eons of thinking. When she smiled, though, all that was washed away. She waved at Luna, Iris, and Alice, giggling at their enraptured faces. Don't worry, you could say that this is his form of insurance. A seed of gratitude he planted within us to guarantee his future. He's slyer than he makes himself out to be. Anyway, you guys should get to it. The faster you work, the faster you can go back. When you've finished, you'll be granted entry back into the main universe. Only then can we work on getting Dream back. Her words faded, and at some point, her figure went back to its ever-changing form. The three girls stood there for a few moments, and then they turned. Luna faced that motherly figure cradling a galaxy in her hands. Alice faced the shrouded figure of abyssal nothingness. Iris faced the Cyclops with 6 arms and 6 broken blades. The Archons, the successors, could they truly take their place? Chapter 293, Paradox. Sophia vanished, reappearing amongst her now familiar home of nothingness. At this point, it felt like everything around her was both real yet virtual, both a part of the universe yet the mere products of her own thoughts. Perhaps thankfully, though, her abilities were still limited. Her thoughts, her simulations, still lacked the reality of the universe. Even after Solomon returned to his place, sacrificing himself to hand his abilities to Sophia, she still lacked the depth of knowledge to perfectly simulate the universe. She needed the concepts, and not those lesser concepts. She needed order and chaos, the highest concepts in the universe and the foundation of totality. And she couldn't attain these concepts herself. She needed to use someone else, use their comprehensions, and generate simulations based on those comprehensions. She needed Luna, Iris, and Alice. If it were before, when they were present within the main universe, then unfortunately there would be no hope of attaining those concepts. As they had found out the hard way, there was already a god of order, and likely one of chaos. So no matter how much they comprehended, no matter how powerful they became, they would always be below the highest. You couldn't fight against them. There were no concepts equal to those. Everything was under them. Luna had been expelled, every concept in the universe turning and removing her existence, simply because the god of order willed it. That was a true god. So what were they to do? How could they fight back? How could they reach that level? The answer was right before them. The Archons, 7 beings that, together, were the very foundation of the totality. They were the concepts themselves. There was order and chaos. There was life, death, creation, and annihilation. The concepts were before them. The successors were present. There was only one thing to do. It was up to Luna and Iris to comprehend order and chaos. They fit the bill perfectly. As for Alice, well, Sophia knew her responsibility lay elsewhere. Not long after Sophia had vanished, Luna, Iris, and Alice understood what they needed to do. The concepts were basically being handed to them on a silver platter. Nobody to compete with, nothing else to focus on. They didn't immediately leave, though. For a while, they contemplated. Both Luna and Iris seemed to grasp something after being brought here. Luna gazed upon the Archon of Order, a being with purple skin, a third eye that gazed upon everything in this universe with absolution. For a time, Luna really thought that these Archons were alive rather than, well, dead was the best way she could describe their situation. Each of these Archons were power themselves, the concepts incarnate. This wasn't simply a matter of comprehending and attaining the borrowed power of the concepts. They were the concepts. They were the laws of the universe itself, and beings that bent the universe to their will. True gods. It was natural that Luna had a hard time believing these beings had been somehow rendered useless. But more than that, she couldn't help but keep repeating that phrase. The Archon's successors, They were to succeed the archons, become true gods. And the only way they could do that, they had to become order and chaos. Luna quickly realized that the archon of order was her goal. Above life and creation, order was waiting for her. Nobody else was better suited. And chaos? That was for Iris. But what about Alice? She had always been within death, a concept under chaos. While Iris would surely take all of chaos, Luna still couldn't help but think that Alice had a higher purpose than just becoming death, especially after what Dream did, gave himself to nothingness, surpassing the paradox of death. Perhaps there was something more to death. In that darkness was the deepest foundation of the universe, something beyond nothing. Would Alice do what Dream did? Luna gazed around her, getting to that point. But when she sought our Alice, she couldn't find her. Alice had disappeared. Perhaps she had gone to the concepts? Luna was curious, but disregarded it for now. She didn't believe there was anything in this universe that was out to harm them. Quite the opposite, in fact. Suddenly, though, she felt Iris' gaze. The two twin sisters met eyes. Although they were twins, they couldn't be more different. Literal opposites, in almost every way. Unlike before, though, in the main universe, Iris' gaze held something other than hate. Iris smiled, approaching Luna. I guess I should start with an apology. She scratched her head, a bit meekly. It was so very unlike her that Luna got chills. Who are you? It's me, Luna. Come on. You realize what happened to us too, right? Luna looked at her sister skeptically. Iris just rolled her eyes. The concepts, after we started comprehending them, diving deeper into their depths, making them a part of us, it changed us. We were opposites, and I was filled with so much hate for you. I wanted nothing more than to erase you from the universe, to kill you, corrupt you. I did just about anything I could to cause you trouble, although my attempts at actually killing you were completely useless. You were way too good at hiding. Iris frowned and rubbed her eyes, looking exhausted. I don't want to feel so much hate for you, Luna. You could say that the only reason I didn't teleport right in front of you and eat all your primary worlds was because I had made up enough excuses to keep me occupied. I tried so hard to stop myself, but the concepts didn't allow me to be even slightly friendly with you. I just want to say I'm sorry, that I still love you. You're still my sister, perhaps my only friend, and I want to apologize in advance, because this might be the last time I ever even think of interacting with you in a nice way. Once we jump into those concepts, we'll become enemies again. Iris' head hung a bit low. Her gaze was filled with a shocking amount of sorrow, and Luna wasn't sure of what to say. She just floated there, gazing at her sister, her chest feeling an unfamiliar ache. Iris turned to her new goal, that mass of abyssal chaos that she was to become. This was her path now, to succeed that being of chaos, to become chaos itself. She was about to take a step forward, to begin this new journey of true ascension. But she was held back. A cold grip held her arm. You don't have to go yet. Luna looked at Iris back, her gaze almost pleading. We have time. Let's stay here for a bit. We can talk. Iris turned back. She was surprised, but more so excited, happy that her sister didn't hate her. She nodded. Yeah, we can talk, but how long do we have? Sophia said we'd go back to the same instant we died after finishing, so I'd say all the time we want. Besides, how long will it take to comprehend those concepts? A few thousand years? We have plenty of time. Luna pulled Iris in. Iris was surprised by the sudden hug. Luna mumbled, I'd like to talk to my sister for the first time in almost 2 centuries. Surely becoming a god can wait. I agree. Iris chuckled a bit before hugging back. Like that, the two floated through the endless darkness around them, and they did so for all the time they lost. 2 centuries. Before Alice was Sophia. Alice wasn't exactly familiar with Sophia's form. Sophia had never opted to appear in her human, womanly form in front of anyone else except Dream. Not that she appeared that way often anyway. Still, this was Alice's first time actually interacting with Sophia herself. All other times, it was through Dream or a magical program. But this was Sophia, and none other. Plus, Sophia was now something like a goddess of time. Her relationship to the original archons, to Solomon, even to the main universe, was in question. Thankfully, Sophia didn't plan on keeping her in the dark. Luna and Iris are going to take order and chaos. Sophia let out a sweet hum, a voice so soothing to Alice's ears. I know you were pushing toward death, You knew Dream would die and wanted to do so before him, to lead him through it, as I recall you saying. Impressive. How you wish to comprehend nothing. You were trying to do exactly what Dream did, just a bit less recklessly. Though, I imagine your efforts during these past years have been paradoxical. They have. Alice hung her head at Sophia's words. She had resided within the concept of death, focusing on comprehending it. And shockingly, she had met many others during her time within that conceptual world. Quadrillions of people were within death, beings that had passed, ones that once resided within the universe. Within death was the afterlife, a dark world full of all those who had risen to power throughout history, only to perish and become the fuel used by others for progression. And as Alice had discovered, only those who had evolved their soul at least once earned the right to retain their ego into death. But they were at the very bottom. There were only 3 others who had entered death of their own power. Alice had found out that demigods within death often perished quickly. It was the most dangerous concept to enter, above even annihilation. But even those people that Alice had met on equal grounds did not see death for what it truly was. Absolutely nothing. It was the paradox that Dream had surpassed, the great enigma of death. Death was nothing. How could you comprehend nothing? How could you be something and nothing? Of course, Dream wasn't the first to realize death's paradox. Many others had also done so, but they had all died. Not even the other demigods knew their names. They had vanished from the universe after giving their entire existence to nothing. They had willingly killed themselves in pursuit of something higher. As for all the others, they understood death as the reduction of life. Like mortal death, when someone was decapitated, their soul unable to retain its for out of sheer weakness. Other demigods of death were mere reapers, bringing death to others, destroying their souls, ending their lives. They didn't know what true death was, and Alice didn't blame them. Not even she truly knew. And in a way, death couldn't be known. And so, for nearly 2 centuries, she had been stuck, not making much progress. In fact, the progress she thought she made had perhaps brought her farther from the truth. Since your time has been fruitless, I have a proposition for you. Sophia put out her hand, on her face a small smile. Alice became curious, wondering what Sophia could possibly do to help. I'll give you death, true nothingness. I'll erase you from the universe. Sophia's soothing voice created an odd dichotomy to her words. Alice didn't think she was being malicious, though. Sophia was saying that she would kill her, but Alice knew that death wasn't so simple. Sophia continued, giving her an appropriate explanation. You'll be erased, but simultaneously, your existence will live on in my memories. You could say that you'll become a part of me, giving up your independent self. However, this gives you an opportunity. Dream lives on, exists through the mind of the universe and all its information. You will do the same. But unlike him, who's seeking something in that midst of nothingness, your challenge will be re-entering existence. You could think of it like a computer program fighting to become sentient, and when you do, you will reappear in time, your existence imposing its will unto the universe. Of course, the downside to this is that you have to trust me. Trust in my integrity, in my abilities to know every bit of your information, and trust me enough to give your entire self to me. When I kill you and effectively consume your existence, I will have absolute control over your every aspect. The slightest deviation or change can erase your existence, barring you from ever re-entering the universe and becoming something again. You will ride the line between life and death in the time you're gone. You will have to know both. You will have to surpass the paradox, using myself as a crutch. So, what do you think? Sophia eyed Alice, her faint smile still present on her face. For a time Alice didn't speak. She just sat there, pondering, letting thoughts run through her mind. Then, her mouth opened. Is it even possible for you to surpass death?
Yes.
Sophia answered without hesitation. You have to know that the universe we're in isn't much of a universe. It's broken, degraded, detached, not whole. And you 3 will be the pieces that fit it back together. Every spot that was once occupied by gods in the main universe is now open. Luna and Iris can take order in chaos, and you're going to become the foundation, something that allows nothing to exist. Correct. Become the paradox of death that doesn't exist in this universe. Sophia put out her hand even further, beckoning Alice to take it. And knowing it was at least possible, Alice didn't hesitate. She took Sophia's hand, and then her life flashed before her eyes. Sophia watched as Alice was brought under her, every bit of information that composed her existence injected into streams of time. She similarly saw Alice's life, and she took care not to affect her in any way. Sophia was also giving up something. She had to give a portion of herself to Alice so she could exist, and she wasn't allowed to touch that part. Though, Alice was still taking the bigger risk. Then, Alice disappeared. Her soul dispersed, her mind collapsed, her existence drifting into the infinity of time. Sophia sighed as she vanished. Say hi to Dream. While you're out there. Chapter 294, Life/Creation. So at what point do we have to start? Well, it's been long enough. Luna mumbled as her gaze turned toward the monolithic gods around them. They were so distant, their bodies no doubt millions of light years away. Yet, they saw them as giants. One of them was even holding a galaxy in their hands, as if it were an adorable kitten. The scale of their power prior to being reduced to this state couldn't be fathomed. Life, death, creation, annihilation, order, chaos. Those 6 gods were drifting around Luna and Iris, seemingly dead. Or, it was more like they were stuck in a state of limbo, frozen, not quite alive, but not quite dead. Luna's gaze fell on Life. That was the goddess who held the galaxy in her hands, gazing at it so lovingly. I think a 200-year-long conversation is good enough for a while. Hell, a year is enough to talk about damn near everything. So, I think I'd rather do anything else right now. Iris let out a long sigh as she observed annihilation. The Cyclops with 6 arms, 4 of them equipped with 4 shattered blades. I wonder what we need to do though to start. Luna pondered. Were they supposed to approach these gods? And what then? How were they to begin comprehending these concepts? Not sure. Maybe eating them would do the trick. Iris shrugged. Suddenly, though, she turned around. Luna? Her sister was gone, vanished without leaving a trace behind. At that moment, though, her vision twisted. Iris turned back to annihilation, watching as it grew more and more powerful in her senses. She sighed. And so it begins. Luna reappeared in a completely dark space. But she wasn't alone. What? She was a bit curious as she gazed at the other woman in front of her. That woman was dressed in a garment of roses and vines and leaves, looking like Mother Nature herself. This woman stared at Luna like she were her own child. The two were silent for a while, just observing each other. Finally, it was the other woman who spoke first. So you're the one. My successor. I guess. Call me Oreos. And I guess now is where I start giving myself up for you. I have a question. I'm sure you have many. Oreos smiled at Luna, but the smile seemed sorrowful. Luna decided to satisfy her curiosity. You are an archon? I am. I am wealth. I am life. Who did this to you? Right to the core, I see. Oreos chuckled. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you that. Simply because I don't know. How is that possible? Because the one who took everything away, well, he was far above order and chaos, let alone me. And his existence was not something I could retain in my knowledge if he didn't desire it. The only reason I know that someone did this to me is because I remember another, more prosperous time than now. I don't even remember what happened that brought us here. It's like it didn't happen at all. Luna wasn't sure what to say. Someone so unfathomable that their victims were unable to even remember them. Their entire existence was an enigma in itself. Luna decided that she couldn't get any more information. So, she asked another question. Why are you so willing to give yourself up to me? Because I have no other choice. I am unable to give life to the universe. And although I desire to see life blossom once more, I desire even more for it to blossom at all. If giving myself to you brings life to the universe, I won't hesitate in doing so. I see. And what makes you think I'm capable of inheriting your power? Capable? Now, that's not much of a factor, is it? Oreos tilted her head, but then she smiled. Or are you still under the notion that talent exists at this level? Does talent not matter when comprehending concepts? Dear, talent only exists for mortals. I'll give you a piece of advice that Yao once told me. Yao. Creation. Oreos smirked. Anything can be created, and anyone can be built up to any level. There is no such thing as absolute capabilities or limitations. Everyone has the capacity to become anything. If they don't, then they just don't have enough power backing them. You, my successor, have an archon who is about to give her very existence to you. I will become you, and you will become my power. You will become life, and creation, and order. To us beings who form the foundation of the universe, what, exactly, is stopping us from bringing you to our level? I say the only limiter is time. But then again, time binds even order, right? Luna couldn't help but nod. It was as she said. What was talent in front of these existences? That was a thing for mortals to worry about. The only thing that could influence this process was time. But in this special situation, that didn't mean much. Oreos let out a sigh. No special tests, no matter of worthiness, no matter of talent. I'm going to give you my power, and over time, you are going to accept it. At least your existence is already enough to handle life. So it should be no bother for you. Now how about we get started? No time to waste, right? Oreos snapped her fingers, and at that moment, Luna felt a warm sensation in her hand. She brought up her palm. Now floating above it was a small cluster of absolute physical power. It reminded her of the presumed Big Bang, that cluster of everything that spawned the universe with an explosion. This was like that, except dialed down. Oreo smiled. This is a galactic seed. With it, you will spawn and personally grow a galaxy. And through its growth, you will learn everything there is to know about life itself. But wouldn't the galaxy grow and form on its own? Under a normal universe consisting of every concept, yes. But if strictly life is non-existent, then you will need to fill that gap. Only through your comprehension and power will life flourish in this galaxy of yours. And make no mistake, everything is absolutely real. This isn't an illusion. This galaxy you will be growing is a complete galaxy, and in the end, will be complete with its own peoples and powers. The more Oreo spoke, the more Luna felt the weight of the seed in her hands. This would become a real galaxy. Everything, everyone. Within it would be lives that she had personally created. Creating life. Luna would be doing what only true gods could do. But you will not just be giving life to this galaxy. Suddenly, Oreos continued. You are to become order, and therefore, you must also learn creation. So, you will become both life and creation simultaneously. This means that you will not only have to bring life to your galaxy, but create it as well. Nothing will form without your direct influence. There will be nothing, no tangibility or structure, without your explicit command. Indeed, because what else is creation if not imparting your will unto the universe? Another voice shook Luna's ears as she turned around and faced another of the archons. Oreos nodded to the other being. Yao, mastery, creation. I sense the beginnings of true creation within you, Luna. But not stemming from yourself. Who was it that created the cluster of that impossible energy within you? Yao, creation, bore down upon Luna as his gaze pierced through every fiber of her being. A forge master, the icon of creation itself. Within his chest was a quasar blazing with incalculable energy. That energy flowed through the archon, though it was not chaotic. It was deliberate, slow, only doing as its master wished. No amount of chaos could affect this energy. The pinnacle of control, only second to order itself, stood before Luna with curiosity. She regained her bearings in time to respond. Dream, my husband. He created the gray mist in order to keep us sisters from killing each other with our opposite energies. A husband? You forged a covenant with another? Something like that. Yao seemed to groan before backing away. His face, except for a mouth, was entirely blank, covered in what looked like dark ash. I can't know. How frustrating, truly. The very concept of control, mastery, and creation, have been reduced and shackled by the impossible. Bound with a paradox. Forced to give my very being to another variable outside of my control. How ironic. Yao blazed with rage, something Luna didn't know was possible. But then again, she understood how suffocated Yao was probably feeling. To be creation itself, yet you couldn't create. To be life itself, yet you couldn't give life. Reduced to nothing but your ego. The archons weren't dead, but they were no different from corpses. They were nothing but empty shells. Now, they were being forced to give up their existence to someone else. It was an impossible situation. Luna let out a small sigh. It wasn't like she could give them any meaningful consolation. But it also wasn't like these archons hadn't had plenty of time to think about things, so Ya was able to recover within a moment. Anyway, you, Luna, will learn just how the universe forges itself, beginning with its birth. This will come with a change in your psyche, a change that compels you to understand that the universe is not just a product of the concepts, but the concepts themselves. Now, Yao placed his hand over the galactic seed that was hovering over Luna's palm. Begin. Boom. With an explosion, that tiny seed expanded countless times, exploding in an array of color and energy, blinding Luna's senses for a long moment. After that first few moments in time, though, everything seemed to settle. Then, Luna began to observe. She gazed around her and found that space was still dark, but she could sense the particles around her, burning throughout every inch of space with heat that could incinerate planets. Yet, they weren't particles that she could distinguish. It almost seemed like it was pure energy filling all of that space, and not any form of matter. It was as she was observing all the particles around her that she started to wonder. Yao and Oreos said that this galaxy of hers would operate without the concepts of life and creation. She would have to become life and creation, and that would allow this galaxy to grow and function. That meant that things like the laws of physics were non-existent. How would she go about enforcing the concepts? She had lost all of her conceptual comprehensions. She was nothing more than soul and body, wielding great but minuscule power incomparable to the archons. It was at that moment that she felt her soul stir. Two great waves of magical energy crashed through her soul and into her mind. It was then that Luna felt what she once did long ago. That moment of enlightenment, when one was accepted into a concept, blessed with the opportunity to comprehend their secrets. Except, there were no concepts coming to her. There was no blessing, no conceptual worlds. It was an infusion of understanding. Luna felt the power flood into her, and she was not just forced to accept it, but forced to embody the power. Her mind was turbulent as it was overwhelmed by profundity and infinite power. One was creation. It came with unyielding rigidity. Creation sought to forge her into a vessel that could hold all its power, forge her into something far greater than she was right now. But Luna couldn't provide the necessary material to carry out the forging. That's when life worked its own magic. Life vitalized her vessel, allowing it to grow, providing that material that would fill her vessel as it continued to expand and become empowered. The two worked in tandem, and for a while Luna wondered where the energies like dust and mana were. Were they not necessary to grow her soul? Was dust not necessary to allow her to wield more power? As if reading her mind, Luna's question was answered. The materials and energies of the universe are inconsequential. You are not borrowing the power of life and creation. You are becoming them. And the concepts are responsible for the very existence of dust, mana, ether, and flux. These are things that can be generated with but a thought and in limitless quantities. Release your mind from its mortal cage. Learn what it means to be the beginning and end of all things. Learn what it means to be an archon. It was with those words that Luna finally regained herself, and she let the powers within her mind flow. She didn't resist, and she let herself begin to change. She realized that she still had yet to truly change her mind. She had not elevated it, as she should have when she became the god of several concepts in the main universe. The reason was because, perhaps deep down, she didn't truly feel like she was a god. Despite being able to wield the concept with abandon, she didn't feel like the one in control. And when she was killed, annihilated by every concept that turned on her under the command of order, she finally realized how worthless her achievements had been. It all meant nothing in front of that one. She had control over nothing, not even herself. By now, all her legions that had fallen under her command, the people who she had won the loyalty of, were now probably back under the control of order. The only thing that protected her from the ultimate control of order was the spawn of the Archon of Time, Solomon, the god of wisdom. But now, she was finally getting the ultimate control she always wanted. She was going to become power itself, the foundation and function of existence. There was nothing greater than this. This was at an incomprehensible level compared to her previous self. So she relished it. She relished the changes in her mind, the changes to her soul, the changes to her existence. She was being forged by the existence of two archons. There was nothing for her to do but wait and utilize the fruits of their labor as she created a galaxy in her own image. It was only a matter of when, not if. Without her knowing it, a smile blossomed on Luna's face. Oreos and Yao could both see the contents of Luna's mind. They knew her every thought, but they couldn't say anything about it. Yao turned his attention to Oreos, even as he infused his existence into Luna. To think the Archons would be forced to combine their existences into two little girls. Perhaps along with our last, this will be our greatest undertaking since our conception. Don't forget that other one. Ah, right. Death. I think she has it the hardest. Though, I wonder who that dream is. He supposedly gave himself to nothingness, yet he is still remembered. Could he be? Yao's eyes narrowed for a time, but in the end he sighed. Damn, I can't know. Don't fret so much. I suppose it's good that we're finally doing this. We can rid ourselves of this eternal isolation and release the concepts. The universe can finally be revived. With these children as the foundation, Oreos smiled as she looked back to Luna, who was smiling and laughing, possibly drunk on the power that she was being given. Yao shook his head. I long to create at least one more thing. I suppose that this girl shall be my final project, my final endeavor, brought higher at the expense of my existence. I don't suppose you've created anything greater. No, I haven't. Finally, Yao formed a small smile. She shall be my greatest creation. Chapter 295, Annihilation/Death. Iris disappeared not long after Luna did. Like Luna, Iris appeared amongst nothingness, but she wasn't alone. Annihilation stood before her. He was overbearing, overwhelming, pressuring Iris with every bit of his existence. She felt like she would be obliterated if he continued the way he was going. But despite every one of her instincts and senses ringing out with alarm and fear, she shot a twisted smile back at the Archon. Annihilation, a cyclops with 6 arms, 4 of them armed with shattered blades. The embodiment of utter destruction and obliteration. A being that stood for no sense of order or structure. The closest thing to true chaos, even more so than death. She snarled. What are you going to do? Wipe me out? Go ahead then. Enjoy another eternity as nothing more than a floating corpse. I'd be fine knowing my inconsequential death would cripple an Archon for that much longer. Good enough. The massive Cyclops suddenly disappeared, reappearing in a much smaller form that stood on par with Iris. The pressure disappeared, yet there was still a lingering tremble within her soul. But it was as if she didn't feel it as she stood as an equal to the Archon. The Cyclops seemed calm, but if Iris knew anything, it was that this Archon before her was the exact opposite of calm. It was the closest incarnation of chaos itself. Back in the main universe, while she was comprehending annihilation, she got a mere taste of what it meant to become such a being. Arrogance, stubbornness, rage, yet very little greed. The Cyclops stared at her with its one eye. It didn't have any other features besides that eye. She found it creepy when the Cyclops' eye suddenly curved in a smile or sneer. Do you think I am afraid of your threat? Do you think I fear living in eternity as a corpse? I am Adonios. I've lived for countless eternities. I exist upon time itself. I fear nothing, not even the one who reduced the Archons to a state of ruin. And you, little girl, have no idea what fear even is. If you did, then you wouldn't attempt to instill it in me with pitiful threats. Whatever. Will you get on with this or what? Iris gazed back at the furious Cyclops, Adonios, with a mundane frown, and he narrowed his eyes. I still sense courage within you. Iris tilted her head. She wasn't sure if that was a good or bad thing. It's a bad thing. The Cyclops read her mind, and then he disappeared. Shing. Splat. Suddenly, Iris found a shattered blade buried in her chest. It pierced through her body and soul, tearing everything apart, magical or physical. Her body was raised, hung on the blade, and so small before that massive Cyclops. His voice snarled in her mind. Is that fear I see? Anyone can mask fear with their face, but I see through you. Without fear there is no courage. You should have neither. But you do. You're trying so hard to keep yourself together. Iris' body sunk further down the blade, every movement sending unbearable agony and despair through her mind. Her soul was actually being destroyed. She could see her body decompose, turning into motes of nothing and floating off into the endless darkness around her. He was killing her. A soul comes from life, a body from creation. Don't worry, I'm doing you a favor. I'm going to fill you with annihilation, and every sense of order within you, every structure, every rule your existence has been bound by, will be wiped away. You'll be nothing more than a mass of unending destruction and ruin, the purest form of annihilation. The only question is, will your ego remain? Iris continued to be obliterated, her body exploding, her soul collapsing and rotting with the cosmic winds of entropy. Will you remain to witness yourself as an archon, or will you fail, your existence disappearing even among all the sands of time? The Cyclops I grinned with glee. I'm excited to find out. Slice. The rest of his swords came down, and with that, Iris was reduced to nothing. She disappeared, the energy comprising her body drifting away into the void. And soon, the Archon could see nothing. She had been utterly destroyed. The Cyclops retreated, the glee being wiped from his visage. At that time, though, he turned around, laying eyes upon another figure. His eye narrowed. So you're the new death? Iris. The figure, shrouded in darkness, or perhaps not truly there at all, spoke one word to the Cyclops. Hearing that word, the Cyclops laughed. Yeah? What about her? Good. With that, the figure truly vanished. Hey, dipshit. Then, the Cyclops turned around. The woman with a vulgar mouth and mind sneered at him. You suck at killing people. Killing? Ha 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 ha. The Cyclops broke out into roarous laughter. Then, he brandished his swords. Annihilation can't die. Annihilation brings creation to ruin, and life cannot exist without creation, which means annihilation brings death to life, and creation brings life to death. The Archon finished the thought, and then he jumped toward Iris. Her form changed in that instant, turning into a massive fox that was twisted yet faintly recognizable. It wasn't a material form. The fox wasn't even the form of her soul. Now existing within her was nothing. The thing that kept her existence together was her mere ego that manipulated the annihilation that had been infused within her. Annihilation and his successor clashed. You will learn about annihilation and death. You will become both of these things. I will bring death to you through annihilation, and you will relish in the eternal nothingness until you learn. Learn what? Learn what it means to bring ruin upon an Archon. Slice. The Cyclops' blades chopped through Iris, and under their impossible power, she vanished into nothing. But then, she reappeared. Damn! Coming out of her fox form, the womanly Iris collapsed upon herself, obviously in great distress, yet seething with rage. The Cyclops sneered. How does eternal nothingness feel? An eternity can also be finite. Time is strange, isn't it? For your sake, don't lose your ego through the countless eternities you will experience. Splat! The Cyclops thrust his shattered blades into Iris once more, reducing her to nothing. Iris reappeared again. She looked even worse than before. And yet, annihilation kept destroying her. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000,000 times, 1,000,000,000,000 times. Each time she was destroyed, Iris would disappear for a brief moment. But that brief moment was an eternity, an experience of infinite time, whatever that seemed to mean. Each time she came back, Iris' ego was reduced further and further. She turned primal, archaic, reduced to an animalistic, wrathful being. Each time she was destroyed, Iris attempted to fight. She tried to learn what it meant to bring ruin upon an Archon. How did you kill such a being? Until finally, she didn't care anymore. Instead, the only thought that moved her being was of battling that Cyclops and wiping him from existence, annihilate him, bring death upon him, until she could no longer even remember his existence. The truest form of destruction and death. She sought nothing, except for true annihilation and true death. And the Cyclops, finally revealing his true nature, eternally brought complete annihilation upon Iris. There was no remorse, not the slightest hint of anticipation, and not a care for why. He was annihilation. What else was there to do? Except annihilate anything and everything. He would do so, forever if he was able, but he could not do so forever. She wouldn't allow him to. Only the Cyclops noticed when killing Iris that she was annihilated in not an instant, but in 2 instants. Time was something that bound everything, even annihilation. Thus, changes could be detected through the time it took to do things. It was why he was able to notice that slight deviation, the slightest, almost impossible change in duration. It was so inconsequential, but it signified that Iris would not be killed forever. Now, the time he would be able to carry out his purpose, to indulge in annihilating, was limited. But that didn't matter to him. He cared about nothing more than annihilating the little girl in front of him, constantly, until he no longer could, until he himself was annihilated instead. He anticipated the day, his end, when he would cease to exist in this broken universe. For him, it was the thought he relished the most. The paradox of death, something beyond nothing. It was an odd state of existence where one touched upon the most primordial foundation of reality. Nobody came out of death, let alone true nothingness. At the same time, it was thought to be impossible to reach true nothingness. After all, nobody remembered those who vanished from existence. It could be said that it had never happened, or perhaps it really was impossible for it to happen. The reason they could only do these things in this broken universe. Luna could become order in a place without order. Iris could become chaos in a place without chaos. And Alice could become the paradox in a place without the paradox. A fractured reality filled with the inanimate archons. Alice herself drifted through this reality. Her ego maintained itself in some way as she occasionally popped back into the fabric of reality. When she did, though, it didn't feel real. It felt like she was living another life. Like herself was a mere mirage in an endless stream of time. She didn't feel whole. Like there was constantly something missing. That was until Iris paid her a visit. Alice distinctly recognized her, that little bundle of chaos. Alice could see her appear before her, though they couldn't interact with each other. Alice just watched as Iris stuck around for a short while before being pulled back by an invisible rope. It was like she wasn't allowed to stay in this paradoxical realm that Alice now resided in. But that visit was weirdly only one of many. Iris would pop in and out of Alice's realm, constantly being thrown back down and yanked back up. It happened thousands of trillions of times. It was almost humorous, but Alice knew the truth. She realized what was happening. Iris was being wiped from existence, was being killed, thrown into death and reduced to nothing. But Alice was now the paradox of death. The things that were supposedly reduced to nothing came to her realm of nothing. Iris died over and over, and it never stopped. And each time she died, she would experience an eternity. But how did someone experience something infinite a finite number of times? Alice likened it to the time before a person was born. Before one came into existence, one was nothing. They simply did not yet exist. Some people thought that your soul resided in a void, not aware of the passage of time. You were eternally nothing until one day when you became something. So what did it mean for Iris to die? It meant that she was being tossed into this eternal silence repeatedly, and she would have a certain amount of awareness of her state of nothingness. The lack of the passage of time was similar to an infinite amount of time. This was the perpetual state that Alice was in, however. She wasn't going in and out of reality every few seconds like Iris. But by watching Iris and surmising the occurrences that she witnessed, Alice came to an odd realization. Before life, you were nothing. After death, you became nothing once more. In that case, everything must enter this realm of nothing. Everything that ever has existed and ever will exist must reside within nothing. This realm of nothing, where even time was skewed and twisted. It was all founded upon Alice herself, and suddenly, with that epiphany, Alice's eyes seemed to open. She was in a white space, not the normal void of nothing she had thought she experienced for so long. And in front of her, would you look at that? Wait, does that mean you died? I'd say that's unfortunate, but hey, you're here. You. Alice's eyes widened in shock. A young man dressed in old-school clothes, a seemingly naive smile on his face. Dream? Hello, Alice. Didn't think I'd see you like this. Wait. For a moment, Alice was overwhelmed with surprise and happiness, but she knew better than to simply believe what she was seeing in front of her. This was her realm of nothing. Dream didn't give himself to nothingness in this broken universe. So she cautiously asked, "Are you real? I would think you know that answer best." He smiled at her. "Am I dead? Am I resting upon the lowest fabric of reality? Am I the incarnation of the information you remember about me? Are the words I'm saying just your projected thoughts? Perhaps I really am myself, and you're conflicted about whether you're deluding yourself with your desires. It's hard to know what to think, especially when you've become the paradox of death itself. Would you have known that I was supposed to become it? I could have found out from Sophia. After all, she left for time, and there's no telling just how much she's come to know, or just how much she's told me. So, how about you do this?" Dream straightened his back, looking off into the distance. "Don't trust that the one standing before you is truly me. Cast me out. Reject my existence upon nothing. Purge me from your reality. I do not only exist in your mind. I exist in the minds of Sophia, Luna, and Iris. The universe itself has been graced with my existence. It remembers everything about me. So, purging me will do one of two things. Either I will truly cease to exist in this totality, not even nothing catering to me, or I will resurface and regain myself, no longer bound to nothing as I might be now. Or, you don't choose at all, and I remain bound for eternity, never recovering my existence in time." He turned his head and smiled at her. "It's all up to you, Miss Paradox. Don't stress so much about deciding, though. I hear it's bad for your complexion." Uh-huh. Alice rolled her eyes and smiled. Then, she raised her hand. Chapter 296, Balance. Luna stood before a singular star system. For many years, she had watched this star system take shape under her guidance. She had constructed the physical laws, and with her influence, this star system pulled itself together and took shape. The result was a pair of stars that rotated around each other, along with 3 planets that orbited this binary system. The planets had gone from dust clouds, to small asteroids, to celestial bodies riddled with craters and primordial lava. But over time, they cooled into blossoming exoplanets. Then came the elements that she sprinkled through the crusts and molten cores, the massive oceans, the tectonic continents, and the pin-sized islands. With Luna's command that grew more profound every year, the miracles of creation and life likewise grew more frequent and varied. There was only one thing Luna had to make peace with, and she had done so long, long ago. There was no cheating the process of growing a galaxy, and the constraints that time placed on forging her existence with that of the archons could only be circumvented so much. The result: millions and billions of years. Luna aged alongside her blossoming galaxy. The process to accept the concepts from the archons was not a fast one, and so for many of the first hundreds of millions of years, Luna was unable to even get a star to form. As Areos and Yao said before, nothing would happen without her direct command. She was responsible for forming every physical law, every atom, every element, every speck of dust, every planet, and every star. She herself drove the growth and development of the entire galaxy, not a single particle moving without her explicit command. She herself must act like the concepts, be the concepts. She was no longer borrowing their power and wielding it like a sword. Instead, her very existence must become that which allows the physical universe to function. That's what it meant to be an archon, to become creation and life. Luckily, after the first several thousand years, time began to become skewed in Luna's mind. She experienced its passage, but unlike when she was young, years didn't feel so long. By now, even a million years wasn't an incomprehensibly long period of time. As for what was going on in the main universe, she didn't know, and she didn't think about it much. She just kept accepting the power she was being given and focusing on developing her galaxy. Now though, after approximately 6 billion years of development, Luna was finally about to infuse higher concepts into her galaxy. Up until now, she had merely been constructing the celestial bodies themselves. But with the foundation set, she could finally begin to grow something on top of it. Life. There were the materials and physical energies. Then, there was the magical counterpart: mana, flux, ether, dust. Luna had wished to put these things to use for a long time. Specifically, she wished to create life itself. And now, she finally could. The Archons forged Luna with the concepts as they became necessary, constantly growing her from the lower concepts to the higher concepts. There were different levels to the concepts. After all, they didn't wish to start from the top. So Luna's galaxy grew as she learned the process of its growth. She learned the laws, how they interacted with each other, how they mixed through materials, how they operated at different scales, and more. This all accumulated into the galaxy she had now. And now, with the celestial bodies developed, she could grow something atop them. She started with the simplest form of life. From her own body, she spawned a single-celled organism with a sprinkling of RNA. It was an organism that operated purely according to the laws of physics, reacting to its environment, not proactively operating. Yet, this thing could procreate automatically, absorbing elements from its surroundings and constructing more of itself. With a suitable location in the form of hot springs on a tropical island, surrounded by all the necessary elements of life, this little spawn began to rapidly grow and multiply. However, it didn't just grow. Some of the cells randomly died, and others mutated. This was chaos at work, disorder that randomly twisted causality and usually brought about destruction. But with destruction came regrowth and the potential for something to change. Change and development through conflict. This was possibly the most fundamental concept behind the evolution of a living universe. It was why a universe couldn't operate strictly with order, nor with strictly chaos. A universe with only order would become nothing beyond what it already was. And a universe with only chaos would drive itself to nothing. One was the lack of change, and the other was nothing but change. With these two things, a universe that grew was possible. With growth, both order and chaos would become more pronounced. And in the end, they would produce something like the main universe that Luna came from, with two factions, heaven and hell, that represented the concepts and their clashing through battles between angels and demons. It was so simple, yet so enigmatic. In the moment, though, Luna saw these two profound concepts clash through the mutation of a rapidly growing cluster of cells. And with that, she waited. Millions of years passed, and the cells only spread beyond the small puddle she had left them in. But Luna wasn't just leaving them there to randomly mutate. She actively attempted to guide their mutations into other forms, giving these cells all kinds of functions, and their life forms got increasingly complex. She was the driving force behind life and its growth. She herself was battling the chaos that constantly sought to ruin her little creatures. And after tens and hundreds of millions of years, she saw more and more results. Bacteria, amoeba, and other microscopic organisms. Their functions were far more complex than before as they began to get carried beyond the little puddles and inserted into other environments, which introduced more chaos. But with more chaos came more order. Luna's power constantly grew alongside her creatures, and while her creatures never grew beyond the stability she could provide, the chaos also couldn't kill anything within that threshold, a balance that continued to scale through the years. And it only scaled faster as Luna's acceptance of the concepts came quicker. She continued to evolve life, as well as spread it across her galaxy. From planet to planet, each one more unique than the next, she planted the seeds of life that spread and grew with her support. Multicellular organisms began to form, as well as macroscopic organisms. It didn't take billions of years to evolve with her deliberate hand in the mix by repeatedly combating chaos and taking advantage of destruction to induce change. Luna was able to constantly grow her creatures. They became more complex in both body and intelligence. Some grew to hunt, others grew to hide. Ecosystems began to form as more and more creatures with wild variations were generated. Luna watched as millions of years kept passing. She watched the evolution of creatures while each of her planets continued to shift in their own tectonic patterns. New ecological challenges were introduced, but her creatures kept adapting to fit the challenge it was presented with. Bigger and bigger they grew, until her little spawns had grown feet to traverse land, and mutated plants had spread their roots to eat at the minerals on the dry dirt. It was more explosive than when she first started. As the mutations became larger, her expertise likewise grew. Luna was both inducing the change in her creatures and learning from it, from algae to fungus to bushes to trees and flowers, from little lake spores to amphibious reptiles, to softland walkers. Generation upon generation, year after year, Luna became more eager as life blossomed in her galaxy. And finally, after millions and millions of years of evolution and change, the first primordial humans began to roam her planets. For how many billions of years had she repeatedly died? Iris didn't know, nor did she care. Time had become irrelevant now. The desire to annihilate and kill that damned archon was the only thing that compelled her ego to become annihilation itself, without form, without prejudice, the most equal form of destruction and ruin. At first, Iris had merely died and revived, repeatedly and without fail. Every single time she died, she would experience a small bout of eternity before coming back to be killed by the Cyclops once again. This had repeated an uncountable number of times, and over time, subtle changes took place as her body, her existence, was reformed. Or, it would be more appropriate to say that she had been reduced to something without form. She no longer had a soul. She no longer had a mind. She no longer had a body. She herself was becoming annihilation and death incarnate. The only form she retained was that of her ego. She didn't need anything other than her will and the concepts that were being integrated into her very existence. After all, a soul, a mind, a body, was form and structure that only limited her. And any kind of form was contradictory to chaos. With chaos, there were no bounds. And every time Iris threw away the mortal shell that she used to be, she became more and more able to stand against that Cyclops. She was able to resist his annihilation, and death was no longer degrading. If anything, she learned to relish in the chaos of nothingness. The time between her deaths grew shorter. Her power grew stronger. First it was survival, then it was retaliation. So many years passed, and as Luna's galaxy began to grow and thrive with new life, Iris similarly underwent certain bursts in growth, until finally, die! Iris opened her maws wide and tore the Cyclops apart, with unbridled violence and no other thought than killing the man in front of her. Iris ripped the Cyclops to shreds, her power of annihilation reducing his existence to nothing and sending him to death. He also attacked, wounding Iris just as much. Both of them were reduced to the smallest bits in mere moments. But for the first time, I won. Iris remained alive just long enough to see the Cyclops disappear. Then, the lingering power from the Cyclops attack wiped her out. Within moments, both of them escaped death and returned to their all-too-familiar black space. For the first time in billions of years, they didn't immediately attack each other. Iris snarled, "I've finally surpassed you, but you don't yet have everything." The Cyclops took a stance, no longer arrogant, but not showing any form of backing down. "So come and take it. I'd do it even if you begged me not to." Iris charged and began battle once more. She never died again. 2 billion more years passed. Luna sat in that space of nothingness. In her hands was her child galaxy. Her omniscient gaze pierced every atom, every photon, and every ripple of energy throughout the entire galaxy. And upon the planets, she gazed upon the civilizations that built themselves with their sentient wisdom. No longer was her galaxy filled with mere animals. She had created true life, that which could evolve itself and attain higher power. She infused magic into some and directed others toward metal technology. They grew over thousands and thousands of years, until some became almost identical to Earth, and some became centers of catastrophic magical power. They thrived in the fruits of their intelligence. They grew with each passing day, only reaching higher and higher. Some even went beyond their star, trailblazing a path toward new homes and new opportunities for prosperity. Given enough time, they would conquer the galaxy. And every single one of them were Luna's creation, her children. She allowed every single one of them to exist, and in a way, they were no different from her own hands and feet. After all, she herself was the concepts that upheld the function of this galaxy. She was the foundation for its existence. Without her, there would be nothing. Therefore, she was everything that existed upon her. A true god. Compared to merely comprehending the same concept, it was an insurmountable difference. Luna was now beginning to understand how truly powerless she had always been. But that didn't matter. None of it did. The only thing that mattered was Air Galaxy and her role to play. Luna continued to grow her galaxy, making it more prosperous, more lively. But for a while now, she had already begun to notice something off. Chaos had weakened. It wasn't exerting much influence. Ever since she began to create life, it had slowly gotten weaker, until now when it barely had a place in her galaxy. It surely couldn't break through her order. While it was fine at first, Luna began to notice stagnation in her galaxy. Her people were reduced to complacency. Rulers became tyrants, their power unchecked. Populations dwindled as civilizations turned to dystopias. Nobody wished to challenge the difficulties that lay with gathering more power or developing technology. They were contented with doing nothing, staying where they were, and indulging in the luxuries that had been accumulated by those before them. There wasn't enough chaos to balance the unchanging nature of order, not enough ruin to compel growth, not enough destruction to compel strength. But Luna couldn't introduce chaos. That was her opposite. She could only continue to infuse order into her galaxy, continuing as she always did, never deviating from her path. But that didn't mean she didn't see the problems. It wasn't an issue with morality or sympathy. It was because she knew the balance had been broken. She knew how crucial chaos was. That was when her galaxy froze. Luna held her galaxy atop her palms. But now, there was another person in front of her. Sister. Luna gazed at Iris, who had suddenly appeared. Iris no longer retained her form. She was now merely a mass of pure annihilation and death, looking like a black hole that sought to ruin everything. Of course, Luna wasn't any lesser in power. She was Iris' opposite. She looked the same as she always did, dressed in a silver-blue robe with draping silver hair and a pristine face. She was the epitome of beauty and grace. These two people stood opposite to each other, the galaxy between them. Iris took a look at the galaxy, and in an instant she realized the problem with it. Too strict, too pompous, not enough fire and death. Luna said nothing, but she also didn't stop Iris as she reached out her own hands, and her power was infused into the galaxy. Iris' annihilation and death spread among the lights of life. Stars began to explode, black holes formed and swallowed nebula's whole. Planets began to crack, and civilizations began to burn. Revolution, war, epic battles, evil, and good to fight it. Both of them watched as the galaxy was turned on its head. Iris' chaos matched Luna's order perfectly. And finally, the galaxy was once again allowed to prosper and grow. Through this, Luna confirmed something in her mind. Order and chaos were not synonymous with good and evil. Too much or too little of one spawned evil. It was only with a balance did one finally find good. And because of that, Luna couldn't allow Iris to leave and remove her influence from the galaxy. And likewise, Iris wouldn't allow Luna to control the galaxy as she wished. The two struck a balance with each other, realizing their necessity. And when they came to this conclusion, the archons reappeared. Chapter 297, Cosmic Chess. Oreos, life, wealth, the mother. Yao, creation, mastery, the blacksmith. Adonios, annihilation, kingship, the Cyclops, and death. These four appeared before Luna and Iris. Yao spoke first. It is done. Both of you have been forged into the concepts, but your paths are not yet finished. You have not attained the infinite conceptual power necessary to become true archons. Adonios bellowed as if they had made a stupid mistake. Iris snarled. Hey, do I need to send you to the darkness again? You've already consumed my existence, parasite. The only thing you have yet to take away from me is the source. What source? The Cyclops smiled at Iris' threatening gaze. The source of the totality. The source of everything. Null. And origin. Death and life mumbled the names of this source. Yao continued. Dust and ash is that which bridges the concepts to the physical universe. This means the infinite concepts can create an infinite quantity of these bridge energies. But the concepts themselves are not the ultimate form of power. They attain their power from another source, a truly infinite source. Life smiled at Luna. Origin energy is the highest infinity in the totality and affords you truly infinite power. Origin energy does not have a quantity. It simply is the highest, the end-all and be-all. And that which attains origin energy becomes order, the highest being over all life and creation, a being that can stand equal to time itself. Death focused on Iris. Null energy is the opposite of origin energy. It is also the highest infinity in the totality. To attain null energy is to become chaos, the highest over all annihilation and death. However, neither of you can yet attain this power. I thought there wasn't any such thing as restrictions or qualifications in front of the Archons. Luna spoke directly, concerned about why they wouldn't be attaining this ultimate power. Oreos answered, "It is because of that impossible power within you." Croya. Yao frowned as if annoyed, while Luna was surprised. I was told Croya is equivalent to dust and ash. But that's something that Dream had not yet developed. Perhaps not intentionally, but regardless, that impossible energy is still within you, and it binds your existence to hers, going deeper than dust or ash could ever. Yao pointed from Luna to Iris. Oreos then spoke. The concepts that you two have now become are capable of generating dust and ash in limitless quantities, giving you an unrestrained ability to draw power from your concepts. However, not even we were independent. Order and chaos are those two from which our concepts are allowed to operate infinitely. Without them, we are nothing. You two will attain origin energy and null energy, however. You must do so when you either unbind your existence from that Croya, or you find that which operates on the same level as the highest origin and null. We call it Nutra, an energy capable of, well, anything and everything. Only Sabbath and Pranoia were able to merely interact with it when they both came together. But even then, that only happened twice in their infinitely long existence. Adonios recalled memories from an age unknown, giving what little information they all had. Oreos gazed at them with concern. If you refuse to find Nutra and attain origin and null energy, then the bridge between your existences will facilitate your self-destruction. You will both attack each other infinitely, never being able to do anything else, not even die. Are you certain something like that will happen? Yes. Oreos hesitantly nodded before looking at the others. Then, her eyes met Luna's. We know this because that's how Sabbath and Pranoia, the archons of order and chaos, were reduced to nothing. Even now they engage in an eternal battle, never able to pull away, never able to die because of their immortality. The only reason we were able to pass our existences to you is because our concepts are still independent from order and chaos, and there was enough created power in existence to facilitate the process. But now, even that has been consumed. Soon, we will become no more. So you must decide what to do. You two are unique in that you are capable of connecting and cooperating in a way those of opposite natures could never before, especially now that you've been properly reforged. But removing your bond of Croya, while enabling you to take the origin and null now, will destroy that, forever pitting you against each other. So, you must choose the guaranteed path, or the path of risk where you must find the impossible. Luna and Iris were silent for a moment before looking at each other. It was true, the fact about them being able to connect and cooperate. Upon seeing each other, they didn't immediately fight. Instead, they sought to balance the galaxy that Luna had created. They had worked together, something inconceivable if it had been in the main universe. They were two halves of a whole. They knew that, and they wanted to stay this way, knowing that they would be able to push a universe to growth and ruin with their powers. Such was their new purpose. They would be able to decide according to their desire. But, at the same time, they knew that finding this Nutra, the impossible energy, wouldn't be so impossible. The key to their plight, Dream. Apparently, he had unknowingly bound them together with Croya already. Perhaps he did so when his existence was put in between them. Perhaps Dream's own existence changed after being forged between the clashing of their opposite natures. He would have only had it worse when they both rose to begin comprehending life, creation, annihilation, and death. He would have borne the brunt of those concepts as they tried to clash through him in a secret battle. Perhaps his spiral into nothingness, his search for the most foundational realm of existence, his desire to enter each of the four highest concepts despite the ruin there brought him, was all a byproduct of their clashing through him. Looking back, Luna and Iris were able to infer far more. They, who were now on par with the Archons, could guess the true sequence of events back then. But that also meant that Dream, who had been reduced to nothing, was actually somewhere out there. He was somewhere beyond nothing, somewhere that allowed him to simultaneously not exist yet still remain between the two sisters, maintaining that bridge of Croya. That bridge was the greatest proof of not only his continued existence, but his success in finding the realm beyond. If that were the case, then perhaps he would be able to find what they couldn't. But they would have to go back. They would have to go to the main universe, carve out a place between heaven and hell, and wait for him to reappear once again. As for survival, the concepts in the main universe, where we came from, how complete are they? The archons were silent, but all besides death began to smile. Adonios had the widest smile. Girl, who said that the universe you came from was ever separate from this one? That main universe is incomplete without us, thus its twisted nature in regards to the concepts. While the universal mind has attempted to rectify its twisted nature through a crutch given to all beings, it is only a mask over the wound. Universal mind? Luna suddenly had a revelation. Yao smiled. Yes, the universal mind. Like worlds that gain sentience, galaxies can also gain sentience, as can the universe. What you knew as the system or record is the universal mind, an entity that governs all peoples of the universe, the envoy of the true gods who embody the concepts. Previously, it was Sophia who became the universal mind, paving the way for her to become time. That was why Sophia was able to directly connect to that universe and plant Solomon, who forged a connection between our realms and sought out successors. The usurpers who took origin in chaos and expelled us archons after our demise weren't able to get rid of us completely. Not only did they damage their universe, but left a backdoor for Sophia. Truly foolish. No, not foolish. Simply the most they were able to do. The archons nodded amongst themselves. Luna was confused though. You said you were usurped, so the concepts were taken. Then how did you give them to us? Well, we say usurp, but the way they took the concepts was superficial. Those conceptual worlds you know of are the points of connection to us. They merely bridged over from this expelled realm to their own. And when one becomes the god of a concept, the god core they obtain is the beacon that connects them to the true concepts in this realm. Of course, we couldn't do anything to stop it, nor did we want to. Why not? Oreos let out a breath. As I said earlier, Luna, I would rather have life blossom without me than not at all. The same logic applies to all of us. We do not greed for the experience of universal growth and ruin. Our sole purpose is to make sure it happens at all. So no, we wouldn't wish to stop them. That would merely wipe out the universe and go against our purpose. And besides, it wasn't their fault that we were reduced to nothing. I understand. Luna nodded. Adonios then glanced at both of them. So make your choice, you two. You can go back now as you are and search for Nutra, or have your bond of Croya removed. Of course, removing your bond can take place at any time. So if you choose to go back and wait, then so be it. But the time it will take to carry out that separation is an extremely long one. Doing so now will afford you more certainty when you go back. I think we'll take our chances. After looking at each other, Luna and Iris made their decisions. We're going to find Nutra. You have high hopes for your covenant. Very well. Now, we shall end your succession. Suddenly, the archons moved. Life and creation placed their hands on Luna's shoulders, while Death and Adonios grabbed Iris by the neck as if trying to kill her. May Luna, the archon of life and creation, go and revive the broken universe. And may Iris, the archon of death and annihilation, bring ruin to it. Hands off, assholes. As the final bits of power infused into them, Iris let out a roar of annoyance, and in the next moment, they all disappeared. Pop. Without much delay, Luna and Iris reappeared in empty space. The first thing Luna did was raise her palm. Within it was the galaxy that she had raised, full of life that had developed to the brink of surpassing the galaxy itself. It was filled with galactic civilizations that were trading on an unbelievable scale, harvesting entire planets and solar systems for resources, using godlike magic and technology. And as the concepts all resided within Luna herself, she was able to allow mortals to comprehend them, borrowing their power and becoming demigods. They were a powerful force that Luna would soon rely on. And sure enough, the antagonist soon appeared. After 80,000 years, the impossible has returned. Should have prepared to kill us better, eyeball. Iris sneered at the one who appeared before them. It was the eyeball, but now it was attached to an entire body. Sovereign. Order. The highest being beside chaos was a man of colossal size. Luna held a galaxy in her palm, and this being was even bigger than her. But, compared to the true archons, he wasn't much. Still, Luna was finally able to see the form that was omniscient throughout the universe, the one that was able to wipe her existence with but a thought. Luna looked at that man who stood there like the greatest sovereign ever to grace the universe. But now, you can't touch us. Luna spoke simply, causing the sovereign to scoff in rage. Then, she saw his hand raise. The infinite pressure of that hand bore down on them as he sought to crush them like bugs. However, the hand gradually slowed to a stop. He was unable to crush them, as if an invisible force had held him back on their behalf. Luna had a neutral gaze as she watched the futile attempt at killing them. Why couldn't he kill them? Because that would be no different from killing all life, creation, annihilation, and death. Putting it simply, Luna and Iris had snatched back those concepts the instant they re-entered the universe. It happened so simply, and this sovereign could do nothing about it. It was as if they were the missing piece those concepts needed, and they fused with the universe without impedance. But even though he couldn't do things directly, didn't mean there was no way. Luna smiled. It's time, sovereign. Yes, it is. Finally. Suddenly, there was another shrieking voice. Another being appeared. Chaos. Iris spoke with unbridled joy. The being was a mass of nuclear chaos, something many would refer to as an eldritch deity, one who was nothing, yet everything all at once. A being without form, with nothing but its ego imposing its causality twisting will unto the universe. A being bubbling with infinity and the inconceivable. The demon sultan. It had no form, but Luna could feel the insanity within it. Though, Iris didn't lose out much. Also without form, a twisting mass of utter devastation and oblivion. She felt euphoria at the entrance of this elusive figure. While those two faced each other, Luna focused on order, the sovereign. You can't touch us, but we are not above you. Not yet. In order to decide who takes the throne. War. The sovereign already knew what was to happen. The forbidden reality against my universe. He smiled. Very well. Muster your armies. Now, heaven and hell are your enemies. And by the end of this war, the power of the archons will become mine. We'll see. Luna just smiled and raised her palm. The galaxy glowed within it. Then, shall I make the first move? She snapped, and before them, the entire universe suddenly appeared. All the countless stars and planets appeared between them like a chessboard, and with a flick of the hand, Luna inserted her galaxy on the edge of the universe. With that, her only card had been played. That galaxy accounted for the accumulated power that she had been given in the Archon's graveyard. Now, she and Iris needed to grow and expand, fight, die, and return stronger. Both of them could already see a majority of the universe that had been dominated by heaven and hell. But it didn't daunt them. This was how concepts battled. The concepts were their products, and their products were the concepts. If all life in the universe disappeared, then life would disappear along with it. The same went for creation, annihilation, and death. In a way, all these things would rise or fall together. Now, there was a foreign set of concepts in the universe, spawned from Luna and Iris. To win, the sovereign and demon sultan would merely have to end the existence of everything she spawned, and Luna and Iris would lose their power. Their concepts would be destroyed. The concepts displayed their powers through the occurrences of the universe, because the universe was the concepts. They could be considered the same thing. It made one think about if there was truly any free will, or if their actions were the mere product of the concepts that composed intelligence or wisdom, balancing each other in a grand game of cosmic chess. Regardless, with Luna having played her card, the table was set. These gods looked down upon the universe, and the game of chess began. Chapter 298, Memories. Sophia looked upon the universe that she had constructed and the other infinite universes that she had reverse-engineered. With Luna, Iris, and Alice finally in their places, she was uninhibited in her work. What she had barely been able to do so long ago could now be achieved with relative ease. She was cementing her place as time itself. She was rebuilding the universe that would soon become no different from the true universe, and by the end of her journey, she would be time incarnate. She would be omniscient, able to see everything in all, past, present, and future. But there was still one significant flaw in her omniscient vision. As Luna and Iris had learned, to become order and chaos, one needed to obtain the infinite source energy known as origin and null. However, order wasn't an entirely different concept from its constituents, life and creation, nor was chaos from annihilation and death. In that case, Luna was already order, just without the ultimate power that order should wield. And Iris was chaos, likewise without that source. In that case, Sophia, utilizing the power of Luna and Iris, could reverse engineer the universe in its entirety, because there was no longer any concept or law that she didn't know. She could be perfectly accurate in her virtual reconstruction. But there was the tiniest variable that she couldn't account for, that which was outside order and chaos. And he who had eluded everyone for so long. The anomaly had finally made his entrance, and nobody knew about it. What's this? It was atop a plain of grass that he woke up. Upon sitting upright and scanning his surroundings with curiosity, the young man was able to find rolling hills of green grass with little patches of forest all around. It seemed so peaceful. But what bothered the young man was the fact that he didn't know how he got here. So he stood up, and when he looked to the sky, he could see a structure that enclosed the sky like a cage. It surrounded the entire planet. And not only that, there were structures in the sky above that looked like floating cities. He could see thousands upon thousands of little dots entering and leaving these cities, some entering the space beyond, and others flying down toward the ground. It was busy. There was so much going on up there. And for a moment, the young man wondered, is there nobody around me? He asked that question while turning, scanning to see if there was any sign of life nearby. And then, he saw it, a figure that rapidly approached. When it got close enough, the young man could finally see what they looked like. Long red robes with golden embroidery, and a slit on their forehead that could open to become a third eye. It was a man who had an ancient aura, his mind no doubt containing the experiences of thousands of years, if not more. Who might you be? That old man approached, stopping in front of the young man with a curious gaze. The young man tilted his head. I'm not sure who I am. My memories are seemingly non-existent. Oh, well, do you remember your name? My name. The young man thought for a second, before suddenly smiling. Not sure, but my friends call me Dream. Dream? Interesting name. Well, Dream, you are currently located within the lands owned by the Azura Queen. I'm afraid that you can't stay. But then again, I'm not sure how you got here anyway. Neither am I. Dream scratched his chin, taking another look around. Meanwhile, the old man continued to observe him. There were 3 reasons why the old man didn't approach with hostility. First, Dream had appeared suddenly, bypassing every array and barrier that was constructed around this territory. He obviously wasn't normal, and seeing how he didn't seem to have any memories, he was showing himself to be a curious anomaly. Second, Dream was absolutely powerless. Nothing more than a mortal with a non-existent soul. He contained no power besides the measly chemical energy keeping his body alive. In this world where every single person had some sort of cultivated power, such a person was more abnormal than freakish magical geniuses. Third, there was no need to worry about any potential danger this anomaly could pose. The owner of these territories, and the world for that matter, stood at the top of the universe with her strength. So for this old man, Dream's appearance was merely an interesting occurrence. Dream's gaze rested on the old man. So I can't stay here? Then where should I go? Well, considering that you're just a mortal, you'll need to go to a place that will at least give you basic necessities. The old man drifted, thinking deeply for a second before suddenly shaking his head. You know what? Why don't I take you in myself? You're a curious anomaly. I'm interested to see if such an ordinary person has any talent for magic. Come, I'll take you to a residence and get you set up in our magic academy. The old man waved his hand, and suddenly, Dream began to float. Then, the two shot off into the distance. They crossed the wide fields and forests of green, and eventually, Dream could spot something over the horizon. "Welcome to the oasis." The old man spoke with a smile of pride. Dream's eyes went wide. The capital city of the world, Oasis. It was a city of buildings that gradually rose up from the outskirts to pierce into the skies. In the center was a structure that rose into space, its top expanding like a disk to cover an unfathomably vast area. And around that disk that could rival a continent in size were massive orbital cannons the size of moons. Dream couldn't seem to collect himself in front of such mind-shattering proportions. He was entirely silent as the old man continued to fly him into that megacity. "Our academy is one of the best in the universe. We regularly create Class 5 Azuras, and even Class SIXS can be trained in certain numbers with relative predictability. So I'm sure even a pure mortal like you will be able to build yourself given the right help." Dream? Suddenly, as the old man was talking, he looked back in confusion. Then, his eyes bulged. "Dream? Where are you?" The old man spun around, even releasing his will to scout the surroundings. They were already over the outskirts of the city, and tracking down someone with his power should be easy, even amongst trillions of people. But, miraculously, he couldn't find Dream. Instead of panicking, though, he rubbed his chin. "Interesting. Very interesting." Dream walked along a metal road within the city, gazing at all the colossal sights around him. The millions of people were also a sight to see. They seemed endless as countless vehicles either drove or flew past at blinding speeds. Dream walked unceasingly, constantly making his way toward the center of the city. As he did so, he seemed to have flashbacks. Within the depths of his mind, Dream came to remember the construction of the massive megastructure in the center of the city. Long ago, it wasn't nearly as large, instead being more of a space city. Not only that, but it had been constructed on Earth. This definitely wasn't Earth, or at least, the entirety of the planet wasn't Earth. Only a small portion of its surface was Earth. Earth, his initial home, and the place that he left on that fateful night so long ago. How long ago was that? Dream seemed to vaguely recall more and more, and then he remembered the beginning of his journey, his transmigration to another world. It was there that his rise to power began, and where he met. The memories stopped there, the rest of it hidden behind a veil. However, there was something else that came to him. Magical attunement. Dream's mind spontaneously began to churn with the energy of the arcane. It seemed like the universe itself reached out to him. Mana and Runa. Both of these things came together within him, spawning from the depths of nothingness. And with their appearance, Dream was allowed to comprehend their function. Both of these energies gathered atop his palms, bringing stability and ruin to the space they touched. Magic, huh? Dream shook his hands, as if trying to get the energies off of him like an annoying sticker. In doing so, the energies did indeed disappear, dispersing into the atmosphere. Good thing too, because after burning those energies for a mere several seconds, Dream now felt like he was exhausted and starving. Thankfully, technology came to the rescue. Out of nowhere, a little drone came flying up to Dream, parking in front of his face. "Hello there. It seems to me that you're hungry and in need of rest. I happen to offer the remedy to your needs. Would you like assistance?" "Oh, yes, please." Dream was surprised for a moment before nodding happily. "Very well then. My records indicate that you do not have any form of identification, so I have registered one for you. And seeing as how you do not have any monetary currency and are also a mortal with no magical power, I will be providing you with everything free of charge. Consider it a gift from us to a person in need." "Really? Thanks." "Of course. Now, with your new identification, you have been provided basic accommodations within the city. I have arranged a vehicle to take you there. Please, step inside." At that moment, Dream saw a flying car park itself right beside him. He gave a wide smile. "Awesome." After jumping into the car, he was stunned by the incredibly luxurious interior. The robot also joined him. Then, they took off, heading to these basic accommodations. The robot faced Dream. "Now, go ahead and choose what you'd like to eat. We have everything you can ask for, but I've featured some delicacies that you might find interesting." With that, Dream saw a screen, on which was a menu of every kind of food. He happily scrolled through the list and chose anything he wanted. It wasn't even a minute later that Dream finished choosing. Right as he was finished, the car also arrived, opening to reveal a house. It was a house atop a building, and although the building was far away from the center of the city, it still gave Dream a miraculous view of the megastructure that rose into space. And upon walking into the house, he found that, instead of basic, they seemed to provide him with a five-star hotel, with floors and walls that were masterfully constructed, furniture without blemish, and accessories to show off the high-tech environment. This place had the perfect balance between comfortable and pristine. In fact, it seemed almost too perfect, definitely not basic, but Dream didn't care. He entered the house, and after another minute, the food was delivered by the drone that greeted him. Platters of exotic specialties were laid out on a table, and Dream engorged himself in the wonderfully tasting food. If you ever need to dine again, don't hesitate to give us a call. The drone left Dream's basic accommodations with that. It was an hour later that Dream cleaned off the last plate of food. Once that happened, the plates suddenly sunk into the table's surface, as if the table were a liquid. They quickly disappeared, off to who knows where. Nice tech. Dream nodded in approval. Then, he walked out onto the balcony that hung over the edge of the building, overlooking the massive megastructure. His mind roiled with deep thought as he began to wonder what was going on. My life, my memories. What's going on? This isn't the era I grew up in. I'm in the future now. There has been a significant passage of time, and I've missed out on a lot of it. And Dream looked upward, not toward the megastructure, and not toward the cage surrounding the planet, but toward the endless void of space. He could feel something deep within him, like an itch inside his brain. Something was going on out there, and there were people that he needed to return to. He could feel it. He could sense the turbulence of the universe, but he couldn't remember. His memories were locked behind a seal that he couldn't simply break. But he did know one thing. If I gain more power, everything will come back to me. It was a simple solution, and carrying it out seemed simple as well. Magic isn't so difficult. It just takes lots of energy to use. But I think there's an easy way to fix that. Suddenly, Dream stood from the table and walked over to one of the many light sources that illuminated the house. It was a floating light source that drifted near the ceiling, providing a soft but sufficiently bright light. Jumping, Dream snatched it out of the air. It's powered somehow. Poking out a finger, Dream formed a small blade with runa. Then, he cut open the lights, digging around inside of them for a power source. Then, he found it. It was a small module that received wireless power from somewhere. Either way, it had two prongs that transmitted power and created light. Dream grabbed these two prongs, and suddenly, a bolt of electricity shot through him. Oh, tingly. With a jerk, Dream quickly adapted to the odd feeling. Then, he summoned his magic. The power that seemed to appear from nowhere manifested once more. Mana and runa surged around him, both able to be controlled and changed at will. This time, though, controlling these magical energies didn't drain him. The reason? All the electricity that was pumping through his body was somehow giving power to the magic. Instead of just ripping away the chemical energy inside him, the electrical energy supplemented the magic. And as he controlled the magic, Dream began to feel something within him accumulate. Looking inward, Dream could see nothing. No soul, no magical power. Within him was just an empty void. But when he controlled mana and runa, he could see small little specks of mist appear in that void. Gray mist. It continued to accumulate in that void, going from small specks to a small cloud. Unfortunately, emergency shutoff initiated. Please do not tamper with potentially dangerous electrical items. The lights that Dream was zapping himself with suddenly shut down, meaning the mana and runa around him disappeared as well. Damn it. Stupid safe technology. I just need a little extra boost. Just to feel something. Zap. The light flickered once more with his words, sending a jolt through his body. His eyebrow twitched. Are you patronizing me? Fine. I'll find another fuel source. Maybe gasoline? No. I think something a bit less potent would be better. Oh, maybe a car battery. Yes, that's a good idea. With a wide grin on his face, Dream stood and left the house, his new mission to prowl about the city for a source of power. Chapter 299, Power Source. Open up, you piece of crap. Ting. Yes. In a random landfill that was located underground, Dream finally pried open a canister after working on it for several hours. Upon his success, he looked inside to see two nodes that were attached to another, smaller canister that was slightly glowing with energy. It was a fuel cell now commonly used in vehicles. This one had likely been defective one way or another, but it still contained energy. Well, one man's trash. If only all the electricity in this city wasn't delivered wirelessly, I could find a socket or something and get energy much more easily. Well, this'll have to do for now. He held up the fuel cell and observed it for a second. Then, he shrugged and brought his two hands to the opposing nodes. Here goes nothing. Boom. Ack. Dream let out a strange sound as the canister exploded in his hands. There was also a massive bolt of electricity that was sent through his body, causing him to freeze for a long moment. At the same time, though, with that bolt came a surge of magical power. Gray mist surged around his body and began to accumulate within, growing the core inside of him from the size of a tennis ball to the size of a basketball. After a few seconds passed, though, the surge stopped and the fuel cell died. Well, the explosion and damage probably killed it, but either way, there was nothing more Dream could get from it. Dream remained frozen for a while before eventually collecting himself. His hair was now spiked up and his body released a burnt smell. He felt perfectly fine though, so he didn't mind it much. Then, he looked around cautiously. When nothing happened though, he sighed. Good. Guess security isn't as tight as I dash. Halt. At that moment, there was a robotic shout. Dream's head spun around, seeing three oddly familiar robots flying toward him. He tilted his head. Bots. Please do not resist. You have committed 3 infractions. 1. You have broken into private property. 2. You have tampered with dangerous waste. 3. You do not have any form of identification or records of residence. We will now take you to a detention center where you will be held for trial and evaluation. I'm being arrested? That is correct. Dream was stumped as the bots clamped a high-tech restraint onto his body that both locked his physical body and suppressed his magic. Then, he was lifted and carried out of the landfill. The 3 bots flew him directly to another building that seemed to be in the territory of some company. Inside that building, he passed by several other people, some of which were similarly being arrested and others that seemed to work there. Without time to waste, Dream was sat inside an isolated room. After that, the bots left, and he waited alone for a few minutes. Well, this is new. He looked down at his hands and chest, feeling the restraints and how oddly comfortable they were. He quite enjoyed the decent treatment. At the same time, he observed the magical portion of the restraints. The magic of the restraints interweaved with the digital and physical locks in an interesting way. That's when Dream began streaming gray mist into the system, drawing from that ball of gray mist inside his body. Oddly enough, though, the core of gray mist never ran out when he used it. It seemed infinite as he drew as much as he needed. Like that, he was able to rapidly prod at the restraints, enchantments, and hardware and learn how they worked. Oh, I see. The magical portion is just for suppression. All the locks are monitored by the hardware, and the digital passkeys are just basic binary codes. In that case, Dream shifted around while fingers or magic poked at the hardware. Finally, when he found the circuits and chips that he wanted, he called upon the gray mist once more. The mist streamed into the suit, and then with his desire, the gray mist was transformed into a bolt of electricity. Zap! A surge of energy went through the restraints, and with that, the hardware suddenly unlocked. Several locks twisted in release, and soon enough, the restraints popped open, allowing Dream to move freely. At that moment, though, the door to the room opened. Click. A man walked inside, but stopped when he saw Dream free of the restraints. The man wore red robes that made him seem rather lofty, but his face was deadpan. He just stared at Dream for a few moments before turning his head. Guards, screw it, I don't want to yell. Shaking his head, the man sighed and walked inside. He then sat opposing to Dream, who just watched curiously. So, I was arrested for playing with garbage? Something like that. The man responded blandly as he scrolled through the device in front of him. Then, can I leave? I can't say that I'll put in the effort to stop you. Do you enjoy your job? The only thing I enjoy is spending time with my immortal robot cat that's programmed to love me, and this job takes me away from that. So that's a no. Maybe you should start taking your cat to work. Hmm, that's a good idea. The man slowly nodded. As he did so, Dream stood and pat the man on his shoulder while leaving. I'll be going then. Try not to get caught. The man looked back after hearing footsteps go through the door. When he looked into the halfway that Dream left into, though, he didn't see anyone. Dream has disappeared. After staring for a second, he hummed, "Weird. All right, time to be a bit sneakier." Dream rubbed his hands together while walking to the outskirts of the city. Those places seemed a bit less monitored, and there were plenty of dark alleyways where the ruling class of this city apparently didn't care to monitor and clean. This intentional negligence allowed dark businesses to arise and control other forms of society. Dream walked around for a few days, searching for anything that could clue him into one of these darker societies. The fact that he needed to go so far, though, just to get his hands on a free energy source irked him. You'd think it'd be so easy to get energy, but no, everything's gotta be safe and convenient. Not even a single wire to touch. How annoying, he mumbled while strolling down a side street. This place was filled with people who looked OT have integrated with several cybernetic enhancements. They looked high-tech too, keeping the look of an organic limb, yet showing just a hint of the advanced armament underneath. At some point, Dream stopped and found a mirror, taking a look at himself. What he saw was a young man in the prime of his life dressed in a button-down shirt, a vest, and slacks. Compared to everyone around him with technical clothing and bombastic looks, he seemed to come from the ancient past. Looking groovy. He smiled before walking off again. After that, it thankfully wasn't long before he spotted a neon alleyway. There stood a few large figures who looked menacing yet sophisticated, like mob bosses. Dream smiled before approaching, quickly catching their attention. What's this kid doing? The hell are those clothes? They all commented weirdly as Dream stopped in front of them. Hey guys, I was hoping you could help me with something. What? The three were silent before deciding to see what this was about. I'm looking for a place to get my hands on a decent energy source, preferably one that I can tap directly into myself, unlike all the wireless power in this city. Would you happen to know where such a thing is? An energy source? The three were a bit confused. Though coming from this random man who looked like a naive child, they didn't exactly have much of an expectation. The situation was just too weird. They looked between each other before looking back at Dream. I suppose we know where an energy source is. How much power are you looking for? I guess a level more than a ground vehicle's fuel cell. So maybe the fuel source of an aircraft. That's it. Yeah. I guess you could say I'm working my way up to a fusion reactor. But by the time I need it, I could probably get one myself. Dream smiled and scratched his head. Seeing that, the three men weren't sure what to say. After a bit of deliberation, one of the men sighed. I'll take him in. You two wait for the contact. All right. Hey kid, follow me. Oh yay. Dream cheered and followed one of the men. Like that, the two wound through a FW more streets before coming upon a small building that was built in the center of a plaza. The entire place was surprisingly clean, but it still gave off a menacing vibe with dark corners and black roads. The people standing all around the place didn't help either as they lifted their heads to stare at the newcomers. The man led Dream straight into the center building. The door opened without any problem, and from there, they saw a large hole in the ground. Jump down it. Secret tunnel? I guess. The man glanced at Dream weirdly as he smiled and jumped. Secret tunnel. His voice echoed on the way down. The man just shook his head and followed. The two free fell down the hole for a while. At some point, though, Dream could feel a repulsive force slow his descent, and at the bottom approached a colorful light. His stop came when his feet touched the floor. He took in the sight around him. The black market. I've never been to one of these. Dream spun around and observed all the booths, buildings, and neon signs that extended out as far as the eye could see. It was an entire underground city, and more than that, Dream could actually see people other than humans. Dwarves, elves, and beastkin. These three species were scattered throughout this underground city. Dream felt odd, though, as he saw all those people. Suddenly, memories began to resurface. The transmigration to another world, his meeting with Luna and Iris, their travel through the human empire, and the development of his abilities. The memories stopped right as he remembered when Luna and Iris were kidnapped and taken, and his subsequent isolation and cybernetic evolution. For a moment, Dream was still as he processed everything. I know they're fine, but why can't I remember what's become of them? Odd. Still, it's only a small portion of the memories. I guess I have a long ways to go. I need that energy source. With that thought, Dream turned around. The man who led him here finally landed, walking out with a wave. Follow. And Dream followed. The two wound through this dark undercity. While walking, Dream was able to see tons of interesting things, from magical beasts for sale to cool cybernetic augmentations. It seemed like this place had everything, and it wasn't long before the Na arrived at his destination. Dream looked at the booth they walked up to, seeing how it was more subtle with its rundown construction and old man behind the counter. This man sells power sources. Talk to him. Oh, thank you. And hello, old man. Dream smiled and walked up to the booth. The old man looked at Dream before looking at the man behind him. Ting. With the flick of a finger, the old man tossed a coin to the other man. With that, the man left, leaving Dream to his business. What kind of power source do you need, young boy? The old man's raspy voice caused Dream to look around. There were plenty of devices that glowed with power, some blue and others red. They were mostly cylindrical in shape. Dream pondered for a moment. Do you have anything matching the power of a ground vehicle fuel cell? Fuel cell? I do. The man bent down for a moment and grabbed an item, placing it on the counter. It was an exposed fuel cell, but this one wasn't defective. It looked like a raw product just before it was encased. Dream smiled and reached out, grabbing the fuel cell. The old man didn't seem to care, until Dream exposed the nodes for power connection and touched them. Why dash? Zap. Dream's hair spiked up again as electricity surged through his body. And with all that power coursing through him, Dream noticed great changes within. The core of gray mist rapidly grew, more and more accumulating until it doubled in size several times. Likewise, the energy from the fuel cell drained like water down a bottomless pit, emptying in just several seconds. By the time the old man snatched the fuel cell away, it was already dead. Dream took a moment to collect himself before smiling widely. Yes, this is what I need. Hey, old man, give me something with more power. No, you thief, what did you do? Get the hell away from my shop. Unless you plan on paying me for the fuel cell. Oh, I don't have money. What? The old man's eyes bulged before narrowing. Impossible. Take out your identification and give me all the money you have. No, I really don't have money. I don't have an identification either. But enough of that, I just need more energy. Let me borrow those sources. Dream walked around and entered the booth, disregarding the old man who was trying to keep him out. Reaching down, Dream grabbed a cell that glowed blue. Then, he exposed the power nodes. Before he could grab them, though, the old man suddenly took out a gun and placed it against Dream's head. Put that down right now, or I'll blow your sorry brains out. Dream stopped moving, but he didn't put down the cell. I need this cell, old man. I don't care. Pay for it or I'll kill you. You know, I'm not sure you can do that. Oh yeah? Watch me. Bang. An explosion rang out as a beam exited the old man's gun. That beam tore through Dream's head, reducing him to gore and sending him to the ground. Then, the old man kicked his body, snatching the blue cell away. The surroundings also became quiet for a short moment before resuming their normal activity. Humph. You're the worst thief I've ever had to deal with. Think I can't protect my property? Hey, old man. Huh. The old man suddenly froze as he heard a voice. He turned his head. Dream was standing to the side, looking perfectly fine. There was no trace of the blood that had splattered on the wall. It was as if he was never shot. He was smiling. Thanks for that. I've now learned that I can't die. At least not by something like a gun. Oh, but I do still need that cell. Don't worry, I just need to charge up. I'll hand it back when I'm done. You. I know. Crazy, right? To think I can get more powerful by charging like a damn phone. Dream grabbed the blue cell from the old man while saying that. Then, he sat down in the corner of the booth, grabbing the nodes of the cell and feeling the power surge through his body. The old man remained stupefied for a long while, looking at his gun and wondering if he had actually shot Dream or imagined it. When he saw the missing bullet, though, he didn't have much room for doubt. Becoming quite a bit more fearful of what was going on, The old man rushed out of the booth and ran away. Dream didn't mind him, just focusing on gaining power. Chapter 300, Azura's Mantle. Power constantly surged through Dream's body. His hands burned to a crisp in the process, while his arms warmed with heat. His heart also throbbed and contracted irregularly, obviously not enjoying the currents that should be killing it. But he didn't die. Instead, that core of gray mist within him continued to grow. At the same time, Dream recalled all of the knowledge within the memories he had recovered. Let's see. Class 2, and rapidly growing. I should hit Class 3 by the time these cells runs out of power. After that, I can go look for something else. A nuclear fission power source should work. There's one problem though. I should have the stuff I did back then, like my inventory and the system. I wonder why I don't have it anymore. He pondered while letting the cell in his hands drains its power. Once it was empty, he grabbed one of the few other cells on the ground and continued, though they were less powerful. The inventory was like a little pocket of space that followed my body, and the system wasn't good for anything other than classifying my skills and stats. Speaking of skills, I don't have any of the ones I did, though I could replicate everything except for that summoning skill that let me pay mana for objects. Even that one can be replicated with enough development. Well, let's start with my inventory. Closing his eyes, Dream concentrated on the Docker space within him. Where there was supposed to be a soul was nothing other than a void with a core of gray mist inside of it. And that core was rapidly growing and contracting, becoming denser and denser, going from a gas cloud to a liquid blob. Condense, he whispered, and with the last of the cell's power, the core of gray mist collapsed in on itself. There was slight turbulence as it all turned to liquid, becoming far more potent and containing a massive amount. After that core settled, Dream thought for a second. A pocket space. I don't know if this area inside of me is actually space in the first place. In that case, could I create some with the gray mist? Saying that, he grabbed a part of the core and tore it off. It separated easily, moving over to become its own little core. Then, Dream opened it up. The small core expanded to become an empty vacuum, and after some mist sprinkled into that vacuum, Dream felt something stir within him. That small core of mist that he expressed his desire to become a pocket space toward had actually formed one. And with that formation, letters appeared like strings atop the core itself. It spoke one word: inventory. I guess this could be considered a skill. Dream nodded pleasantly. He now had an inventory. As a test, he inserted one of the power cells into the inventory. It appeared in that vacuum, floating there aimlessly. With that, he also got a good scale of the inventory size. Let's see, a dozen or so cubic miles. Pretty massive for such little power. I like it. He smiled seeing how little the power cell was compared to the whole space. After that, he took the power cell out and dumped it. He had drained all the cells in this little booth. Although Dream felt slightly bad for the old man, that guilt was greatly diminished by the fact that he so unhesitantly shot him in the head. Does one death count as payment? I guess it doesn't. But I don't have a way to power this stuff. Well, I'm sure in this rich city, that old man doesn't have a problem surviving anyway. There's no such thing as poverty with such developed technology. With that, Dream stood and exited the booth. He then proceeded to wander around this underground black market. There were many people here. It was a city unto itself. The only thing that confused Dream was all the tech that was oddly underdeveloped considering the era these people lived in. But then again, that might be by design. In any case, Dream was surprised to find massive casinos and gathering areas where people partied endlessly. It looked fun, and Dream considered going over. Before he could though, something caught his eye. It was a massive screen that floated overhead on some kind of zeppelin, and upon concentrating on the images, that zeppelin actually sent him the audio. Faction had another successful battle in the star system Visania. Under the guidance of the spear demigod General Harley, Azura forces and the mechanical legions of Tursa were able to vanquish the demon forces that had occupied 2 of the local planets by the trillion. This star system will now be an important vanguard stronghold in the battle against the angels and demons. But as always, how will the Chaos Eaters move after this major victory? After their mention, Dream was able to see images of these so-called Chaos Eaters. They were incredibly threatening, to say the least. They looked like metal hellhounds with razors and spikes covering their bodies. Some had slim bodies then dashed around, and others were walking behemoths of death. There was even footage of them killing demons. And, as crazy as it looked, the demons fled from these Chaos Eaters in pure terror. Rightfully so too, as when the Chaos Eaters got a hold of their prey, they utterly mutilated them, tearing them apart and killing them with no small amount of horrific suffering. So much for demons being the icon of fear and death. These Chaos Eaters were on a whole other level, but Dream only spared them a momentary thought. His real focus was on what was said. Ajuras. That word stirred something in him, as if something from beyond the veil in his mind was trying to reach him, but it couldn't. Instead, other memories flashed before him. The demons on the other world, the first mass production of bots, the first nuke, and the war against the first wave of demons. Dream remembered everything up until the end of that first demon war. He had been a mere Class 3 at the time, but with his drones and bots he was instrumental in shaping the outcome of that war. That was also the first time he created Grey Mist, as it was when Luna and Iris finally became Class 4s. If not for him, they would have killed each other. That also reminded him of their connection, but unfortunately, as he didn't seem to have a soul, he naturally didn't have that connection. Dream let out a sigh. Really, how unfortunate. I'd like to see them. I wonder where they are. And I wonder when the hell I'll finally get my memory back. It's quite frustrating not having something that's mine. He looked up at the dark underground ceiling, his vision seemingly piercing through the earth above Hema Indi out into the deep space beyond. The turbulence of the universe. He could feel it. Wars and conflicts between the very concepts themselves. But he still couldn't understand what was going on, or why. So he sighed and shook his head. Let's just focus on getting energy. Dream made his way back to the surface, and through his recovered knowledge, he was able to surmise an easy way to attain energy. The city around him was filled with invisible energy, wireless energy that powered all manner of small electronic systems. Anything like vehicles had fuel cells. So, an easy way to attain energy was to simply tap into the endless energy around him. In preparation for this, Dream had prepared some high-tech junk that was sitting around in the underground black market. After piecing some things together and establishing a vampire tap, he was able to receive energy. Of course, it wasn't a large amount. It was constant, but small. Still, making the receiver into a little pack and sliding it on his back, Dream connected the nodes to his body and let the energy flow. Like that, his core of gray mist was now constantly and gradually growing. But he didn't stop with this. Setting off on a hunt, Dream sought out other power sources, primarily ones like nuclear. Unfortunately, finding these places wasn't easy. Security was too tight around the ones that were visible, and he couldn't find the ones that weren't. Reactors could be hidden in some random building or chamber underground, and he would never know it. Trying to find information online was a bust as well, since the unfathomable computational power of the system that ran every device on the planet couldn't hope to be cracked by a little kid like Dream or any busted contraption he crafted. And earning money wasn't much of an option. Dream had no form of identification, which should be impossible here, and he didn't want to spend the time working a meaningless job. So after much deliberation, there was only one thing he could do: increase his authority through power. And a surefire way of doing that was entering the magical institution, which that one friendly old man had mentioned after finding Dream for the first time. And that place was easy to find. In the Oasis, the largest city on the planet, stood a massive structure that pierced imposingly into the sky. Azura's mantle. Just looking at it, Dream could sense millions of magical signatures. And every brick in every building, even the dirt filling some potted plants, had thick mana concentrated inside of it. Just standing there, Dream could feel a soft magical power flow through his body. In fact, taking from this magical energy acted as cultivation for his core. Oh yeah, this is definitely the place. Dream nodded with satisfaction as he approached the area. However, this wasn't his destination. He kept walking as he eventually reached the place where he first appeared in. Of course, he had to dodge some guards, but he seemed to be good at that. He walked into the grassy area, continuing towards its center. Then, after several horrors of walking, he stopped and observed something in the distance. A tree line. The trees were large, though compared to the megastructures on this planet, they didn't look like much. Still, they stood tall and healthily, creating a ring around what seemed to be an isolated island. It looked all too familiar. My dome? Dream became excited, for the first time seeing something that he was familiar with. Shockingly, it was actually here, in the territories of the Azura Queen that the old man mentioned. That was when Dream felt his memories from beyond the veil trying to reach him, but they couldn't break past that fog. Still, he continued his approach, hastening all the while. Unfortunately, so you're back? A man appeared in front of Dream. It was the old man who had greeted Dream upon arrival. Dream glanced at the man, but that seemed to be a mistake as when he looked back into the distance, the tree dome was gone. Dream frowned. You actually shifted us somewhere else. My sharp senses. Sorry, but I can't have you going so close to the Queen's repose. The fact that you got so close was a miracle. Dream stared at the man, not entirely pleased that he was being kept from what was originally his own home. But he decided not to argue, as this man probably wouldn't believe anything he said. Besides, unlocking more of his memories was Dream's top priority, not seeing his old home. I've come to get accepted into the Azura's mantle. Straight to Tihi Point? Huh? Well, I still don't sense any significant magical power from you. But I guess an anomaly like you wouldn't be wastefully admitted. Come, I'll honor my offer and take you there. Saying that, the old man lifted them into the sky and flew off. His gaze remained on Dream for the duration of the flight. You won't suddenly vanish like yesterday, will you? No, I won't. I just had something else to do. Very well. Still, the fact that you managed to evade my senses at all speaks to your anomalous nature. Only other demigods are capable of such a thing. Demigods? Class 7s. I suppose you wouldn't know about them. The old man smiled at Dream's confusion. Then, he lowered them into Azura's mantle. There, they directly entered while bypassing all barriers. And upon entering, Dream felt waves of magic power from the atmosphere brush through his body, allowing him to cultivate even more energy. Eventually, the two landed in an isolated floor of the massive building that was Azura's mantle. This floor was a large field with a mansion and a lake nearby. The old man opened his mouth to speak, but Dream beat him to it. I only need to gather energy in order to advance. Sorry. The old man was confused as they landed on the floor. Dream clarified. This device on my back is something that taps into the wireless power in the air. And streaming that electricity through my body allows me to increase my power permanently. Like cultivating your mana, but really easily. Anyway, I came to find power sources, but couldn't because this city had nothing unsecured in it. So that thing. The old man gazed at Dream back, seeing the odd contraption he had thrown together. Simply connecting yourself to a power source lets you cultivate mana? Something like that. Interesting. The old man wasn't quick to refute Dream's words. The reason being, he could see the electrical energy disappear within his body. It was an incredibly odd phenomena. Dream continued. I would like to ask you for a power source, preferably something nuclear. That'll let me grow my power beyond Class 3 and into the Class 4 realm. Oh, so you're Class 3? The old man was interested, and instead of words, Dream directly showed him. He called upon that core of gray mist, and from it spawned plenty of mana to do with as he wanted. That mana was too basic though, with no skills or techniques giving it anything special. So, Dream recalled his memories. I had skills back then. I remember Class 3 being the point at which I got arcana and particle manipulation. Let's recreate them. With that, Dream separated two more cores of gray mist and codified them. One of them became compal with circuitry, like a computer. The other became mystical and profound, like magic. After a small minute of work, Dream saw two words engraved on those new cores. Arcana, particle manipulation. His skills were back, and with that, he could show the old man something interesting. From Dream's body came mana, and to his great surprise, the old man was unable to see where it came from. It just appeared out of nothing. Then, the mana took shape, forming a magic spell with thousands of complex arrays. These arrays continued to multiply thousands of times over until it all condensed into a small little animal. That animal was a cat, and the feline looked at the old man with a tilted head. What's this? He asked as the cat jumped from the floor onto the old man's shoulder. A small magical intelligence with the form of a cat. Its intelligence is basic, but no lesser than that of actual animals. So you magically recreated the organic structure of an animal brain? With my own modifications, but yes. Dream nodded simply, causing the old man to look at him with even greater curiosity than before. Amazing. Were you hiding your power? No. I had no significant power until I got my hands on a fuel cell, but then I got arrested. Anyway, I need more power. I want a nuclear power source, regardless of what form it comes in. With that, I'll be able to multiply my power and become more self-sustaining. The old man pondered as the cat acted like an actual cat around him. As he pet its surprisingly lifelike fur, he nodded. Very well. I'm interested to see you grow. I'll find what you want. Thank you. As for payment, well, I'll wait until you gain more power. Feel free to live here for now. I don't recommend leaving, as you might get caught and taken away. With that, the old man walked off with the cat. Dream smiled happily, proceeding to enter the man's house and relax comfortably. He was excited for the future, expectant over the skills he would gain.